Global gods, from Zerg Cultists to Multiversal lords, this video is purely for entertainment, and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting, and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1: Desert Worm becomes a believer? Tip: the subspace connection to the divine realm has been completed. Tip: you have entered the user-exclusive divine space. Yuan felt his mind tremble, and the world in front of him disappeared, and then he appeared in a grey void point below is his own divine domain. Open the Shenki panel. Yuan stood high in the sky like a cloud of nothingness, and his thoughts were directly connected to the God's domain server. Suddenly a series of information emerged. Point user Yuan, God's name, God of natural disasters, faith value 100, left square bracket rank, demigod, priest, drought, sandstorm, desolation, sacred fire, not lit, godhead, none, faith race, desert worm believers, pan believers, 20,000, God's domain interface area 50 hectares, environment, forest/lake/grassland, disappeared, vegetation, composite broadleaf forest, disappeared, animal, monkey group, disappeared, snake group, disappeared, mineral deposits. None. Evaluation: the once rich natural ecological environment was gradually devoured by worms with an astonishing appetite, and the future was bleak. Point believer interface. Name: desert worm. Category: Zerg. Stage: not entering the level. Ability: none. Life: 1. Only 1/5 of human beings. Strength: 0.8. The bigger strength can only support their continuous wriggling. Agility: 0.5. A little faster than a snail. Intelligence: 0.3. Low intelligence is not enough to provide high faith. Evaluation: the lowest branch of the Zerg tribe, except for its amazing food intake. It has nothing to offer. It's really so bad. Yuan withdrew his gaze from the divine domain information and looked towards his own divine domain. Point I saw. The originally lush jungle world has now become completely desolate. Point within a radius of 50 hectares. There are 20,000 desert worms scattered around. Point this is Yuan's only believer now. Point no, it's Yuan before time travel. Point the current Yuan came from a place called Blue Star because he stayed up all night playing games. After accepting the memories of his predecessor, he realized that this was a world where most people could become demigods, open up a divine domain in subspace, and raise their own followers. However, on the first day of high school, Ziming, who was called a brother in need by his predecessor Yuan, met Ziming. Point first, he borrowed the mid-level resource card that Yuan spent countless general points to buy, and because of its fast reproduction speed and infinite power once mutated, Yuan chose the desert worm as a disciple. Point later, relying on the training of intermediate resource cards, he became the #1 genius in the entire freshman year of high school. Point at that time, Yuan realized that he had been tricked by the sanctimonious brother. Encouraging yourself to work hard to make money is actually providing him with intermediate resource cards. The reason why he chose desert worm was to eliminate the possibility of him finding out the truth and seeking revenge from him in the future. Point the desert worm's reproductive ability is indeed amazing, but even so, it is impossible to mutate at all. Point not only that, their intelligence is extremely low, and they cannot even become deep believers. The resulting faith is even pitifully low. Point not only in terms of race, but also in terms of belief. The future of the predecessor was completely cut off. Haha, what a shrewd plan. What a ruthless method. There was coldness in Yuan's eyes. He does not blame his predecessor for being stupid, because in order to gain his trust, Ziming took the initiative to get close to Yuan since he was 10 years old, provided him with food and clothing, and even helped him fight with others on several occasions. It took a full 6 years for Yuan to trust him so much. Point in fact, those scenes of Ziming fighting with others were just him secretly bribed the other party. Don't worry, since I accepted your body, I will naturally help you get revenge. Yuan murmured in his heart. Point after this voice fell, I suddenly felt a sense of relaxation emerging in my soul, as if I was completely integrated with something. Point the next moment, a cold female voice appeared in my mind. Point ding. The God's Domain Minor Auxiliary System has been activated, and a gift package will be rewarded. Please activate it. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed. He was no stranger to the system, a standard feature for time travelers. Turn on. Ding. You get a Zerg brood, a copy of the complete sequence of the insect nest gene, a copy of the Tearer's blood. Chapter 2 Mutation. The larvae of the insect nest release the insect mother nest. Seeing these rewards given by the system, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile. Products produced by the system must be of high quality. These things are simply tailor-made for the desert worm in front of you. He is now beginning to look forward to how much his desert worm will change after integrating these rewards. Woohoo. There seemed to be a giant beast whispering in the sky. The originally lazy desert worms raised their heads. Immediately, a billowing cloud of yellow sand swept up from the horizon. Moment, the entire divine space was completely enveloped. Shishi. All the desert worms made a neighing noise like grains of sand. They instinctively knew that this was divine power. However, they did not see that above the yellow sand in the sky, a huge face made entirely of sand and dust looked down expressionlessly. System. Fuse the complete sequence genes of the insect nest. The thought fell. I saw the complete sequence of the nest's genes in the system space suddenly disappeared. Immediately, above the void, countless particles finer than sand and dust were scattered all at once. Covering the entire divine realm like a curtain of rain. 20,000 desert worms watched in a daze as countless particles merged into their bodies. Their instinctive doubts, but the next second, dramatic changes have begun. Whoosh. The painful screams echoed throughout the entire divine space. The body of the desert worm, which was originally nearly 30 centimeters, suddenly stretched to 40 centimeters. The desert yellow skin becomes darker and then turns into a brown skin. The small mouth pits began to expand and turned into a mouth densely covered with barbs. The tentacles under the belly began to grow and turned into fine tentacles, looking even more ferocious. Ouch. The completely mutated desert worms all roared to the sky, as if thanking the great god of natural disasters. Tip, your divine domain has undergone sudden changes, and mysterious substances have merged. Tip, your faith race has changed. Tip, your faith race, desert worm, has evolved into hive larvae. Tip, the attributes of the new species have changed dramatically. Seeing the continuous prompts, a smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face. From now on, his desert worm has completely disappeared. In their place, a hive larvae with great potential. Open the race interface. A thought. Suddenly a panel opened directly. Race interface. Name, insect nest larvae. Category, Zerg. Stage, level 1. Left square bracket. Ability, collect, devour, bite. Life 4. Although not as good as an adult human, it has been greatly strengthened. Strength 5. Similar to adult humans. Agility 5. This is the benefit of having more legs. Intelligence 3. Can be given orders. Evaluation. As an important gathering type among the Zerg, they have specialized vesicles for storing resources, and their attack power is not very strong. Seeing the changes in attributes, Lu Yuan nodded secretly. Very satisfied with this improvement. Below, in the entire divine domain. All the hive larvae that have completed their metamorphosis have awakened. They raised their heads and let out sharp, disgusting screams from their mouths. Suddenly, a devout faith rushed into Lu Yuan's body. Tip, your racial belief deepens. Tip, you gain 20,000 faith points. Hint, you gain 20,000 deep believers. Ding. Detect that the host's faith value exceeds 10,000 and start the lottery mode, which can consume 10,000 faith points for the lottery hub. You actually turned on the lottery function? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and subconsciously began to observe the prompts in the system. Soon, he understood that the system could complete the lottery by consuming faith points. But he did not draw the first prize point because the items in his system space have not been completely consumed. Great God of disasters, thank you for giving us such power. I sincerely pray to the god of natural disasters. Voices of prayer from believers fell into Lu Yuan's mind. Original, these desert worms are not very intelligent and do not even have the ability to pray. It's different now. The devout prayers of 20,000 deep believers, even if they are just Zerg, can provide a massive amount of faith point. Certainly, Lu Yuan knew that the changes in God's domain had just begun. He thought again and looked at the system space in the center of God's domain. Release the Zerg brood. Boom. The moment the thought falls, I saw that in the center of the divine domain, the dry lake and riverbed was rolling violently. A 10-meter wide nest covered with barbs rose from the ground. At the same time, a putrid pungent smell rose from around the nest. Boom. A low hum emerged from the nest, and then a new thought of prayer rushed into Lu Yuan's mind. Chapter 3 Fusion of the Blood of the Ripper, Tearing Apart Springtails. Tip: new species have been added to your domain. Tip: you got a fanatical follower. Tip: you have increased your faith by 109 points. There's actually an extra fanatic? Lu Yuan was a little surprised and subconsciously checked the information about the Zerg nest. Name: Zerg Mother Nest. Category: Zerg. Stage: Level 2. Left square bracket ability: Larvae breeding. Place of corruption: life. 20. A huge body must have abundant physical strength. Strength. 0. Unable to move. Agility. 0. Unable to move. Intelligence. 6. Beyond the intelligence of adults, so that it can lead a group of insects. Evaluation: the basic unit that gives birth to the Zerg. As long as it has enough resources, it can continue to reproduce and even advance. Larvae breeding: under the premise of rich nutrition, hundreds of insect nest larvae can be produced every day. Place of corrosion: the soil around the mother nest will gradually deteriorate and become a rotten quagmire. Its function can improve the resilience and agility of Zerg units. Lu Yuan nodded secretly after seeing this information. Because desert worms have lost their ability to reproduce after genetic mutation. The existence of the mother nest directly makes up for this shortcoming. Rustle: the moment the mother nest appeared, all the larvae in the entire God's domain began to spontaneously move towards the mother nest. They retain the food they obtain in their vesicles and simply dump it back into the mother's nest. Then the mother nest can start working. This is the instinct of the Zerg and does not need anyone to teach it. There's only one thing left. Lu Yuan looked at the last thing in the system: the blood of the Ripper. This is blood extracted from a dog-shaped creature. I don't know how much changes it will have on these larvae after fusion. System: fuse the blood of the Ripper to all the insect nest larvae. Wow. In the void, some red blood fell down like smoke again. The insect hive larvae that were still crawling all screamed in pain the moment they received the blood of the Ripper. Raw. Their bodies twisted on the ground, and in the blink of an eye they swelled another 10 centimeters. The figure began to grow taller, the appearance began to become skeletal, and the defense was improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. The two compound eyes above the mouth opening began to grow larger, and the front jaw became sharper. 2 rows of teeth as sharp as daggers emerged from the mouth. The original 2 rows of densely packed short legs below turned into 6 thick and sharp claws. During the struggle, he was able to penetrate deeply into the soil without any effort. Tip: your divine species is undergoing mutation. Tip: hive larvae have successfully evolved into tearing springtails. Tip: you have increased your faith value by 43,500 points. Hint: you have added 20,000 fanatic followers. Tear apart springtails? Lu Yuan could not help but feel ecstasy in his heart. He directly opened the race panel. Name: Tear Springtail. Category: Zerg. Stage: Level 1. Left square bracket ability: Swallow Collection. Strength and Tearing. Charge. Active. Life. 6. Ki and blood are stronger than adults. Strength. 6. Can fight an adult with all his strength. Agility. 8. Speed is faster than 90% of adults. Intelligence. 4. Equivalent to a teenager. Evaluation: with the addition of speed, adults' attack power can always produce unexpected gains. At this point, Lu Yuan has completed the transformation of all his existing followers. Moreover, he also gained 20,000 fanatic followers. Lu Yuan knew that the intelligence, referring to spiritual power, of the Zerg itself could not be compared with that of subhumans or even humans. So, even if they are converted into fanatics, they do not provide explosive growth in belief. The amount of belief itself is related to many factors such as the type of race, strength, size, bloodline, etc. So he was not surprised to get such a result. At this time, Looking at Lu Yuan's Shensu interface, huge changes have taken place. You Sir Lu Yuan, God's name, God of natural disasters, faith value 64,080 left square bracket rank, demigod, priest, drought, sandstorm, desolation, sacred fire, not lit godhead, none, faith race, Zerg mother hive, Tearer Springtail, Zerg hive larvae, believers, fanatical believers, 20,001. Devout believers, 12, deep believers, 08, pan believers, 0. It must be rare to see a demigod with so many beliefs on the first day of school, right? The smile on the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth gradually turned cold. His eyes suddenly looked towards the void in the distance. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years, and for a villain to take revenge from morning to night. Luo Ziming, it's time to settle our battle. Become available. Chapter 4. A gentleman's revenge is never too late in 10 years, and a villain's revenge is never late. Lu Yuan put his mind through the server and started searching. He wants to find Luo Ziming's divine domain coordinates and launch a divine domain invasion. According to the speed of time in the divine world, 1 day in the main world is 1 year in the divine world. Lu Yuan believes that, even if he is given a year to develop, he will never be able to compete with his current followers. Generally speaking, if you want to search for the coordinates of the other party's divine domain, you must know the other party's user number. If you don't know, you may have to search hard among countless people with the same name. Fortunately, Lu Yuan has a system. Ding. The system started the search function and automatically identified the coordinates of Luo Ziming's divine domain. Are you so considerate? Lu Yuan looked at the location marked by the system, with an evil smile on his lips. The invasion begins. On the other side, Luo Ziming is immersed in development in his own divine space. His chosen disciple race is the subhuman race, the lizardman. This race living in the desert has a natural tolerance to the environment. Both individual quality and combat effectiveness are superior to many other races. It was precisely because of this race that he won the title of the #1 genius in the first year of high school. More importantly, Luo Ziming had exchanged the intermediate resource cards defrauded from Lu Yuan into a large amount of volcanic red crystal ore and lizardman breeding rations of these two things. The former can give lizardman a chance to mutate. The latter naturally accelerates the other party's reproduction process. The number of believers is the foundation of godhood. In just 1 year, the number of lizardmen in the entire divine space has successfully grown from 200 to 400. Not only had the number doubled, but what made Luo Ziming even more delighted was that nearly 100 lizardmen had undergone minor mutations due to their continuous consumption of volcanic red crystal ore. The originally withered yellow lizard skin all over his body had turned red and even increased in thickness. Both cold resistance and drought resistance have been horribly improved. The lizardmen have been successfully upgraded into volcanic lizardmen. Luo Ziming even spent his own money to buy a basic iron ore card and equip these lizardmen with simple metal javelins and short blades. Looking at the initially armed lizard people, Luo Ziming had a proud smile on his face. In terms of strength, I'm now strong enough to sweep through the entire freshman year of high school. Haha, Lu Yuan, all this is thanks to your help. Luo Ziming's muttering just disappeared. Suddenly, an urgent prompt came from the divine space. Alert. Your divine domain is being invaded by mysterious forces. Alert. The mysterious force will arrive in 10 minutes. Alert. The countdown starts now. Alert. Please make deployment as soon as possible. Who dares to invade my divine domain? Luo Ziming's expression changed when he heard the siren, and then he saw a dialog box pop up on the God's domain interface in front of him. Ah. You ready for retribution? There is only a short sentence, but the user's name is clearly written. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. Luo Ziming was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed wildly. Hahaha, who I thought it was, turns out to be you, a loser. There was a ferocious light in his eyes. No drug, no husband. Since he had planned to use Lu Yuan as his pawn, he naturally would not have the slightest sympathy at this time. Okay, today I will let you take your believer's sacrificial flag first, so that you can know how big the gap is between us. Luo Ziming's thoughts suddenly came to his divine realm. Before long, 400 fully armed lizardmen were ready. Alert. Mysterious forces are invading. Alert. Countdown 0008. Alert. Please make deployment as soon as possible. Point at the moment when the countdown ended, Eluoziming suddenly looked up. Point in the northeast of God's domain. The originally grey boundary of God's domain suddenly appeared with cracks like glass. As soon as the cracks appeared, they spread like a spider web. Point there was just a crisp sound, and the piece of glass shattered. Point later, Eluoziming saw Lu Yuan standing far above the void. Yuan, I didn't expect that your brain would be so full of water, and you still dare to invade my divine realm. The contemptuous laughter reached Lu Yuan's ears at the divine level. Lu Yuan's face did not waver at all. Point he just opened his mouth and spat out a sentence. Revenge begins. His will communicated with the divine realm interface, and with a thought, he directly activated his priesthood. Point sandstorm, drought, and desolation are not of much help to the lizard people, who already live in the desert. Point so, Lu Yuan just launched his own sandstorm. Tip, you have consumed 100 faith points. Prompt, you launched a clerical sandstorm. Ding. System small auxiliary startup. Ding. The sandstorm launched by the host has been strengthened. Woo, yellow. Sand all over the sky suddenly rose up from the crack, and fine grains of sand mixed with gravel poured into Eluoziming's divine realm like a tsunami. Point the battle of gods has begun. Point seeing this scene, Eluoziming laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, Lu Yuan, have you forgotten that my followers are not afraid of this at all? His spiritual thoughts were instantly transmitted to his followers. Suddenly, all the lizards let out ferocious roars, waved their weapons, and ran headlong into the churning sandstorm. Point however, what Eluoziming didn't expect was the moment the lizardmen rushed into the sandstorm, the originally raging sandstorm came to an abrupt end. Haha, is your faith worthless? The sneer on Eluoziming's face had not yet dissipated. Point I saw the silhouette of the Zerg originally hidden in the sandstorm gradually revealed. Point in an instant, his smile was replaced by incomparable shock. Point there was even a changed scream coming from his mouth. Ah, you a desert worm? Chapter 5 Extra Reward. Monitor lizard claw, volcanic red crystal. A ferocious figure, only half a meter long, covered in dark brown skin and bone armor, was crawling on the ground. Point 6 thick lower limbs were rubbing restlessly on the ground. Point between the opening and closing of the big mouth covered with mucus, 2 rows of sharp teeth flashed coldly. Point, no matter how you look at it, this ferocious appearance cannot be associated with a desert worm. Point more importantly, is this too much? Eluoziming glanced at it, which made his scalp numb. How come you have so many followers? He screamed in disbelief. Why do you think I want to release sandstorm? Lu Yuan's indifferent voice emerged. Point in the void, a churning yellow sand enveloped his figure, turning into a huge human face, which gradually emerged from the air coupled with the raging yellow sand around them, and the desolate sky in the divine realm behind them. Point Eluoziming felt even more oppressed, because I want to catch all your followers in one fell swoop. The moment Lu Yuan finished speaking. Point below, 20,000 tearing springtails let out sharp roars and hisses. Ouch. For the great god of natural disasters. 4. The light of natural disaster to sweep everything away. 4. The glory of the ancestor god. Let's fight. Ouch. Amidst countless roars, the tearing springtail instantly unleashed its active ability, charge. But in an instant, a scarlet color appeared in the dark yellow compound eyes of the tearing springtail. Point it was as if there was a restless force rising from within his body. Point in an instant, it blends into their lower limbs. Whoosh, acceleration like a 100-meter sprint emerged from the tearing springtail. Point 20,000 tear springtails turned into a dark brown wave and surrounded the 400 lizardmen. Point now, the originally aggressive group of lizardmen had become completely sluggish. Point they watched those ferocious, ugly, disgusting bugs rushing toward them. The reason in his mind has been swallowed up by panic. Point so much so that the combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. Point certainly, even if you don't discount it, it's of no use at all. Point in the face of sheer numbers, even the mutated volcanic lizardmen were useless. All the lizardmen were roaring and shouting in despair. They didn't expect that they would face such a terrifying enemy. Ah. What kind of monster is this? Help, great ancestor god, please save us. No, I don't want to die. TSK, TSK, TSK. The sound of teeth clenching was heard everywhere. Point. As long as an ordinary lizardman is bitten by a tearing springtail, his scale armor will be broken. Point. After a few mouthfuls, it was already bloody and bloody. Point. Even the mutated volcanic lizard man can only resist for a few seconds with the volcanic crystal scales on his body. Point. Under the siege of dozens or hundreds of tearing springtails, every bit of it was eaten away in the blink of an eye. 400 versus 20,000. It was a completely one-sided massacre. Midair, looking at the believers who had suffered heavy casualties in just a few minutes, Luo Ziming was so frightened that his hands and feet went cold. Once all his followers are killed, his domain will suffer a devastating blow. The so-called reputation of genius will completely fall from the altar. Yuan, I was wrong. Isn't it okay that I was wrong? Luo Ziming knelt down directly to Lu Yuan. Please. Stop, I'm willing to compensate you, as long as I can do whatever I can to satisfy you. I just beg you to stop. He begged desperately. However, from beginning to end, Lu Yuan's eyes didn't waver at all. Cut the grass without eradicating its roots, but it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. He would never do the same stupid thing again. If it weren't for the fact that it was difficult to kill the opponent's god in the divine space, Lu Yuan wouldn't even mind taking Luo Ziming's life as well. Seeing that all his followers are about to be reduced to food for tearing springtails, Luo Ziming let out a vicious cry. Yuan, just wait. I won't let you go. It is against school rules to invade other people's divine domain without permission. Just wait to accept the sanction. Sanctions? Humph. Lu Yuan snorted coldly and did not respond. The last lizardman was completely devoured by the bites of numerous tearing springtails. Wherever the Zerg go, there is always no trace of armor left. Tip, your believer race will completely annihilate the enemy's divine race with absolute superiority. Tip, your followers feel the influence of God's glory. Tip, you have increased your faith value by 21,547. Ding. Get extra rewards. Giant lizard claws. Ding. Get additional rewards. Volcanic red crystal. Looking at the continuous prompt messages on the God's domain interface, a smile appeared on Lu Yuan's lips this time. He not only won and there were additional rewards with a thought. He left Luo Ziming's divine space. Next, he was ready to take stock of his harvest. But at this moment, a communication request actually popped up from the God's domain interface. Chapter 6, the most severe punishment in history? Issuing a military order. Tip, an external user initiates a call request. Tip, username Ning Yuan. Prompt, are you connected? Ning Yuan. Lu Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the interface prompt message. Ning Yuan is the head teacher of class 3 of their middle school, and Lu Yuan has met her since the beginning of school. But at that time, he was just a little transparent and didn't attract too much attention from the other party. Now he actually takes the initiative to contact him. For a moment, Lu Yuan thought of a possibility. That was Luo Ziming just now. Connect. The communication. Lu Yuan knew that this kind of thing could not be avoided, so he immediately chose to answer the call. The scene in front of him flashed, and a holographic figure appeared directly in front of Lu Yuan. The moment he saw this figure, Lu Yuan couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Although Ning Yuan is the head teacher, she is only about 20 years old. He is the youngest among all the class teachers at this time. The opponent had long black wavy hair hanging down the back of his head, and his excellent appearance exceeded 90 points, which was unforgettable at a glance. Wearing a dark purple leather jacket, she highlighted her perfect proportions, especially the exaggerated arc, perfectly restored by the holographic projection, made Lu Yuan unable to help but secretly smack his lips. He subconsciously shrank his body to avoid any embarrassing reaction from others. Ahem. Teacher Ning, do you have anything to do with me? In the picture, Ning Yuan's face looked serious. Lu Yuan, Luo Ziming from class 10 just reported to the school, saying that you invaded his divine domain without permission and caused immeasurable losses. Is this the case? Lu Yuan's eyes flashed, and it turned out to be because of this incident. But the expression on his face did not change at all because of Ning Yuan's question. There was a 2-second pause. Lu Yuan nodded calmly. Yes, I did it. I not only invaded his divine domain, but also annihilated all his believer races. Lu Yuan opened his mouth and told all the facts. This kind of thing cannot be hidden at all point. After he finished speaking, he was ready to accept Ning Yun's questioning point. However, after Ning Yun heard this, there was no trace of anger on her face. Instead, she looked at Lu Yuan with her eyes as bright as gems. Why? Tell me why. Lu Yuan looked at the beautiful head teacher in front of him with some surprise. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't get angry. Seeing Lu Yuan stunned, Ning Yun continued, "It is common sense that invading other people's divine domain is a violation of law. You can't help but know that. I believe that when you do this, you must have your own secrets. So, I need you to tell me the ins and outs of all this, so that I can make a judgment. My students, Ning Yun, cannot be moved by anyone who wants to." After hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. He didn't expect that the head teacher would be so protective of his shortcomings. Moreover, judging from the way the other person spoke, he seemed to be very confident. With a slight smile, Lu Yuan opened his mouth and made it clear about the holiday between himself and Luo Ziming. After Ning Yun heard this, her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled. What? A good Luo Ziming? He did a good job in invading. This despicable villain should be treated like this. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly wondered. No, I remember that the believer race you chose is not desert worm. How could he annihilate all his lizardmen? Lu Yuan smiled slightly when he heard this. Teacher, my desert worm has mutated. You can take a look. As he spoke, he opened his divine domain authority to Ning Yun. In an instant, Ning Yun saw the densely mutated torn springtails in Lu Yuan's divine domain space. Oh my god, has it really mutated? Ning Yun's face showed uncontrollable ecstasy. She clapped her hands and laughed. Great, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Even desert worms can induce mutations. Let's go. The principal is waiting for us to come over. Don't worry, the teacher is here, and I will never dare to touch you. Next, Ning Yun pulled Lu Yuan into a public communication area. Lu Yuan only felt the scene in front of him change, and he was already standing in a virtual room. There are already 3 figures in the room. One of them is Luo Ziming, and the tall man next to him is his class teacher Zhao Hu. And in the middle is the principal of number 1 middle school, Han King. Principal, Lu Yuan from our class is here. Ning Yun stood beside Lu Yuan and said directly, Han King nodded. Okay, now everyone is here. Lu Yuan, let me ask you, did you invade Luo Ziming's divine domain? Yes, it's me. Lu Yuan admitted it directly. Aha, principal, did you see it? When Zhao Hu heard this, he jumped out immediately. It is a very serious violation to invade other people's divine domain without authorization. What's more, it has caused extremely serious damage to Luo Ziming in our class and must be severely punished. Luo Ziming was the top student in his class. Such a genius was actually invaded by others. Teacher Zhao who couldn't bear it anymore, so he immediately found the principal for arbitration. Principal, Luo Ziming took away Lu Yuan's intermediate resource card by deception. I have just found the transaction records of him using intermediate resource cards to exchange for other resources, and the resource card number exactly matches the resource card number purchased by Lu Yuan. Ning Yun immediately stood up to refute. Besides, students like Luo Ziming, who after consuming a lot of resources, can't even resist a race of believers like the desert worm, really deserve the reputation of being a genius in number 1 middle school. Such a result is entirely his own fault. Desert worm, principal. Han King raised his eyebrows. Teacher Ning, you may be mistaken. Desert worms have no attack power. That's right. A smile appeared on Ning Yun's face because Lu Yuan mutated the desert worm in just 1 day. What? The principal and teacher Zhao who exclaimed at the same time. It is simply a fantasy for a race of believers like the desert worm to mutate in just 1 day. However, when they saw Lu Yuan's open divine realm, everyone gasped in shock. It really mutated, and there were still 20,000 mutated animals. Ha. Han King's laughter just started. He seemed to feel that something was wrong with the current situation, so he suppressed it forcibly. Principal, regardless of whether Lu Yuan's desert worm has mutated or not, his intrusion into other people's divine domain is a violation of the rules and must be severely punished. Teacher Zhao, who couldn't help but argue with reason. Indeed, severe punishment must be imposed. Han. King nodded in agreement. He turned to look at Lu Yuan, and his tone suddenly became stern. Classmate. Lu Yuan, in view of the mistakes you made, the school has decided to punish you by depriving you of the right to use the divine realm. What? Lu Yuan couldn't help but change his expression after hearing this, and deprived him of the right to use the divine domain. Isn't this punishment too serious? However, before he could speak, the principal continued. However, if you are willing to issue a military order and win first place in the preliminary examination 5 days later, the above punishment can be cancelled. Do you dare? Chapter 7 Blood River Luo Family, Bloodline of Hell, Ning Yun's help. Lu Yuan couldn't help but his eyes moved after hearing this. It sounded like this punishment was very serious, but he knew that with his current strength, it would not be easy to crush all the classmates and the grade in the preliminary examination points, so, in essence, it's not much of a punishment at all. Sure enough, geniuses are given preferential treatment wherever they go. Lu Yuan laughed in his heart. Before he invaded Luo Ximing's divine domain, he had already thought about how to express his potential to the school. He believed that, as long as he showed enough talent, the school would definitely know how to choose between genius and mediocrity. No, the preferential treatment has already begun. Luo Ximing, who had never spoken, naturally heard the bias in the principal's words. He suddenly said with a sad and angry look, "Principal, is this punishment too childish? With his current strength, he has a high chance of winning the championship." Before he finished speaking, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from Principal Han King's eyes. An aura that was completely beyond the reach of a demigod made Luo Ximing's face turn pale instantly, and even his subsequent words stopped abruptly. "Are you questioning the school's decision?" Han King's slow words sounded. "No, I don't dare." Luo Ximing was immediately frightened. Beside feeling the aura emanating from the principal, Zhao, whose expression also changed. He was about to speak when he saw Han King wave his hand. "Forget it, Teacher Zhao, you don't have to say anything. I will also give Luo Ximing a chance," Han King said in a deep voice. "Whether it's him or any other student, as long as he can defeat Lu Yuan in the test. The school will bear all Luo Ximing's losses." Real Luo Ximing, who was already desperate, suddenly burst into light. If the school can bear his losses, so it's not impossible for him to have a chance to return to the top. You can even go one step further. Of course it's true. Han King nodded and said, "Not only that, the school can also provide you with an additional 20 million general points as compensation." What? Luo Ximing's body was trembling slightly. If the principal hadn't been in front of him, he would have jumped up with excitement. A blessing in disguise. He never expected that he would get such a big reward after losing all the lizardman believers. The intermediate resource card he defrauded from Lu Yuan only cost more than 2 million general points. Now that he has 20 million in hand, he can soar into the sky. "Okay, I agree to your terms." Luo Ximing nodded without thinking. "Okay, now you don't have any objections, right?" Han King glanced at everyone. "If nothing happens, just leave." "Yes, Principal." Zhao, who nodded, and then the two figures of Luo Ximing slowly disappeared. Seeing the two people leaving, Han King suddenly had an inexplicable smile on his face, looked at Lu Yuan next to him and said, "How is it? Do you have confidence?" "No." Lu Yuan's words stunned both the principal and Ning Yun. "You actually have no confidence?" Han King frowned slowly. If he doesn't have the heart of a brave man, he won't be able to go far in the future. Lu Yuan smiled and rubbed his hands after hearing this. "I didn't have confidence at first, but if I get a little more help, I might have confidence." Lu Yuan has never lacked confidence, but he heard that the school was actually willing to spend 20 million general points to compensate the other party. If he didn't want any benefits at this time, he wouldn't be Lu Yuan. Seeing Lu Yuan's expression, Han King suddenly laughed. "Haha, you are quite interesting." As he spoke, he raised his hand. Two cards emerged from his hand. "These are 2 primary resource cards. You can use them to develop first. As long as you can win, I will come up with better rewards for you during the test." With that said, Han King flicked his fingers, and the 2 cards fell into Lu Yuan's hands. Lu Yuan felt happy when he saw this and subconsciously reached out to pick it up point, but Ningyun next to him suddenly stretched out her jade hand and held down his arm. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment and looked at Ningyun subconsciously point. Ningyun looked up at Hanking. Principal, 2 junior resource cards are too stingy. Add more. Lu Yuan's lips twitched. Are all teachers so arrogant nowadays? Are you blatantly negotiating terms with the principal? But what surprised him was that the principal was not angry at all after hearing this, but instead laughed. Teacher Ningyun, my divine domain is also in the expansion stage recently. Before the principal could finish speaking, Ningyun interrupted directly. At one more intermediate resource card. This should have belonged to Lu Yuan, but he was deceived by that Luo Ziming. That's okay. The principal opened his mouth and finally took out another intermediate resource card and threw it to Lu Yuan. The next moment he left without even saying hello. He was afraid that if he didn't leave, what if Ningyun would blackmail her again? Thank you, teacher. Lu Yuan didn't expect Ningyun's words to be so effective and immediately bowed slightly to the other party. Why are you grateful? The school should have trained more students with potential like you. Ningyun looked at Lu Yuan and suddenly said seriously, Lu Yuan, although 5 days will not allow the divine realm to develop much, you cannot take it lightly. As far as I know, Luo Ziming's true identity is not an orphan like you. His ancestors belong to a branch of the Luo family in Blood River City. You don't know about the Luo family in Blood River City, right? The Luo family of Hell Blood. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. The bloodline related to Hell has always been synonymous with power. The Blood River Luo family is very famous even in the entire Emerald Federation. Luo Ziming's ancestors have passed away, but it is not ruled out that he will contact the Blood River Luo family. Yun thought for a while, then suddenly reached out and took out a card and handed it to Lu Yuan. This is an intermediate divine realm opening card. Make good use of it and don't slack off these days. Intermediate divine domain opening card. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank. The value of the god's domain opening card was more valuable than the resource card point, but this one will exceed 10 million universal points. He also didn't expect that Ningyun would be so generous to him. At this time, Lu Yuan reached out and took the card without any pretense. Thank you, teacher. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Okay, you can mutate the desert worm, so you must not waste your talent. Okay, I won't waste your time anymore. Get ready. Goodbye. Goodbye, teacher. After separating from Ningyun, Lu Yuan returned directly to his divine realm point. Although he is very confident in his tearing springtail, Lu Yuan is not careless. Be careful with Wanianship. He didn't want to give Luo Ziming a chance to make a comeback. Boom. The void shook, and countless sand and dust once again gathered into a huge face in midair. All the Zerg believers subconsciously raised their heads at this moment. They know that their lord has arrived. Great God of natural disasters, please accept the prayers of believers. Thank you for the glory of the great Lord shining on us. The sounds of prayers came to Lu Yuan's ears, but he didn't pay much attention to them. His eyes looked towards the system space, and the newly acquired items suddenly appeared. Lizard Claw. The claw gene obtained from the lizard man will produce unknown mutations once fused, greatly increasing the target's attack power and increasing its strength by 2 points. Volcanic red crystal. Crystalline powder containing rich fire element. After fusion, it will enhance the target's defense and fire resistance. A very nice reward. A smile appeared at the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. Talk to the system directly. Give all the tearing springtails the fusion of giant lizard claws and volcanic red crystal. Ding. Item collection. Fusion begins. Just listen to a prompt sound. 2 items in the system space were extracted at once. At the same time, countless dust-like light spots emerged in the divine space. In a blink of an eye, it fell on 20,000 tearing springtails and began to merge. Ouch. The extremely painful fusion began again. The body size of the tearing springtail, which was already nearly half a meter long, increased again, reaching 60 centimeters. Red crystals began to appear on the bone's surface, looking like red armor. The 6 originally sharp thighs became thicker and the ends became sharper. What's even more amazing is that the 2 front thighs actually began to twist, detached from the ground. and turned into forelimbs like arms. The ends of the forelimbs began to bifurcate and turned into sharp scimitars in a moment. The entire tearing springtail became more powerful. Tip: your believer race is undergoing mutation. Tip: your believer race has added new abilities. Hint: their faith has deepened. Tip: you have gained 38,456 faith points. Watching the prompts sound from the God's Domain panel one after another, Yuan knew that the entire mutation had been completed. He subconsciously opened the race panel. Name: Tear Springtail. Category: Zerg. Stage: Level 1. Left square bracket ability: Swallowing and Gathering. Strength and Tearing. Charge: Active. Claw Slashing. Fire Resistance. Life: 7. The pinnacle of adulthood. Strength: 8. Adults are no match either. Agility: 8. Speed is faster than 90% of adults. Intelligence: 4. Equivalent to a teenager. Evaluation: the defense has been enhanced, and the adaptability to harsh environments has increased. The mutated claws not only look fierce, but also have equally fierce attack power. It seems that there are no changes, but the addition of 2 passive abilities and the improvement of the strength attribute have further enhanced the tearing springtail. Nodding with satisfaction, Yuan took out a few of his cards again. It's time to expand the divine domain. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8. Opening up the Divine Realm. Putting in resource cards. Eluo Zyming's Madness. Use the Intermediate God Realm opening card. Following Yuan's order in the God's Domain interface, the originally existing Intermediate God's Domain opening card suddenly disappeared. Next moment, great changes began to occur in the entire Divine Domain. The surrounding void began to churn. The edge of the originally vast land began to spread towards the surrounding area. Creation of the void. This is a powerful rule change. With Yuan's demigod ability, it is simply impossible to do it. But he has the God Realm Login device, which is a powerful machine born from the wisdom of countless main worlds. Only the existence of the God's Domain Login device can accomplish what Yuan cannot accomplish with the assistance of various cards. The more contact he had, the more powerful and terrifying Yuan felt in the main world. The land stretches and forests grow. Yuan chose a multi-terrain environment where forests, lakes and grasslands coexist. The cost of this model is relatively high, but it also comes with some natural resources, and these resources will become the natural rations of the Zerg. The Zerg race is called a natural disaster. One of the important reasons is because of their appetite. All things can be devoured. Seeing that the realm of gods was constantly opening up, Yuan turned his attention to other cards. As soon as he stretched out his hand, again, 2 primary resource cards and 1 intermediate resource card were taken out. Directly exchange it for rations that the Zerg like to eat. With a wave of his hand, countless nutritious rations fell from the sky like hills. A miracle. This is a miracle sent by the god of natural disasters. Thank you to the great master, the almighty god of natural disasters. Countless springtails began to pray and eat like crazy. These rations can not only keep the springtails full, but also allow them to collect. Feed the nutrients back to the Zerg mother nest. With a steady supply of nutrients, the Zerg mother nest will continue to produce larvae. The larvae can continue to mutate into tearing springtails. Yuan believed that after 5 days, he would definitely harvest a large army of Zerg. Yuan took a look at his faith value. He did not forget the lottery function of the system. Only, he didn't spend the tens of thousands of faith points immediately. Because the prizes in the lottery are subject to a certain degree of randomness. He planned to wait for the faith value to accumulate again before conducting the lottery. With a thought, he left the divine space directly in the dormitory of number 1 middle school. Yuan opened the door of the login device and walked out of it. In order to ensure the privacy and safety of students themselves, the school's dormitories are all single occupancy dormitories. Yuan opened the internet and started searching for Zerg related information. Regarding the future changes in the development of the Zerg, we need to further study. It just so happened that he could study it carefully during these 5 days. At the same time Yuan left the Divine Realm space. Luo Ziming was talking with the class teacher Zhao who, teacher Zhao, you also heard about the reward just now. You must help me. Help you? How? Zhao, who snorted coldly, your current strength is no different than trash. If it weren't for the fact that your ancestors are related to the Blood River Luo family, I would never argue with the principal. In his opinion, Luo Ziming's potential has been exhausted. Not worth cultivating at all. So the attitude suddenly changed. A cold look flashed across Luo Ziming's eyes. Still smiling, he said, Teacher Zhao, I only need you to lend me 10 million general points. As long as I can defeat Yuan, each of us will receive half of the 20 million reward. Half each. Zhao, whose eyes moved after hearing this. To be honest, he was moved. 10 million universal points is a considerable fortune for him, the teacher who has ignited the divine fire point. If you can get it, just by borrowing a common point, it's not that you can't consider it. Only, you are already like this. How sure are you of defeating Yuan? Zhao, who expressed doubts. HMPH. Teacher Zhao, have you forgotten? My ancestor is a branch of the Blood River Luo family. Luo. Ziming laughed coldly, although our lineage has been abandoned, the Blood River Luo family promised to help me as long as I return with a token left by my ancestors. Are you telling the truth, Zhao? Who thought if Luo Ziming could really persuade the Zhu Luo family to help. Maybe there is a real chance of winning. Of course, I swear on my life. Luo Ziming promised. Okay, I borrowed this general point, but I don't have that much now. You wait until I think of a solution. Zhao, who pondered for a moment and nodded heavily. Okay, thank you teacher. Luo Ziming quickly thanked him. In the depths of his eyes, a hint of evil and madness gradually emerged. Yuan, just wait. You will know how miserable the consequences will be if you offend me. Luo Ziming. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. All freshmen in Kayan City No. 1 Middle School had received notice of the preliminary exam 5 days ago. Everyone is preparing intensively. Only Yuan wandered around leisurely for 5 days. There is almost nothing to do every day except checking information. Finally, on the 5th night, he entered the login cabin again. Connect to the divine realm with or thought. Yuan's consciousness was pulled into the mysterious space again. As soon as he appeared, a series of prompts sounded on the God's domain interface. Chapter 9. Lottery is fun for a while, but always fun. Record. Your divine domain has expanded. Record. Thousands of bushes have grown in your divine domain. Record. A lake has appeared in your divine domain, and there are swarms of white fish in it. Record. The Zerg mother nest is eating, and more larvae appear. Record. The springtails devoured the shrubs, and the shrubs disappeared. Record. The springtails drank the lakes dry and the whitefish disappeared. Record. Your followers have increased. Record. You gained 200,000 faith points. Looking at the dense record prompts, Yuan simply chose to ignore them. With a thought, he came directly to his divine realm. Ouch. The wind howled, and the yellow sand rolled. A huge face made entirely of yellow sand reappeared in midair. Below, countless newly born larvae and the original group of tearing springtails all looked up. There is incomparable piety in the thought. They knew that the great master, the god of natural disasters, had arrived. Yuan looked down from a high altitude and saw that the entire divine domain was more than 10 times larger than before. The vast space allows countless larvae and springtails to move freely. But the land that was originally green and fertile has now turned into a desolate land. Yuan didn't care. As the god of natural disasters, he was the incarnation of natural disasters. No matter how good the environment is, it will be riddled with holes under the ravages of natural disasters. Open the god's domain interface. Yuan withdrew his gaze and directly checked the information changes on the god's domain interface in the past few days. God's domain interface area: 500 hectares. Environment: forest/lake/grassland. Disappeared. Vegetation: composite broadleaf forest. Disappeared. Animal: monkey group. Disappeared. Snake group. disappeared. Mineral deposits. None evaluation. The rich resources have disappeared, and only the evil and ugly Zerg are crawling on the earth. The future may not be dim. Most of the information has not changed at all. Only the area of the divine domain has expanded. At the same time, the evaluation of the divine realm has also become unpredictable. After taking a look, Lu Yuan continued to check his own god's information. You Sir Lu Yuan. God's name. God of natural disasters. Faith value. 480,000. Left square bracket rank. Demigod. Priest. Drought. Sandstorm. Desolation. Sacred fire. Not lit godhead. None. Faith race. Tear Springtail. Insect hive larvae. Zerg mother hive. Believers. Fanatical believers. 36,089. Devout believers. 140,000. Deep believers. 13,891. Pan believers. 0. Nearly 200,000. Seeing that he had gained so many followers at once, Lu Yuan couldn't help but gasp. In just 5 years, the Zerg mother nest has been able to reproduce larvae of this size. This shows its terrifying breeding ability. And this is still the initial stage of the Zerg mother nest. If the level increases in the future, many incredible abilities will burst out. After excluding the original 20,000, nearly 180,000 larvae remained. Lu Yuan decided to transform them all in one go. System. Give all larvae the blood of the Ripper, the lizard claws, and the volcanic red crystal. Ding. Fusion begins. In the god's domain, countless sand and dust fell from the sky again. All the larvae began to roar and roar, completing the transformation that their kind had experienced before. Tip. Your believer race is undergoing mutation. Tip. Your disciple race hive larvae successfully evolved into tearing springtails. Hint. You have 140,000 devout believers converted into fanatic believers. Tip. You have gained 300,000. Faith. A smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face. In the textbook, it is repeatedly emphasized that faith is the most important support for gods. How to cultivate your own followers is the most important issue for every god. Reveal a miracle. Use the power of the priesthood to make believers fearful. Then increase the faith value. However, this method is emphasized again and again in the classroom. It's no longer appropriate to be here in Lu Yuan. The thinking of the Zerg is simpler than that of the beasts, which also results in their beliefs being purer once chosen. I will contribute everything I have without reservation. Even the weakest larvae are deep believers at the lowest level, and there are no pan believers at all. Lu Yuan glanced at the faith value on the interface. A total of 780,000. Let me ask, which demigod can gain so much faith in just 5 days? This time, Lu Yuan finally felt confident. You can try something that you have always wanted to do, but haven't done yet. Lottery. By consuming 10,000 faith points, you can draw a lottery once in the system. All faith values can be drawn a total of 78 times. But Lu Yuan is not so reckless. He was going to take out 100,000 to try his luck. See, if you are an on-chief or a European god system, spend 100,000 faith points to conduct a lottery. The words have fallen. The system prompt appears. Ding. Faith points are consumed, and the lottery begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 666 points of faith. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the bone spur armor. Ding. Congratulations to the host for catching the tooth of the pathogen. Among the continuous beeps, Lu Yuan discovered that most of them were faith values useful. There are only 2 types of draws out of 10. Bone spur armor, Germfang. Bone spur armor, sharp armor filled with ferocious bone spurs. After installation, it can improve the target's defense, and comes with spike attack. Germ teeth. Teeth contaminated with countless germs in the hive rot. After installation, the target's bite force and infection ability can be increased. After reading the detailed introduction of the 2 major awards, Lu Yuan nodded secretly. Whether it's bone spur armor or Germfang, it can greatly increase the combat effectiveness of the Tear Springtail. So, no need to hesitate. System, install all bone spur armor and Germfang for me. But the entire divine realm trembled. A grand, mysterious, and endlessly majestic voice slowly sounded. My followers, I have heard your prayers. Now, accept the gift. Light. like dust scatters in the space point the next moment, or the tearing springtails that had been praying devoutly suddenly let out a shrill roar. Kakaka. Continuous, crisp sounds emerged from their bodies. Dark brown bone spurs grew out of the skin, and in the blink of an eye they grew into dozens of centimeters of bone spurs and covered the entire body point. A disgusting smell emerged from the originally ferocious mouth point. Dark yellow viscous liquid flowed from the teeth point, looking even more disgusting than before. Tip: your believer race has undergone a mutation. Tip: your believer race has new abilities. Tip: you have gained 120,000 faith points. Tip: the faith of the believer race has deepened. Name: Tearer Springtail. Category: Zerg. Stage: Level 1. Left square bracket ability: swallowing and gathering, strength and tearing. Charge: active, claw slashing, fire resistance, bacterial infection, armor stabbing. Active, life. 7. The pinnacle of adulthood: strength. 8. Adults are no match either. Agility. 8. Speed is faster than 90% of adults. Intelligence. 4. Equivalent to a teenager. Evaluation: the defense has been enhanced, and the adaptability to harsh environments has increased. The mutated claws not only look fierce, but also have equally fierce attack power. Yuan scanned the race interface, but the rest of the values did not change. Instead, there are 2 new abilities. Bacterial infection: the teeth of the springtail are highly infectious. Once the bite breaks through the opponent's defense, the germs will spread, which can reduce the target's health. Armor burst: the bone spurs on the armor are stretchable and usually hidden inside the armor. They can burst out suddenly at critical moments, causing fatal damage to the enemy. Seeing these 2 abilities, Yuan couldn't help but get excited. 1 reduces the opponent's health. In other words, blood volume. Lower blood volume means it is easier to be killed. And the second armored thrust is simply an extremely powerful weapon that bursts out suddenly. Seeing how powerful these 2 abilities were, Yuan's heart suddenly felt itchy. The lottery is fun for a while, and the lottery will always be fun. Matt, done. System: let me spend 300,000 faith points to draw a lottery. Yuan was enthusiastic and gave direct instructions to the system. Chapter 10. Single target strengthening. Rank improvement. New Zerg. Mentally abnormal. Ding. The faith value has been consumed, and the lottery begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the swimming fin. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 99 points of faith. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the Murloc's Gill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the mental giant brain. Consumable. In Yuan's opinion, you can get 2 good things in every 10 draws. What's more, he directly fired 30 consecutive draws. Sure enough, the system lived up to expectations. Among the 30 draws, I won several good rewards. Gills of the Murloc, swimming fins, psychic giant brain. Consumable: Murloc's gills, a special organ from the Murloc tribe. After being installed, the target can have the ability to breathe in the water. Swimming fin, an exclusive organ for aquatic fishes. After being installed, it can make the target swim faster in the water. Psychic giant brain. Consumable: a brain that looks full of grooves. Once used, it can cause mental changes in a single target. Is this creating an amphibious army for me? The first 2 abilities made Yuan unable to help but think of this idea. Although the Zerg can survive underwater, they are naturally incomparable to real aquatic creatures, but having these 2 things directly makes up for the lack of underwater capabilities. Certainly, what surprised Yuan the most was the last reward. Mental giant brain. Although it can only be used by 1 unit, the changes produced are definitely higher than he imagined. Maybe it can even be advanced. Resist the urge to jump right in. Yuan directly ordered the system, install Murloc's gills and swimming fins on all the tearing springtails. Ding. Installation begins. Throughout the divine space, the tearing springtails that had just completed their transformation once again saw the mysterious sand and dust in the sky. Then, roars sounded one after another. The ferocious looking tearing springtails, which were originally nearly 1 meter tall, began a new round of mutation. With a hissing sound, the muscles on both sides of their heads were torn apart, and two organs like fish gills grew out. And at the joints under the body, a thin layer of flesh grows out. Tip, your believer race is mutating. Tip, your believer race has added new abilities. Tip, you have gained 60,000 faith points. The increase in faith has been reduced. In this regard, Yuan was not surprised. Believers' beliefs are not static. After continuous contributions, new time is needed for accumulation. In contrast, he was more concerned about the changes in the Tearing Springtail. Really, after mutating, the Tearling has gained two new abilities. Underwater breathing, and swimming mastery. These two abilities do not require much explanation, and can be clearly understood just from the words. The Ripper Springtail changed from a land-based bandit to an amphibious one. This change made Yuan feel very comfortable. But, what's more comfortable is yet to come. His thoughts swept through the layers of tearing springtails, and a majestic voice echoed over the entire divine realm. Who is willing to accept my gift of independence? The moment the sound sounded, countless tearing springtails let out sharp screams. The thoughts in my mind began to boil. My lord, please choose me. I'm willing to give everything. Great God of natural disasters, please grant your humble servant the gift of grace. Suddenly, Yuan's gaze rested on one of the many tearing springtails. It is slightly larger than other springtails. Now, he was standing on a rock, looking up to the sky, and neighing. Seeing this scene, Yuan couldn't help but smile. You are the one. System, fuse this springtail with a mental giant brain. Ding. Start merging. Brush. Above the void, a dazzling light suddenly flashed. It was as if a bolt of lightning cut through the night and instantly fell on the tearing springtail. Next moment, the body of the tearing springtail suddenly jumped up from the rock. One head hit the ground hard. Ouch. While roaring, its body began to swell, directly breaking through 1 meter and reaching a height of 1.5 meters. The claws became sharper and the bone spurs became more ferocious. The most different thing is, its originally triangular head actually began to swell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a monster head full of tumors and vesicles inside the head. A brand new brain could be vaguely seen trembling. Tip, one of your believers has mutated. Tip, its level has been improved. Tip, you have gained a brand new race, the mentally abnormal. Tip, you have gained 102 faith points. Yuan directly clicked on the detailed information of this new race. Chapter 11. From now on, your name is Abatha. The basic test begins. Name, mentally abnormal. Category, Zerg. Stage, level 2. Left square bracket. Ability, enhanced tier. Charge, main, claw slash. Fire resistance, bacterial infection, underwater breathing, swimming proficiency, armored thrust, main, brood pulse, main, psychic wave, main, spiritual scream, main, life. 9. Total blood volume of 2 adults, strength. 11. Tearing humans apart is easy, agility. 8. Speed is faster than 90% of adults, intelligence. 25. Horrible increase, more terrifying than shaman. Evaluation, focusing on spiritual development makes oneself more vulnerable. The best way is to hide. Seeing the interface information of the new race, Yuan only wanted to say 3 words. It was too strong. Generally speaking, for units that have reached level 2, their basic parameters will be about twice as strong as those at level 1, regardless of weapons and equipment. Where there is expertise, the price will be higher. But now, not only the mental aberrations, life force and agility have nearly doubled, but the intelligence option has actually increased to 25 points, equivalent to 5 times the mental strength of an adult human being. This is simply ridiculously strong. And, in addition to this, 3 abilities were born, all of which are active abilities. Brother's Nest Pulse. The mentally deformed person grows a long tentacle from its tail, goes deep into the brood's nest, and sends out a mental pulse to the brood's nest. Note, mental pulse has the effect of accelerating the evolution of the brood, and the specific effect is proportional to the duration. Psychic waves. Release psychic waves through powerful mental power, to achieve the purpose of communicating with the Zerg. It is a powerful tool for commanding battles on the battlefield. Psychic scream. Crazy shouting on the spiritual level can make the opponent lose consciousness instantly. Those who are mentally weak and confused can be directly annihilated by the spirit point. These 3 abilities are also very powerful. The excitement in Lu Yuan's eyes could not be concealed. The brood pulse can accelerate the evolution of the Zerg brood. Once evolved, the brood will produce many powerful functions, which is the foundation of the Zerg. The ability of psychic waves, simply put, is spiritual communication. Especially on the battlefield, when faced with complex and changeable enemy configurations, mentally aberrant people use their powerful intelligence to understand the opponent's direction and respond quickly. This feature will be very useful even in the distant future. The final mental Scream is a means of mental attack. With an intelligence attribute of up to 25 points, this attack can become an extremely terrifying weapon. Generally speaking, the position of the mentally aberrant is battlefield command and auxiliary direction. It is not a powerful unit that charges head on. Nodding, Lu Yuan looked away from the race interface. Looked towards the mentally aberrant person below. Ouch. As if feeling Lu Yuan's gaze, the mentally aberrant person looked up to the sky and roared. Immediately, the whole body suddenly fell to the ground. Powerful mental fluctuations were transmitted instantly. Great God of natural disasters, thank you for giving me a new life. Please give me a name. Give me a name. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that at the same time as his intelligence evolved, the mentally aberrant would actually need his own name. That's fine. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, and the name of a classic character from a game in his previous life appeared in his mind. The positioning of the two seems to be similar. Then, his divine thoughts sounded in the mind of the mentally disturbed person. From now on, your name is Abatha. Abatha in the Blue Star game is far more powerful than the current mental aberrations. The reason why Lu Yuan gave it this name is also an expectation for it. Hopefully, one day, it can grow into a heroic unit as powerful as Abatha. The moment Lu Yuan's oracle fell, the interface prompt sounded again. Tip, you give a name to the believer race. Tip, the mentally deformed believer race has been renamed the mentally deformed Abatha. Tip, you have gained 308 faith points. Tip, the faith of the believer race has deepened. Thank you, my lord, for giving me your name. Abatha will always be loyal to you. The mentally aberrant person who received the name raised his head and roared. A moment of time, the tearing springtails all over the mountains and plains couldn't help but crawl to the ground. Hint, your believer race witnessed a miracle. Tip, you have gained 50,000 faith points. Lu Yuan looked at the domain interface and found that the faith value had once again become 610,000. He resisted the urge to continue drawing. After all, the amount of faith required to ignite the divine fire is too huge. If you want to take the college entrance examination in high school, igniting the divine fire is a must and the only criterion. This standard alone has stumped countless high school students. To ignite the divine fire, the minimum faith value is 1 million. No one would be stupid enough to try to light a divine fire with 1 million faith points accumulation. Only continuous accumulation can provide greater guarantee for igniting the divine fire. After issuing an oracle to the mentally aberrants to go to the nest to release pulses, Lu Yuan left his divine space. Next, he needs to recharge his batteries and wait for the next day's final exam. One night passed in the blink of an eye. It's 9 o'clock the next morning. In the examination center of Kayan City No. 1 High School, all the 1,000 freshmen in the school gathered in the stands of the examination center below. There are hundreds of God's domain lodge-in cabins densely arranged. At this moment, all the freshmen couldn't help but gear up. Suddenly, at the front of the first floor, a row of figures wearing faculty uniforms emerged. For a moment, all the freshmen suddenly became quiet. Because the probing exam is about to begin. Chapter 12 Desert Snake Man, Luo Ziming's new method. Dear classmates, today, Principal Hanking began to deliver a speech and announced the rules of the preliminary examination. To put it simply, thousands of freshmen were randomly divided into 10 groups, 100 people per group. The first 100 people appeared in every corner of the random God's domain at the same time. 1 point is awarded for each opponent eliminated, and the team ranked first in the group standings advances directly. The 10 students who ranked first in The group were randomly combined to fight a lone point. The winner advances directly to the next round, while the loser is eliminated. The rules sound simple, but in reality there is room for maneuver. For example, if a freshman with strong individual strength cannot eliminate more students, he will definitely not be able to advance. If it is targeted by multiple students at the same time, it will most likely fail. The reason for this arrangement is, on the one hand, to see the strength of the students as believers. On the other hand, it depends on the tactical adaptability of the students themselves. After all, in just a few days, most freshmen cannot make much preparation. Of course, except for those who have a family background, or have a strong background. Yuan was placed in the third group, and it would be his turn after the first two groups completed their competition. The first group of students is ready to enter the cabin, as the invigilator's voice sounded. The first group of students in the stands all stood up and walked towards the lodging cabin below. At this time, Yuan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he saw a familiar figure. Luo Ziming. He was actually placed in the first group. As it happens, Luo Ziming seemed to feel Yuan's gaze. He suddenly stopped and showed a solemn smile towards Yuan. He raised his arm and swept his hand across his neck like a knife. Yuan saw what the other party meant. It's talking to him. Waits to die. Yuan. In this regard, Yuan's expression did not fluctuate at all. It is not yet certain who can kill whom. Soon, all the students in the first group entered the lodging cabin. Dozens of large screens in the examination center lighted up at the same time. The examination location is a virtual battlefield in the world of gods. The battle here is the spiritual link established between gods and believers, and there will be no real death. In order to meet the needs of different new believer environments, the examination scene is a multi-terrain composite scene. As the light flashed, the exam began. Yuan glanced at the big screen. Most of the freshmen in the first group had nothing novel about them. In 5 days, the original 200 basic believers could only grow by about 100 at most. Occasionally there are many, and a lot of resources have been invested. He just glanced at it a few times and didn't pay much attention to it. His eyes scanned the screen everywhere. He is searching. Look for Luo Ziming. Soon, he found it. This guy chose the desert snake man. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Luo Ziming's priesthood was also related to heat, so most of the races he chose were drought-tolerant races. However, what surprised Yuan was all of Luo Ziming's snake people have mutated. 500 mutated snake men. Where did he get the resources? Questions appeared in Yuan's mind, and he couldn't help but observe Luo Ziming's followers carefully. Soon, he discovered that Luo Ziming's mutated snake man was very powerful and crushed a classmate of a dwarf believer right after he was born. Almost everywhere they went, they were victorious in less than half a minute. They were already far ahead in the standings. The time flow rate in the main world is different from that in the divine world. Half a minute is equivalent to several hours. Strange. When did the snake man become so strong? Looking at Luo Ziming's battle scene, Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Certainly, this kind of question only flashed through my mind. After all, in the face of absolute numbers, no matter how strong these snake people are, they are useless in the end. Luo Ziming took the lead with 54 points and won the first place in the group. The second group then came on stage. Most of the believer races are not much different, and the situation is not much different from the first group. At this time, several outstanding students began to emerge, and the competition in the standings became fierce. Unfortunately, there is only one champion. After a lot of fighting, it finally came to an end. The third group is ready to play. Yuan stood up from his seat when he heard the teacher's voice. This was his first battle at number 1 middle school after traveling through time. Come to think of it, I still have a little expectation. Entering the lodging cabin, Yuan directly contacted and entered the divine world with a thought. Tip: the basic test will start in 1 minute. Tip: players are asked to choose and deploy believers to fight. Tip: the countdown begins. Yuan's spiritual thoughts swept across the entire divine space. Next moment, I saw a thought in his mind, and the majestic divine thoughts enveloped 20,000 tearing springtails. 20,000 tearing springtails instantly fell into a dormant state. Their consciousness was pulled into the virtual divine space. Need to deploy. Yuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly as he looked at the tearing springtails with fierce eyes. Forget it. It's over. Tip. Countdown is over. Tip. Transmission starts in a flash of light. Yuan and his race of believers disappeared instantly. Chapter 13. The Confused Pig-Headed Man. Yuan's first battle shocked the audience. But the light in front of his eyes shined. When Yuan opened his eyes again, Point has been randomly teleported to a desolate hilly area point on the low hillside. 20,000 Tear Springtails were crawling on the ground, ready to attack like cheetahs. The Divine Realm interface in front of Yuan flashed with light, and on the back of the hillside, less than 5 kilometers away, a ray of light was beating Point. As long as they are close to a certain range, they can sense each other. Point. This is to prevent players from lurking in an area for a long time without being discovered, and delaying the game. Yuan's figure subconsciously rose up, looking across the hill. Point. Just one glance, then he saw a large group of pig-headed men running from a distance. Point as their god. The other party obviously also saw Yuan's figure. Point. After Liu Mingliang saw Yuan's information about the gods, first he was stunned. Point. Immediately afterwards, he couldn't help laughing wildly. Hahaha, it's really God who helped me. I was able to gain a point as soon as I came up. If it was someone else, he might not know it, but he was very familiar with Yuan's identity. Point. On the first day of school, he actually chose Desert Worm as a disciple. Point. Such jokes have already spread throughout the school. Point. No matter how many desert worms there are, what's the use without attack power? In Liu Mingliang's view, it was just points delivered to his door. Believers, rush for me. Liu Mingliang shouted loudly. Point. Below, the 200 heavily armed pig-headed leaders howled excitedly. People, for the great god of fertility, for the light of fertility, to shine on the world. Point. For the glory of the ancestor god, charge forward, tear all enemies into pieces. Ouch. 200 pig-headed men wearing bone armor and wielding bone maces roared loudly. Point. He rushed up the hillside menacingly. Kill, 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 kill. However, when Liu Mingliang led them over the hillside, all the roaring stopped suddenly. Point. All over the mountains and plains, 20,000 crawling turtles all looked towards them. Point. Liu Mingliang, who was originally confident and sure of victory, suddenly shrank. Subsequently, an incredible scream sounded from his mouth. Is this a desert worm? Yuan chuckled lightly. The next moment, the oracle sounded in his mouth. Kill. Ouch. Ouch. A sharp scream came, and 20,000 tearing springtails turned into a terrifying torrent of Zerg. Point. Just for a moment, just drown all the pig-headed men. Oh, help, help, great god of fertility, save your followers. The shrill screams and wails only lasted for less than a few seconds, and then disappeared instantly. Point. At the same time, Liu Mingliang, who looked dull, received a prompt from the god's domain interface. Tip, your believer race has been attacked. Tip, your believer race has all been destroyed. Hint, you are eliminated. The moment the last one appeared, Liu Mingliang was teleported directly, before he could react. Point. The other side. Tip, your believer race has achieved a decisive victory. Tip, you have earned 1 point. Looking at the pig-headed people in front of them with no bones left, before Yuan could say anything. Point. Sudden, a prompt sounded again. Point. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Wild boar tusking. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. 999 faith points. Yuan's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that even this kind of virtual divine battle could cause the system to react. Point. Even additional rewards were given. Point. This made him extremely happy. Point. He took a look and found that the material of the boar's tusks was relatively average, and it could slightly increase the attack of tearing springtails. That's certainly not his concern. Point. Because now that you can get boar tusks, you can get other things from other opponents with the accumulation of quantity. Maybe the best things can be born. Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Point. He pointed towards the distant land. Believers, run forward. Ouch. For the glory of the god of disaster. Amidst the roaring in the sky, on the entire land, 20,000 dark brown springtails gathered into a swarm, leaving no trace of armor anywhere they passed. Point. Because Yuan dealt with Liu Mingliang too quickly just now. Point. So that there was no picture of him on the big screen. Point. But when the insect tide rolls in, this spectacular scene finally attracted everyone's attention. FK. Look, what is that? Ah. These bugs. Why are they so vicious? Oh. My god. Isn't this too much? Who is Yuan? How did he do it? Ah. I remembered. Isn't he that Yuan? The guy who chose Desert Worm as a follower. What? This is impossible. When did the Desert Worm mutate so badly? Gradually. Not only were the freshmen talking about it, but the entire faculty and staff were looking surprised. Why? Is this Yuan so powerful? Can he mutate the Desert Worm to such an extent? 1. Teacher couldn't help being surprised and spoke. Teacher. Ning, is this from your class? Ning. Yuan sat aside and saw Yuan's devastated state in the picture, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Yuan is indeed a rare genius. I just discovered it. She nodded. It's amazing. It seems like I found a treasure this time. I'm afraid it can crush everything just by sheer numbers. In my opinion, the new champion this time must be him. All the teachers praised him one after another, but at this moment, teacher Zao who next to him changed his tone. Haha, that's not necessarily the case. Quantity may not determine everything. The strength of a god ultimately depends on the rank of the believer's race. Point right. Teaching. Chapter 14. With 1 against 50, an alliance to resist Yuan is established. Ningyun turned her head and glanced, and found that the look on Zao whose face seemed a little different. She didn't speak, but continued to pay attention to the game on the starting field. Not far away, the eyes of Principal Hanking, who had been silent until now, suddenly flashed with light. Yuan, you should be more than just prepared for this, right? He whispered to himself secretly. In the virtual divine realm, Yuan naturally didn't know what many classmates and teachers were talking about outside. He has now eliminated nearly 30 classmates one after another. Everything in its path was annihilated. And the prompt sounds in the system space are simply endlessing. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Kobold Blood Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving additional rewards. Goblin Rations Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Corrosive Poison Sack Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Exploding Eye. Yuan no longer has time to look at the many awards he has received. He is constantly searching for the hidden gods. He is now far ahead in the standings. But, therefore, his name has been completely spread throughout the entire virtual god realm. Outside a wide lake, 200 heavily armed jackals came in force. Sudden, in the lake, figures with bumps all over their bodies, smooth skin, and frogman-like heads popped up. Quack. They suddenly puffed up their cheeks, and a stream of highly toxic venom was about to spit out from the poison glands on both sides. At this moment, a rapid voice sounded in midair. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm here for the alliance. Above the jackal, a figure of the god Yuan appeared. Zhao. Zeng's, no one can resist those bugs now. We must unite, otherwise we can only be defeated by him one by one. Hearing this, in the lake, a thin figure slowly emerged. How to do it? I plan to contact all the surviving freshmen to take action together. Zhang K, the god of jackals, said in a deep voice. I know that your family is rich, and there are more than 500 toad believers. As long as you join us, the possibility of our victory will greatly increase. As long as we eliminate him, we will compete on our own, so that everyone has a chance. Zhao Zeng's eyes flashed when he heard this moment. He nodded and said, okay, I agree. Very good. A look of surprise appeared on Zhang K's face. I'll ask them all to come over now, so that we can maximize our advantage by using your lake as a battlefield. But Zhang K left with the jackal followers not long after. Such a picture appeared on the big screen of the entire virtual god realm. Races of believers met each other, but did not start a war. They all converged towards the lake where Zhao Zeng's was. The number is increasing. Haha, Zhang K is indeed a child of the war family, and he actually figured out a way to unite everyone. The head teacher of class 6 couldn't help but feel proud on his face. This is his student. Zhao Zeng's from class 9 has also joined. His toads have actually multiplied to 1000, and they have also mutated the ability to attack remotely. This battle looks like a good one. Ningyun couldn't help but feel worried in her eyes after hearing this. Judging from the current screen, more than 50 students are already gathering in the direction of the lake point once the war actually breaks out. It's hard to say whether Lu Yuan's Zerg army can win. Ningyun didn't want Lu Yuan to be eliminated by a group fight before even entering the finals. As if he saw Ningyun's nervousness, the principal next to him suddenly said, "Don't worry, I'm very optimistic about this kid Lu Yuan. Even if we fight 1 against 50, we may not have no chance of winning." In the virtual divine realm, Lu Yuan also felt something was wrong after not finding his opponent for half an hour. "Could it be that you want to target me together?" Lu Yuan's eyes flashed, and fighting intent suddenly rose in his eyes. "That's fine. If we get together, we'll save ourselves the trouble." After 1 hour, Lu Yuan's army finally approached the Alliance's lake point. After climbing over a mountain, Lu Yuan finally saw the opponent's assembled army. "Attention, all races wearing leather armor and iron armor equipment, come forward. As long as you can resist the Zerg attack in the front row, you can buy time for the back row. The long-range soldiers of the human race and demi-human race stay behind and serve as the second point of firepower. The underwater races all go into the water. If they break through the defense line, the water will be your main battlefield point. Kill the opponent as much as possible." Looking at the Alliance troops gradually forming their formation point, a smile appeared on Zhang Kei's face. He came to Zhao Zeng's side. He smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, the formation has been arranged. Your toad men can do their best in the water. It is estimated that the battle will be over before they rush over." Although Zhao Zeng's is thin and small, the arrogant look in his eyes is not weak at all. "So what if we break through? The Zerg's ability to fight in water is extremely poor. I can deal with it myself when the time comes." Ha ha ha. Zhang Kei laughed and didn't care about Zhao Zeng's harsh tone. That's it. I think the number 1 in the standings this time is none other than Brother Zhao." As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, I heard Shen Zuan's exclamation from the distance. Come, it's Lu Yuan." On the plain beyond the lake, Lu Yuan's army of 20,000 ripworms approached point, and on the other side, the army of nearly 50 demigod believers also exceeded 10,000. The confrontation between the two parties finally seems to be no longer so disparate. At this time, Zhang Kei emerged from midair. "Lu Yuan, you have also seen our Lanoop. Why don't you quit on your own initiative to avoid hurting the harmony?" Zhang Kei's smiling voice just sounded. I saw Lu Yuan's palm slightly swiping downwards in midair. "Charge." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15, Armor Stabbing, Tearing the Front Row, Amphibious Talent, Underwater Combat, Invincible Crushing. Ouch. Countless roars and roars sounded. 20,000 Tearing Springtails instantly activated their ability, Charge Bus. For a moment, the Tearing Springtail, which was already ready to attack, suddenly sprang out. It rushed towards the local camp at a terrifying speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. There is no fear or timidity in their minds. Only killing. Zhang Kei also didn't expect that Lu Yuan would start fighting without even saying hello. The words that originally came to my mouth were swallowed hard. Instead, there were anxious shouts. "Hurry up, defend. The front row's human shields must hold up to me. Prepare for long-range attacks, brother. Zhao's toad people are ready. But all believer races take action at this moment. In the lake, 4,000 toad people surfaced. On both sides of them, poison glands filled with highly toxic substances began to swell with inhalation. The poison inside begins to brew. Just open your mouth. It can be sprayed tens of meters away. The front row must support me, otherwise the toadman will not be able to aim. Zhang Kei roared crazily at the top of his lungs. The first wave of impact is the most critical point. As long as you can withstand the opponent's impact, wait until the toadman's poison falls. That can turn the situation around. Wild boar, kobold, wolf head, anthead, goblin, all races emit unique roars and roars, watching the mighty and ferocious army of Tearing Springtails roaring towards them. Outside the virtual divine realm, all the students including the teacher, were staring at the big screen at this moment. Them, counting silently in your mind unconsciously. 3, 2, 1 boom, the armors of both sides collided instantly. Click, 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 poof, various complex and mysterious sounds appeared. Blood and smoke intertwined. Finally, the moment I saw the picture clearly, the entire examination center actually burst into cheers. It's blocked. It's really blocked. Hahaha. Let me tell you, after the numerical advantage disappears, these damn reptiles are not so scary. The Alliance must win. The whole exam center is in this situation. It's really because the Zerg army controlled by Yuan was too ferocious wherever it passes. No race can leave any bones behind. Invisibly, he has been designated by everyone as the Big Devil. And seeing that the Alliance finally withstood the attack of the Big Devil, how could they not be happy? Haha, my strategy was successful. Zang. K waved his hand excitedly. Prepare for long range attack. Prepare Toadman. Attack. Boohoo. Arrows, javelins, and spears all broke through the air. Certainly, more importantly, there is the powerful venom spit of the Toadman. Swish. A stream of yellow-green venom rose into the sky like an arrow. It only takes a few seconds to completely cut through the void and land in the enemy's camp. Just these few seconds the Alliance will establish an advantage. But faced with such a situation, there was no trace of panic on Yuan's face in the distance. Even the corners of his mouth actually turned up slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile. The front row tears apart Springtails, and the armor stabs violently. The Oracle's thoughts enveloped the entire audience. Next moment, the believers of all races who were still in a stalemate with the front row suddenly saw it. Countless spikes as sharp as blades erupted from the back of the tearing Springtail. At such a close distance, there is no way to dodge. Puff, puff, the sound of spikes penetrating armor sounded. Just for a moment, countless blood mist erupted from those races. Even those races wearing iron armor are of no use. Because in just 5 days, few people were willing to spend a huge amount of money to assemble heavy armor for the believer race. And those lightweight iron armors can't stop the impact of bone spurs at all. Even if there is heavy armor, it is not enough to affect the overall situation. So, in just an instant, those front row human shields penetrated by the tearing Springtails were raised high. The tearing Springtails behind took advantage of this gap and continued to rush forward. Armor blast. Charge forward. Armor blast. Charge forward. Just a few seconds the human shield in the front row was completely torn apart. Ouch. The sharp screams, accompanied by blood and screams, instantly flooded the entire battlefield. At this time, even the spears and arrows fell in midair under the resistance of the spiked armor. No real damage was caused. As for the venom higher up, one could only watch helplessly as countless tearing Springtails slipped through their gaps. How can it be? A cry of disbelief sounded from Zankei's mouth. He never expected that Yuan's tearing Springtail would have such a terrifying trump card. The tearing Springtails that rush into the crowd don't need to use much attack at all. Its terrifying spikes alone are enough to cause damage. The massacre was completely one-sided. All the spectators who were watching opened their mouths in shock at this moment. Did not expect the Alliance that one second thought was guaranteed to win suddenly collapse the next second. Ning. Yuan took a long breath and relaxed her whole body. And beside seeing this scene, Han King had a rich smile on his face. Haha, this guy really didn't disappoint me. Han King's eyes were filled with admiration. Now, it's the final underwater battle. There's some trouble under the carnage of the tearing Springtails. The battle on land soon came to an end. In the distance, the Toadman who originally planned to spit out venom could no longer be seen. Including all races that can dive. They have dispersed at this moment. Among the huge lakes. With their underwater maneuverability, they also have a chance to save the day. However, Yuan didn't even look at them from beginning to end. Until all the ground troops were completely torn apart. He just waved his hand. All the tear Springtails rushed into the water one after another. Chapter 16. Turn on the synthesis function. Quota for middle school exchange competition. Puff thump thump. Look at the scene of all the Springtails tearing apart like water. Many people shook their heads slightly. This Yuan is a little carried away. He shouldn't have entered the water so quickly. That's right. His disciple's physical strength is already low. Even if they go into the water, they have to recover their physical strength before going down. Well, this gives the Alliance more opportunities to counterattack. Hang. King couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard the discussion point. He thought Lu Yuan was a calm student. I didn't expect him to be so eager. Being greedy for merit and rushing forward is not the potential of an outstanding student. He was thinking about talking to Lu Yuan after it was over, but when he saw that all the springtails that had entered the water actually opened their organs like fish gills and their flesh like fins, the whole person suddenly stood up from his seat, breathing underwater. His Zerg are actually amphibious. Swish. The tearing springtail that entered the water instantly burst into swimming faster than the frogman with its fishman gills and swimming fins almost in the blink of an eye. He caught up with the lone underwater race not far away. How is it possible? This is impossible. Seeing this scene, Zhao Zeng's originally arrogant expression completely changed. He never expected that Lu Yuan's bugs could swim faster than fish in the water. The idea of fighting guerrilla warfare was completely dead before it was implemented. A killing faster than on land took place. This moment, the deep lake has instead become the home ground of the Zerg. The defenses of the underwater murlocs and toads themselves are not even as good as those of the kobolds. The outcome can naturally be imagined. After a few minutes, an army of 20,000 Ripper Zerglings completely annihilated all races. Continuous prompts pop up on the God's Domain interface. Tip, your believer race achieved an overwhelming victory. Tip, your points +1. Left square bracket. Tip, your points +1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. 10,000 faith points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Secret medicine for breeding. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Biological telescope. Hearing a series of system prompts, Lu Yuan burst into laughter. Now his system space is filled with various rewards. He couldn't wait to have another fight with 1 against 50 points. Certainly, Lu Yuan knows this is unrealistic. After the God's Domain interface announced that he advanced to the next round as the first in the group. The hatch opened and he returned to his seat again. As soon as he sat down, Teacher Yuan appeared next to him. Well done, Ning. Yuan smiled and praised. Thank you, teacher, for the compliment. Lu Yuan responded with a smile. Teacher, you came here just to compliment me, right? Of course not, Ning. Yuan smiled slightly and lowered her voice. The principal asked me to give you a message. You saw your strength. If you can impress him, he will consider letting you participate in this year's Iron City Middle School Exchange Competition. Middle School Exchange Competition? Lu Yuan's eyes lit up after hearing this. He was very familiar with this event. It is the biggest high school competition in the entire Iron City. Not only that, every student who shines on it has a high probability of achieving higher achievements in the future. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but nodded. Don't worry, teacher, I will never let you down. That's good, Ning. Yuan nodded and was about to turn around and leave. Lu Yuan seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, Teacher, can I take a leave? What, Ning? Yuan was confused. My followers may be mutating, so I want to go to the dormitory. Lu Yuan said. Ah, you going to mutate again, Ning? Yuan was a little surprised that it had only been so long before she mutated again. You don't need to go back. There is a spare lodging cabin next to the examination center. I will take you there. The requirement for one's own students to improve their strength. Naturally, Ning Yuan would not stop her in any way. After saying that, she pulled Lu Yuan and walked out of the stands right next to the exam center. A row of independent rooms is dedicated to class quizzes. It's just that today, because of the preliminary exam, most of them are empty. Go in. Feel free to tell me if you need anything. Thank you, teacher. Lu Yuan was thanked and entered the lodging cabin. After linking to the God's Domain interface. He entered his own divine space again. Before he could check his interface information, then I heard the system prompt sound in my mind. Ding. Detect that the host's additional rewards have reached the upper limit and the synthesis function is enabled. Ding. Auxiliary synthesis assistant has been launched. Synthetic function? Lu Yuan subconsciously looked towards the system space point. The densely packed additional rewards are actually arranged neatly into categories in front of him. A light curtain clearly stated the detailed introduction of the synthesis function points. To put it simply, it is to combine some unrelated items through the system to turn them into a brand new item point. The auxiliary synthesis assistant can automatically help Lu Yuan plan the synthesis route, eliminating the possibility of his own attempts and failures. Just don't be too considerate. System, plan a synthesis route for me first. Lu Yuan, who understood the function, gave the order directly. Ding. Synthetic items are being selected. I saw. Suddenly 3 items flew out of the system space and hovered in front of Lu Yuan. Chapter 17. The drastic change in the poisonous explosion. The irreversible ability from Springtails. These 3. Lu Yuan glanced at it, and information suddenly appeared on it. Toad venom glands. The highly toxic glands from the toad's cheeks can expand and compress to release high concentration venom. Corrosive poison sac. The corrosive poison sac from the body of the ant-headed man contains strong corrosive acid. Exploding eyes. The eyes on the top of the head of the multi-eyed fish man can actively explode at any time, injuring the opponent. Ding. The synthesis route planning is completed. Do you want to synthesize it? Now that the system has been planned, Lu Yuan feels that there is no reason for him to make further changes. Then, he nodded directly. Synthesis. The words have fallen. I saw 3 items bursting out with mysterious light. Then they attract each other and finally merge. The light became brighter and brighter. I can't see the changes clearly at all. This change only lasted for a short moment and then disappeared suddenly. A huge, yellow-green, venom-filled sac appeared in front of Lu Yuan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting self-exploding poison sac. Self-exploding poison sac. The tough and ugly poison sac is filled with highly toxic corrosive venom. Once it explodes, it can cause heavy damage to both the opponent and yourself. Is this a bomb? After reading the above introduction, Lu Yuan couldn't help but take a breath of air. If all the huge poison sacs with a diameter of nearly 1 meter exploded, it is hard to imagine how much damage it would cause to the surrounding area. Does this ask me to cultivate a suicide squad? Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. He has nearly 200,000 Zerg believers. Even if he takes out a batch of them to self-destruct, he won't feel any pain at all. On the contrary, the other party may not be able to withstand such consumption. Just do it. Lu Yuan descended directly into the entire divine space. System, install self-exploding poison sacs on all the springtails for me. Ding. Installation begins. In midair, all the Zerg looked up. The familiar motive dust reappeared. People, the great god of natural disasters has sent a miracle. The mentally deformed Abatha let out a high-pitched roar. Get ready for the miracles of our lord. Ouch. A shrill roar resounded from the mouth of the entire tearing springtail. This time, what surprised Lu Yuan was their appearance actually hasn't changed much. If I have to say it, it just looks like my belly is getting bigger. This is completely inconsistent with what he saw in the system space. Tip, your believer race is undergoing mutation. Tip, you have gained 120,000 faith points. Tip, believer's faith deepens. A prompt appears, indicating that the mutation has been completed. Lu Yuan couldn't wait to open the race panel of the Zerglings. Name, Tier Springtail. Category, Zerg. Stage, Level 1. Left square bracket ability, Swallowing and Gathering. Enhanced Tearing. Charge. Main, Claw Slashing. Fire Resistance. Bacterial Infection. Underwater Breathing. Swimming Proficiency. Armored Thrust. Main, Poisonous Explosion. Main, Life. 7. The Pinnacle of Adulthood. Strength. 8. Adults are no match either. Agility. 8. Speed is faster than 90% of adults. Intelligence. 4. Equivalent to a teenager. Evaluation. The powerful body adds new abilities, but they must be used with caution. Lu Yuan looked at it for a long time and found that there was only one more active ability. Poison Explosion. Drastic change. The poison sac contained in the abdomen expands rapidly in a short period of time, and the body of the torn springtail will begin to degenerate, with most of it being taken up by the poison sac. After the drastic change, the insect body has higher agility and can quickly roll towards enemies at short distances. Once touched, the poison sac will explode immediately. Note: It takes a certain amount of time to cast this ability. During this period, you cannot move. Once the cast is completed, it is irreversible. No wonder, after understanding the ability, Yuan finally understood why the Tearing Springtail seemed to have no change point, because once there is a drastic change, it will directly transform into a poisonous bangling insect, and there is no other choice but to self-destruct. This is an irreversible process. It cannot be used easily until the end point. However, this also gives Yuan a hidden trump card. Just imagine once you encounter some units with high defense and blood thickness, part of the Tearing Springtails turned into poisonous bannerlings and launched a suicide attack. It directly caused heavy losses to the other party's believers. After finishing all this, Yuan took another look at the system space and found that there was no new synthesis route prompt. He was ready to leave. After all, it's exam time. If he doesn't go back for a long time, it will be troublesome if his exam is delayed. As soon as Yuan went out, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, teacher Ningyun was guarding his door. Seeing Yuan appear, Ningyun asked hurriedly, "How's it going? Was the mutation successful?" "Well, fortunately, I lived up to my fate." Yuan nodded. "Great, now you have more confidence." Yun smiled sincerely. Regarding Ningyun's care, Yuan secretly remembered it in his heart. If there is an opportunity in the future, he must repay her well. When the two returned to the examination center, I found that the 10th group was nearing the end. Fortunately, I came back in time. If I were late, I might have missed it. Okay, the first place winners of the 10 groups have been selected. A few minutes later, the invigilator announced directly, "Now, we will draw lots randomly. Candidates, please pay attention to your matching number and take your seat according to the number." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan saw the heads of 10 people appear on the big screen. The avatar flashed back and forth, then suddenly stopped. Yuan's number clearly reads the number 5. On the other side, the one with the same number 5 matched him directly. The opponent's name is Zenhard. Chapter 18. A ground burrowing armor piercing tribe comparable to heavy armor. The poisonous explosion begins. Zenhan? Yuan raised his eyebrows, feeling like he had some impression. He seems to be the first in the second group. Ask students to take their seats. The invigilator's voice sounded. Immediately, the 10 number 1 players all walked towards their lodging cabins. Around, seeing the top 10 appearing, all the students couldn't help but cast envious glances. Because these 10 people are the elite of the entire school. Down with the big devil. Suddenly, I don't know which student among the crowd shouted first. Just for a moment, it received responses from countless students. Down with the big devil. Down with the big devil. Listening to the roar of the mountain and that tsunami, Yuan looked back with some confusion. What are these people doing? Demon King? Who is the big devil? Who knows? The opponent next to him, Zenhao, suddenly spoke. "Brother, stop looking. They are talking about you." Yuan became a little confused. "When did I become the devil?" Zen Jiang is not tall, but she looks extremely fat. She is estimated to weigh 200 pounds for her height of 1.7 meters. He spread his hands speechlessly. "Who makes your Zerg so ugly and cruel? What else is it, if it's not a Demon King?" He said with a smile. "Brother, although you are more numerous, it is a pity that you met me. I'm your nemesis." "Oh, is it so?" Yuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Then, I'd like to see it." The two entered the lodging cabin and directly entered the divine space. Tip, the exam map is being extracted. Tip, the exam scene is plain. Tip, the exam is about to start. Countdown is 1 minute. Tip, the countdown begins. Yuan did not change much this time, and still sent out his 20,000 Tearing Springtails. When the time comes, believers and gods enter the virtual divine realm at the same time. As far as the eye can see, there is a large flat plane. You can see it at once. Thousands of meters away, Zen Giant's race of believers. Yuan took a rough look, and found that there were more than 500 believers in total. Sudden, his eyes narrowed. These believers had pointed heads, and were nearly 1.5 meters tall. The whole body is actually covered with diamond-shaped scales. These scales are extremely thick, and look like heavy armor. This is the digging armor piercing clan. Lu Yuan spoke in confusion. The diggers, a subspecies of humans derived from pangolin genes, are naturally good at digging holes. A suit of hard-scale armor is no worse than heavy armor at this moment. These armor-piercing clansmen did not have any weapons in their hands. On the contrary, their sharp claws were surprisingly long. It looks extremely sharp. Haha, how about it, brother? Am I okay as a believer? In mid-air, Zen Gang had a smile on his face. Then he waved his hand. Attack. Ouch. For the god of the earth, charge. All the digging armor-piercing clan believers roared wildly and took the initiative to charge towards Lu Yuan. 500 charges against 20,000. Lu Yuan felt that Zen Gang's brain was broken. Same. Lu Yuan's side also descended from the divine realm, and 20,000 tearing springtails also charged towards the digging armor-piercing clan. The distance of several thousand meters was quickly shortened under the full sprint. However, just when the two parties were about to get close. Sudden, the armor-piercing digger who was originally running jumped suddenly and plunged headlong towards the ground. Relax, Earth. In mid-air, Zen Jiang, the god of the earth, displayed his divine power at this moment. Just hearing a soft sound, all the armor-piercing men sank into the earth and disappeared. The army of tearing springtails that lost their target suddenly stopped. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's expression changed as he saw the ground at the center of the tearing springtail suddenly collapse. 500 armor-piercing diggers rushed out from the ground. The sharp claws in his hands clawed hard at the body of the springtail. Poof. Poof. A muffled sound emerged, and the abdomens of 500 springtails were torn open at once. Sharp claws more than half a meter long tore apart their bodies. Casualties appeared for the first time among Lu Yuan's followers. The tearing springtails nearby reacted and rushed towards the 500 armor-piercing diggers involuntarily. The sharp claws like blades slashed at the opponent's body. Armored burst also broke out at the same time. However, surprisingly, their attacks landed on the scales of the digging armor-piercing tribe, which were comparable to heavy armor. All that was left was a trail of sparks. Other than that, it's useless. Kill. Seeing that his defenses were not broken by the tearing springtails, the leader of the digging armor-piercing tribe shouted loudly, and 500 pairs of sharp claws swept through all the tearing springtails around him. Seeing more springtails rushing towards them, they jumped again, plunged into the ground, and disappeared. 2 consecutive impacts have caused thousands of damage to the springtail. If this continues, even 20,000 units of tearing springtails will probably be consumed. Haha, brother, how about it? I just told you to restrain yourself. Zen Gang smiled happily. Otherwise, let's stop here, and there's no point in continuing. He couldn't help but feel ecstatic. After defeating the big devil, he will definitely gain countless fans, and maybe his girlfriend's affairs will be settled. However, Lu Yuan smiled softly after hearing this and said non-committally, really? I'm afraid we won't be able to tell the winner until the end. The words fell. His oracle sounded simultaneously in the minds of 2,000 tearing springtails. Start. The poisonous explosion. Chapter 19. The poisonous bannerling bug's meritorious service, the digging claw, and Lu Yuan possessed by the god of Europe. Looking at it now, this Lu Yuan is probably dead. The numbers of these Zerg are huge, but their weaknesses are also obvious. Yes, attacking from underground is indeed a restrained method. Listening to the discussions among the surrounding faculty and staff, a trace of worry appeared on Ning Yun's pretty face. She looked at the principal. Principal, doesn't Lu Yuan have a chance? Hearing this, Han King's eyes moved. I don't think so. What? Ning Yun was confused and didn't know where she had the confidence in Lu Yuan at this time. Look, the principal raised his hand and pointed, and Ning Yun suddenly discovered that behind the army of springtails, the bodies of some springtails were mutating. This is, ouch. In the virtual god realm, 2,000 tearing springtails have begun their transformation. The self-exploding poison sac hidden in the body finally began to swell at this moment. The limbs degenerate and the body shortens visibly to the naked eye. They can be seen turning into a dark green sphere. 10 seconds later, just when all the tearing springtails completely mutated into poisonous bannerlings, the armor-piercing burrower hiding under the ground rushed out. Kill it all before They could finish their words, or the poisonous bannerlings in front of them shrank suddenly. The next moment, like a rapidly spinning tire, it rushed towards the nearest armor-piercing digger. What the hell is this? All the armor-piercing diggers subconsciously slashed with their claws at this moment. The terrifying poisonous sac of the poisonous bannerling insect exploded. Boom. Boom boom. Continuous roars sounded. Countless highly corrosive and poisonous liquids covered the body. Just hearing a sizzling sound, the scales that were originally comparable to heavy armor were corroded into a big hole in an instant. This is just the beginning. 2000 poisonous bannerling insects dealt with 500 first level armor piercing burrows. It's just crushing. Everyone in the stands was completely speechless at this moment. Looking at the figure that was melted by the corrosive poison, Lu Yuan's reputation as the Great Demon King became even more entrenched. Tip: your believer race will perish together with the enemy. Hint: you have wiped out all enemy believers. Hint: Yuan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Digging claws. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving additional rewards. 7,800 faith points. Only the digging claw? Lu Yuan curled his lips with regret. Originally, he valued the thick scales of the digging armor-piercing clan. If it can be obtained, the defense of the tearing springtail will definitely increase again. This is what he said himself. If word spread, I'm afraid he would be beaten to death. Just having a burrowing claw is not enough. I actually want to get more. This is a battle in the virtual divine realm. Theoretically, there is no loot to be collected. That is why Lu Yuan with his system can be so magical. Exit from the lodge-in cabin. Lu Yuan saw Zen Gang not far away grinning at him and actually holding out a thumb. Brother, I'm convinced the destructive power of your self-exploding poisonous insect is too terrifying. It can even corrode through my heavy armor scales. Zen Gang did not feel the slightest anger caused by the failure, but said sincerely, "You're welcome. Your tribe has great potential. If I hadn't had some restraint, I might have been in a bit of trouble. If you don't hit someone with a smiling face, others will treat you well. It is impossible for Lu Yuan to give the other party a bad look. Haha, being able to fight with brothers is also a kind of fate. How about we become friends and keep in touch in the future?" Zenjan can naturally see Lu Yuan's potential at a glance. At this time, if you can get closer to the other person, it will be of great help to your future. No problem. Lu Yuan was originally a little transparent in the whole class and really didn't have many friends. Since someone showed kindness, he didn't mind expanding his network of contacts. The two added friends and returned to their seats because the battle between Lu Yuan and Zenjan ended quickly. When they returned to their seats, there were other groups fighting. What surprised Lu Yuan was that Luo Ziming ended the battle faster than him. The desert snake's so strong? Lu Yuan had a doubt in his mind. Luo Ziming's opponent this time was the wolf-headed race, which is known for its ferocity. Lu Yuan was a little surprised that such combat power was managed by him so quickly. Soon, the battle for the other groups was over. This time, the 5 winning students will be randomly drawn again. One lucky person among them will be directly given a buy. There is no way. Luck is also part of strength. The one who gets a buy will directly qualify for the 2nd or 3rd place. Lu Yuan's luck has never been too bad. This time, it was even more possessed by Ou Shen. He was directly assigned the buy tag. Lu Yuan couldn't help but flash his eyes when he saw this. Now he wanted to take a closer look at how strong Luo Ziming was. Chapter 20 New ability, burrowing into the earth. Big lottery of 500,000 faith points. Luo Ziming also sent 500 desert snakemen to fight this time. The randomly selected map happens to be a Gobi Desert. His opponent is a leopard-headed man who also has 500 followers. The leopard-headed man's attack and speed are among the top among demi-human believers. Its training cost is also much higher than other races, and this opponent not only multiplied the tribe to the point of 500 people. Lu Yuan also saw some strange magic patterns added to these leopard-headed men. Mutated leopard-headed man, equipped with a refined iron dagger. Both background and talent are enough to prove the strength of this classmate. So at the very beginning, The opponent did not hesitate to let their leopard-headed men charge. Soon, the two sides instantly clashed with each other. The leopard-headed man took advantage of his speed and hit the body of the desert snake man first. However, what surprised Lu Yuan was that the sharp blade of the fine iron dagger only penetrated less than 3 centimeters before it suddenly stopped. Immediately, the desert snake people roared, and the spears in their hands pierced the leopard-headed man's defense effortless. That powerful power is not inferior even to that of a tiger-headed man. Did Luo Ximing really find the Luo family in Blood River City? Lu Yuan said to himself subconsciously. Yes, he did go to Luo's house. At this moment, Ning Yun's voice sounded from the side. I just checked. Since the last time we issued a military order, he went to the Luo family in Blood River and left the Luo family in less than a day. Ning Yun whispered, judging from his current performance, he must have received help from the Luo family, otherwise the desert snake man would not be so strong. Ning Yun frowned and said again, I just don't know now whether he has any other trump cards that he can use in the finals. After listening to Ning Yun's words, Lu Yuan fell into deep thought. Perhaps he should think more about countermeasures soon. The battle ended. The two winners will automatically form a team to compete for the final spot. The loser will need to draw lots with Lu Yuan for a round robin match. Whether it's a leopard-headed man or a human race wearing armor under the suppression of Lu Yuan's tearing springtail, there was no suspense at all. So, after successive wins, Lu Yuan successfully won a spot in the finals. The final battle between him and Luo Ximing is about to begin. Lu Yuan, you have half an hour to revise. In half an hour, the finals will begin. Continuous battles between gods are also a drain on the demigod's spirit. So, Lu Yuan stood up and left the examination center, preparing to enter the divine realm from the backup login cabin again. Tip, the god's domain login has been started. Tip, you are about to go to the user exclusive divine space bus. The sky in the divine space is still dim, and the originally lush vegetation below has been gnawed into a wasteland. Seeing the huge faces gathering again in the sky. Abatha, the psychopath, immediately took the lead in shouting, welcome to the arrival of the great god of natural disasters. Your most faithful servant offers you the most sincere prayers. Long live the god of natural disasters. Long live my lord. Listening to the shouts one after another throughout the entire divine space, Lu Yuan's huge changing face slowly sounded a majestic voice. My followers, I feel your piety. Now, send down the gift system. Install the burrowing claw for me. Wow, miracles appeared in the sky again, and countless light points converged towards the Zerg below. This time, all the Tear Springtails mutated again. Their claws are sharper and better suited for digging into the soil. Tip, your believer race has mutated. Tip, you have gained 70,000 faith points. Tip, the believer's faith has deepened. Lu Yuan is already used to the prompts on the god's domain interface. He directly opened the information interface of the tearing springtail. It was discovered that, after installing the burrowing claw, they had a brand new ability, drilling. The Zerg themselves are good at digging holes, and now they have become stronger. As long as they use their abilities, they can use their special structure to burrow into the ground faster and hide. Also hidden is its own aura. Seeing the introduction of this ability, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile. Finally he was not disappointed. This ability not only enhances the speed of the Zerg's escape from the ground, but more importantly, it can hide the aura. As long as you can hide your aura well, wait until the enemy passes by. Suddenly rush out and give the opponent a fatal blow. This is very scary. However, if we want to deal with that Luo Ximing, I wonder if it will be enough. Ning Yun's reminder flashed in Lu Yuan's mind. Blood River Luo family, that is an existence that can be connected with the Hell bloodline god Yuan, and it seems that Luo Ximing didn't have much emotional fluctuation. After learning about his Zerg army, Lu Yuan felt that the other party might have a trump card that he didn't know about. So, Lu Yuan suddenly looked at the god's domain interface. He now has a faith value of over 700,000. Moment. Lu Yuan seemed to have made a decision. A determined light flashed in his eyes. The system consumes 500,000 faith points to draw a lottery. Chapter 21 Tier 2 Unit, Infected Insect. The decisive battle begins. Lu Yuan never fights an uncertain battle point faced with possible accidents. He thought for a moment and finally decided to spend 500,000 faith points in a lottery at one time point. After all, if the faith value is gone, it can be accumulated again point, and if he loses this one, he will have one more life and death enemy point. Ding. The faith value has been consumed, and the lottery begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting 1000 points of faith. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete genetic sequence of the first level infectious insect. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting brood nutrition. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining paralysis toxin. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete genetic sequence of the second level infectious insect. A series of beeps appeared, and Lu Yuan quickly browsed all the prizes obtained in the lottery point. The faith value reward was automatically ignored by him, and other things such as brood nutrients were thrown into the Zerg brood for the other party to absorb point. And Lu Yuan discovered that under the constant stimulation of the brood pulse of the mentally disturbed person point, the brood seems to be showing signs of evolving point. This discovery made him even more delighted point. Certainly, what pleased him the most was the two things he got in the lottery point, that is, the complete genetic sequence of the infecting insect point, and he won 2 levels at once. Complete gene sequence of level 1 infectious insects. Powerful Zerg evolved from Zerg larvae, possessing the ability to infect the enemy and temporarily control their actions. Complete gene sequence of level 2 infectious insect, an upgraded version of the level 1 sequence, with stronger infection ability. Point note, it can only be used against level 1 infected insects. After seeing these introductions, Lu Yuan knew that he finally had a brand new unit. Point no longer relies on the mutation of the Tearing Springtail point. After traveling for a few days, Lu Yuan gradually accepted the rules of this world. Point according to his guess, the truly powerful Shen Zuan will definitely take the route of multiracial composite arms in the future. Point it is impossible for a single type of soldier to become a powerful god. Point, and it's easier to target. Previously Lu Yuan had bannerlings that evolved from Tearling Springtails. It's barely an extra unit point, but the poisonous bannerlings are considered a suicide squad. If you use one, you will lose 1 point. It's different now. Point the addition of infected insects will definitely make Lu Yuan's army stronger. System. Select 5000 larvae for me to fuse with the genes of the infected insects. Only a few hours had passed. Lu Yuan did not mutate all the larvae, but selected a few to experiment first. Point ding. Fusion begins. Above the sky, dust like light once again shone. Point all the Tearing Springtails couldn't help but look up. Point however, this time, all the light fell on the 5000 selected insect nest larvae. Point immediately, the painful screams began. Point the insect nest larvae began to grow rapidly and become larger in the distortion. Point different from the dark brown springtails, their bodies look more bloated and huge. Point the length of the single body has exceeded 1.5 meters and continues to expand. Point it looks like a giant dumpling. Point the dark blue skin is covered with ferocious barbs on both sides of the head. There are 2 rows of compound eyes. Finally, when 8 huge claws propped up their bloated bodies, the mutation of the infected bugs was finally completed. Tip: your believer race is undergoing mutation. Tip: you have obtained a new mutant race, infected insects. Hint: you have 5000 deep believers who have turned into fanatical believers. Tip: you have gained 10,000 faith points. Looking at the infected bugs that were only about 2 meters long, Lu Yuan opened their species interface without hesitation. Name: infectious insect. Category: Zerg. Stage: level 2. Left square bracket ability: fungal proliferation. Main: neural parasitism. Main: life. 11. Total blood volume of 2 adults. Strength 10. Tearing humans apart is easy. Agility 5. Speed is faster than 90% of human beings. Intelligence 14. More than a human mage apprentice. Evaluation: their huge bodies and slow speed make them destined to be capable of long-range attacks. Lu Yuan was overjoyed when he saw the review. He finally had a long-range attack unit. Point subconsciously check the 2 active abilities. Fungal growth throws a ball of fungus-filled liquid to the target area, and the infected person will be unable to move for a few seconds. Spiritual parasitism shoots 10-meter long tentacles from the top of the head to inject mental spores into the opponent. The spores hatch quickly in the target's head and can control the target in a short time. Control time is related to the comprehensive attributes of the target. Hiss. Lu Yuan couldn't help but gasped when he saw these abilities. This is really a bit strong. Taking control of an enemy unit, even for a short period of time, is enough to turn the tide of the battle. What's more, the current infection bug has not yet installed other components. Next, Lu Yuan directly asked the system to select many components from the space for the infected bug to install. Directly improve the other party's indicators in all aspects: armor, thrust, ground burrowing, charging, underwater breathing, and swimming proficiency are all put into play. Not only that, the paralysis potion in the lottery was successfully fused to the infected insect. Directly let their nerve parasitism ability evolve into nerve paralysis. This, combined with the fungal growth ability, can extend the target's movement time and create better conditions for controlling the opponent's units. After doing all this, Lu Yuan just exited the divine space point when he returned to the examination center again. The rest period was over. Everyone in the entire examination room couldn't help but look at the two of them. Because the finals are about to begin. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 Mutated Desert Snake Man. Is this his trump card? The two finalists enter the lodging cabin. The invigilator's voice sounded. Lu Yuan and Luo Ziming stood up at the same time and walked towards the lodging cabin below. As he walked, Luo Ziming's eyes had a cold and forbidding light. Lu Yuan, don't think that just because you have those ugly bugs, you can win. Luo Ziming said cruelly, just wait to be torn apart by me. I want you to know that in the face of absolute strength, no matter how many there are, it is useless. Lu Yuan from beginning to end. He didn't even look at Luo Ziming. He walked directly into his lodging cabin. Seeing this scene, the anger in Luo Ziming's eyes rose even more. HMPH, I can knock you into the abyss once, and I can knock you into the abyss a second time. After saying harsh words, Luo Ziming also entered the lodging cabin. After both parties enter, everyone only saw the big screen turn, and the drawing of the competition map started directly. Tip, Virtual God Realm login completed. Tip, Scene extraction completed. Tip, Competition scene, Frozen soil and ice field. Tip, countdown is 1 minute. Players are requested to deploy as soon as possible. Lu Yuan glanced across the divine space. This time, he directly chose 50,000 tearing springtails and 10,000 completely transformed poisonous bannerlings. 5,000 newly evolved level 2 infected insects were also brought along. At last, Lu Yuan unceremoniously brought along his own mental aberration. Abatha, if such an army cannot defeat the opponent, it will be useless, even if you send out all the tearing springtails. The moment the countdown ended, Lu Yuan and the Zerg army were teleported directly to the frozen soil and ice sheet point, and in the stands see the Zerg figure appearing on the big screen. In an instant, countless gasps of air rang out throughout the examination center. Oh my god, is he really a new student? Isn't this too much? The Great Demon King is worthy of being the Great Demon King. He actually hid his clumsiness before. Zhangsuo, it seems to me that I haven't exerted my strength at all. Okay, many female classmates who originally called Lu Yuan the Big Devil gradually changed their tune after seeing such a terrifying Zerg army. There is even a feeling of admiration emerging. When the gap in strength is beyond imagination, the distant love and hatred have gradually disappeared. Where did this guy get so many troops? Teacher Ningyun's beautiful eyes were filled with sparkles, and she was also shocked by Lu Yuan's preparation. Haha, it's not just the quantity. Han King obviously saw more things. Have the types of soldiers even been increased? It has only been a few days, but this boy actually knows the importance of composite arms. It is indeed a material that can be made. Isn't that a sure win? Ning Young couldn't help but said after hearing this, that's not necessarily the case. Next to him, Teacher Zhao, who had been holding back, suddenly spoke at this moment. As far as I know, Luo Ziming is very well prepared. In The virtual charm. I saw that Lu Yuan actually summoned so many troops. Luo Ximing's face was stunned at first, and then he laughed wildly. Lu Yuan, it seems that I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to grow to such an extent. As he spoke, he suddenly let out a low drink. It's a pity that, no matter how strong you are, you will still be trampled under my feet. Come out, my followers. Bus. Luo Ximing waved his hand, and figures appeared one after another dozens of miles away. They are also heavily armed desert snake men. Only, this time the number has doubled. 1,000 desert snake people. Is this your confidence? Lu Yuan looked at the other believer race and spoke for the first time. Haha, get ready to tremble. Luo Ximing roared and directly issued the oracle. Kill me. Hey, charge. For the glory of my lord. Roaring, 1,000 desert snakemen charged towards Lu Yuan's army on the cold ice field without hesitation. Front row tearing zergling charge. Seeing this, Lu Yuan also sent down an oracle point. Suddenly, 10,000 tearing springtails began to charge towards the opponent. Lu Yuan didn't know where Luo Ximing had the confidence, so he just sent out 10,000 to test it out first. Hey, for the glory of my lord. The desert snake man was still shouting. Ouch. The tearing springtails roared as well. Just like that, after a brief charge, the two camps quickly approached and finally collided on the ice field where the cold wind was raging. Shishi. 1,000 against 10,000, a tenfold gap. The tearing springtails instantly surrounded the opponent's desert snakeman. The sharp mouth puts open. Just one bite, you can bite off a piece of the opponent's flesh and blood. Both Lu Yuan and everyone watching outside felt that Lu Yuan would definitely win this wave of impact. However, when the sharp teeth of the tearing springtail bite the opponent's body, it actually made a sound like a defeat. What? A strong resilience? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, finally discovered the confidence of these desert snake people. At the same time, as if sensing his wishes, the system's notification sound actually appeared in his mind. Ding. Feel the host's gaze. Target information is being read. Before Lu Yuan could react, the other party's information was suddenly displayed in front of him in a list. Name: Mutated Desert Snake Man. Category: Subrace. Stage: Level 1. Left square bracket. Ability: Tough Skin, Strengthened Armor, Tearing Fangs. Life: 9. Nearly the blood volume of 2 adults. Strength: 10. Overwhelming advantage over adult humans. Agility: 8. Speed is faster than 90% of adults. Intelligence: 5. Equivalent to adult humans. Evaluation: Tough skin and thick sebum give them extremely high defense and flexibility. Under the stimulation of mutation, their strength has also been greatly enhanced, and they are only one step away from the second level point. After seeing the message, Lu Yuan finally understood Luo Ximing's method. The mutated desert snake people indeed possess extraordinary strength. What's more important is that their tough skin allows the tearing springtails to break through their defenses. On the other hand, the desert snake men swung their long tails one by one, making shocking thrashing sounds in just a few moments. Nearly 1,000 tearing springtails had been killed. Different from the previous encounter with the armor-piercing tribe, this time, Lu Yuan's face did not waver at all. He spoke directly. The tearing springtails dispersed, and 2,000 poisonous bannerlings launched an attack. As a demigod, his divine thoughts can instantly envelop all believers with his oracle. Aha, I saw. All the tearing springtails retreated at once. Even if he was whipped away by the desert snake man's tail, he had no intention of fighting back. Seeing this, the murderous mutant desert snake man is about to chase. But at this moment, the poisonous bannerlings filled with this corrosive poison have rolled their spherical bodies and roared towards them. Chapter 23. Luo Ximing's trump card. Evil Distortion. Splitting the Python. Looking at the poisonous bannerling insects rolling in, Luo Ximing's eyes move slightly. He has also seen Lu Yuan's game footage before. In his opinion, the most outstanding aspect of the bannerling bug's power is the exploding venom. As a mutated desert snake man who possesses highly venom, he has no fear of this venom at all. However, before he could finish his thoughts, Lu Yuan's poisonous bannerling bugs had already begun to self-destruct. Bang, bang, bang. A Series of explosions of poisonous bannerlings were heard. Yellow-green venom bloomed in the void like a fountain point. No matter how fast the snake man is, he can't avoid being enveloped in venom. For a moment. They seemed to have taken a bath in the venom and were completely enveloped. Haha, you don't know we use poison before. The contempt in the mutated desert snake's mouth dissipated. It suddenly stopped. Because their strong, tight, and flexible scales actually made a sizzling sound. It was corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye. How can it be? They are naturally poisonous beings, and their body's own resistance to toxins is extremely strong. But he never expected that Lu Yuan's poisonous bannerling bug would break through his proud defensive scales. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan's eyes were still as calm as a deep pool. Poison. Bannerlings. Keep blasting. Boom. Boom boom. Before the first round of venom dissipated, the second wave of poisonous bannerlings exploded directly in front of thousands of snakemen. Sizzle. The venom in the poisonous bannerling insects is not only highly toxic, but also highly corrosive. The strong acid inside is a nemesis of scale armor. If you really want to resist, only armor mixed with high-grade metals such as mithril or fine gold can withstand it. Otherwise, it can only be resisted by relying on the defense of the higher level position. No matter how strong the mutation of the desert snake man is, it is only at the first level. It would be too naive to think about resisting the corrosive poison of the bannerling insects. Sizzling under the continuous corrosion of venom, the defense of the mutant desert snake people has been completely broken. A look of horror appeared on their faces subconsciously. He wanted to escape from the venom. But how could Lu Yuan give them such an opportunity? Before the snakeman could retreat far, the tens of thousands of tearing springtails that had been prepared were already flooding towards them like a torrent. The desert snakemen who had broken through their defenses were completely overwhelmed without any suspense. In just a few dozen seconds, their bodies would be eaten clean by the tearing springtails. Lu Yuan raised his eyes and looked at Luo Ziming in midair. However, what surprised him was, Luo Ziming didn't feel any despair or panic now. Not even a hint of nervousness was seen. Could it be? Lu Yuan's heart moved, and he suddenly looked towards the place where the tearing springtails were submerged. Suddenly, a series of extremely shrill roars came from it. At the same time, in midair, Luo Ziming's face suddenly showed a crazy smile. Lu Yuan, you forced me to do this. What trump cards do you think I got from the Luo family? Today, I will show you how powerful the distortion factor produced from hell is. He suddenly raised his arms, his pupils shrank suddenly, and countless bloodshot threads spread from his eyeballs. Like spider webs. In just a moment, it rushed out of the eyes and spread all over the face. A ferocious, evil, and chaotic aura bloomed from his body. And below, those mutated desert snake people seemed to have received the same feeling. Evil, distortion, splitting python. Under Luo Ziming's crazy roar just heard a loud noise. The mutated desert snakeman who was originally overwhelmed by the tearing springtails suddenly burst out with terrifying power, knocking away the surrounding tearing springtails in one fell swoop. Immediately afterwards, everyone in the examination center witnessed a scene that surprised them all. Ouch. In the virtual divine realm, 1,000 mutated desert snakes let out shrill screams. The reason for screaming was not because of the enemy's attack. Rather, a huge pain came from within his body. They struggled, waving their sharp hands to grab at themselves, completely ignoring the torn claw marks appearing on his body. Hiss. Sudden, a heart-wrenching voice sounded. One of the snake men actually tore his body apart. The next moment, giant pythons covered in blood and with bone scales crawled out of their bodies. Oh my god, what is this? It's so disgusting. Look, these giant pythons are growing rapidly. The aura is so strong. Is this some kind of witchcraft? Principal Honking, who was originally watching the battle, suddenly changed his expression. A distortion factor from hell. And it's not a complete bloodline, otherwise it wouldn't tear the body apart. HMPH. Even if Luo Ziming can get the reward for letting the Luo family take action, he won't give him anything good. Frost appeared on Ning Yun's face. She knew that Luo Ziming would not lose easily. Sure enough, I got the trump card from the Luo family. In just a few moments, 10 mutant pythons split from 1000 mutant desert snake people. When the system generated their information for Yuan, it was surprising that all of them had become second order. Chapter 24, the second level chaotic python, crushed by infected insects, mutated, second stage distortion. Name, Chaos Python. Category, Orcs. Stage, Level 2. Left square bracket ability, Python heavy armor, venom spitting, dark night vision, whirlwind strike life. 11. Total blood volume of 2 adults, strength. 15. Tearing humans apart is easy, agility. 10. Speed is faster than 90% of human beings, intelligence. 4. Forget about spells and stuff. Evaluation. A body contaminated by aberrant bloodline has no desire except madness and killing. From 1000 first level snakemen, they suddenly turned into 10,000 second level pythons. The originally one-sided situation was reversed again. Ouch. I saw those chaotic giant pythons raising their heads and letting out bloodthirsty roars, and their 3-meter long bodies instantly launched an attack on the tearing springtails in front of them. The poisonous bannerlings attack. Yuan calmly asked the tearing crawlers to retreat, and then all the poisonous bannerlings rushed forward and exploded. However, when the self-explosion venom contaminated the chaos python, apart from leaving a few marks, it actually didn't cause much damage. Even if it can be damaged, it will take a long time. By that time, Yuan's army might have been severely damaged before the defense could be broken. Ha ha ha. Yuan, use whatever means you have. Luo. Ziming, who had become a little nervous, laughed maniacally. I'm going to make you completely despair. Despair? Yuan smiled contemptuously. Then let's see who is desperate. Infectious bugs, move out. Yuan's oracle sounded below. At the very rear of the army, the infected bugs that had been motionless finally moved. Behind the infected bugs, Abatha, the psychopath, shouted loudly, "People, the great oracle of natural disasters has arrived. It's time for us to shine, even if it means sacrificing everything for the Lord. Come on, let the enemy know our strength. Come on, let the glory of the great Lord shine on everything." But, under Abatha's command, 5,000 infected insects instantly exploded with their charging capabilities. It looked like 5,000 brave dead soldiers rushing towards those chaotic pythons. Haha, Yuan, are you exhausted? Are you ready to self-destruct on another race? Luo Ziming laughed disdainfully. He did not believe that Yuan could possess a method more terrifying than poisonous bannerling insects in just a few days. Chaos Python, tear them apart for me. Ouch. Although the chaos python is already in a frenzy at the moment, it can still be suppressed by the gods in its mind. Seeing this, they rush towards the infected insects. The twisted snake tail is ready to attack at this moment. As long as it enters the range, it will whip out the infected insect's head like a whip. However, just when the distance between the two sides was less than 20 meters, the infected insect that was originally charging was suddenly stunned. Immediately, without Yuan's instructions at all, Abatha roared from behind, "Fungal growth, boohoo." For a moment, 5,000 balls of viscous liquid were spit out from the infected insect's mouth like cannonballs and landed into the chaotic python with great accuracy. Tsk. The fungi that landed on the ground began to grow crazily, and in a blink of an eye, they covered most of the chaotic python's body. He couldn't move for a while. Seeing this scene, Luo Ziming's expression changed. Before he could speak. Then Abatha roared again, "Nerf, paralysis, boohoo." A dark brown mouthpit shoots out from the heads of all infected insects. Moment. It cut through the void of more than 10 meters and bit into the head of the chaotic python. Behind the mouthpits, long fleshy ropes are connected, as if building a bridge between the infected bugs and the chaotic python. What are they doing? Yuan looked at the big screen and couldn't help but wonder, with the power of that mouthpit, it is impossible to break through the defense of the chaos python. Beside, Han King couldn't help but frowned when he saw this scene. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if he thought of something. Perhaps they are not meant to break defenses at all. What? Indeed, the sharpness of the mouthparts cannot break the opponent's defense at all point. But the germ spores containing psychotoxins have already penetrated through the gaps in the opponent's scales. It only takes a few seconds to complete the invasion and grow like crazy. What are you doing? Fight back. Seeing the motionless chaotic python, Luo Ziming roared angrily point. But at this moment, the giant python that was connected suddenly let out a long roar, and in the midst of many astonished eyes, it opened its big mouth and bit into the same kind next to it. Cannibalism. This word popped up in everyone's mind. They looked on with shock as the chaotic giant python crazily attacked its kind. He simply had to work as hard as he could without caring about his own injuries almost in the blink of an eye. Both sides were injured in a fight with the opponent. Is this okay? At this moment, watching the chaotic giant pythons hurting each other on the big screen. All the students were completely shocked. This game was full of twists and turns. I originally thought that the Zerg army could crush them, but the opponent actually changed from 1,000 people to 10,000 people. But just when everyone thought Lu Yuan had nothing to do, the miraculous ability of the infected bugs actually reversed the defeat in an instant. No. It's impossible. I can't lose. In the virtual divine realm, Luo Ziming roared like a beast. He never expected that Lu Yuan could make a comeback in this way. Luo Ziming, don't you want me to experience despair? Lu Yuan spoke indifferently. Now, who is more desperate? Impossible. Impossible. Luo Ziming's eyes became bloodier and redder sudden. His hands suddenly hugged his head, and a sharp and shrill laugh came from his mouth. Ha ha ha. Lu Yuan, I won't lose. No, you force me. It was you. Second stage distortion, fusion, and regeneration. His shout rang out, and Principal Hanking's expression suddenly changed in the stands. Chapter 25. The deformed multi-headed python, the stubborn spirit screaming. No, he wants to forcefully activate his distortion potential, which will cause his body to backfire. Stop him quickly. The moment Hanking's voice sounded, he rushed directly towards Luo Ziming's lodging cabin. Invigilator, open it quickly. Principal, all lodging cabins have user protection mechanisms. Unless the user's consent is obtained, or the other party interrupts the connection to the divine domain, no one can easily open it. The Invigilator rushed over and spoke anxiously. Damn it, Hang. King punched the hatch, and found that it could only leave a shallow dent. But, Hang King thought, and there seemed to be a powerful light brewing on his fist point. But after brewing for a moment, he took the initiative to disperse it. Although his divine power is suppressed by the rules of the main world, he can still use it. But after all, there are still many new students here. If it breaks out rashly, innocent people may be hurt. But, as early as the design and construction of this lodging cabin, the user's own safety issues were fully considered. In order to avoid being violently destroyed by external factors, the materials used cannot be destroyed even by gods with elementary divine power. Bang. Bang. Hang King punched him one after another, unable to use his divine power. He could only choose this method. Once the opponent's second level of distortion is fully released, even more terrifying monsters will definitely be born. This monster is not only powerful, but also capable of losing its mind. What worries him even more is that even in the virtual divine realm, chaotic attacks full of distortion factors can affect Lu Yuan's spirit. Once mentally injured, Lu Yuan's potential will be greatly affected. Just as Hanking was frantically attacking the lodging cabin, in the virtual godhead, the 5,000 giant pythons that were originally struggling actually abandoned their opponents controlled by the infected insects. They all gathered together in unison. Their eyes turned extremely red at this moment. They were exactly the same as Luo Ziming's eyes. Lu Yuan's expression changed. It feels like something bad is happening. But before he could make any move, all the chaotic pythons bit and killed each other like crazy. This is Lu Yuan's pupils shrank. In the center of the chaotic python group, these mutually killing pythons are actually devouring each other. Soon, a giant python that was 5 meters long and seemed to be made up of countless broken bodies was born from it. Tip: the enemy race is undergoing distortion. Tip: the enemy race has fallen into a state of madness. Tier 3 race was discovered, and the target's power is increasing rapidly. Ouch. At the same time as the system prompt sounded, Yuan saw the chaotic pythons that were devouring each other. In the end, it was pieced together into a terrifying monster that was more than 10 meters long and had dozens of heads. At the same time, the system also extracts the other party's information. Name: distorted multi-headed python. Category: Hell subspecies. Stage: Level 4. Left square bracket ability: Python heavy armor, venom spitting, dark night vision, whirlwind strike, evil fanaticism. Life 30. This is not the blood volume that the 4th level should have. Strength 35. The same is true for the weaker 7th level. Agility 20. Knights with speed, expertise may have a chance to catch up. Intelligence 2. Maintain basic instincts, nothing more. Evaluation: the impure bloodline of hell creatures has produced irreversible distortions that cannot be stopped unless they die. Level 4 creature. Yuan's brows frowned slightly. He didn't expect Luoziming to activate the second stage of distortion so crazily. Even though Yuan doesn't know what he did, but what is certain is that Luoziming's mind must have been affected. Because even in the battle in the virtual divine domain, as long as you want to use your own methods, you must have it. In other words, if Luoziming wants to activate the second stage of distortion, he must inject the distortion factor himself. Otherwise, the virtual divine realm will not be effective. In order to win this game, Luoziming did everything he could. Ouch. The roar of the deformed multi-headed python brought Yuan's thoughts back to reality. Hurry up, principal, it has completed its distortioning. Yuan looked up at the big screen and couldn't help shouting anxiously. This moment, everyone began to worry about Yuan. Such a huge, violent, bloodthirsty, and chaotic 4th level creature appeared. Don't know how to resist at all. The great devil must find a way. Big demon lord, give up now. It's better to lose than to be mentally affected by this monster. It's over. I thought the big devil could crush everyone, but I didn't expect it. While everyone was discussing in the virtual divine realm, suddenly, the mentally aberrant Abatha, who was originally commanding from behind, actually kept accelerating and rushed towards the aberrant multi-headed python. Yuan's eyes flashed when he saw this scene, but he didn't stop him. Abatha has high intelligence and has his own judgment on the battlefield situation. At this time, Yuan chose to believe him. I saw the 6 legs running wildly under Abatha's body, and he was about to rush to the deformed multi-headed python. Abominable, deformed creatures, prepare to perish under the glory of the god of natural disasters. Spirit screams. An extremely sharp roar suddenly resounded from Abatha's mouth. Ouch. A scream from the spiritual level suddenly turned into ripples like ultrasonic waves and enveloped the deformed multi-headed python. The deformed multi-headed python is certainly powerful, but after incorporating the deformation factor, it has been replaced by chaos and madness. He could no longer maintain even basic sanity and turned into a monster who only knew how to kill. And the mental scream happened to be its biggest nemesis. 4. A moment. At the moment when the mental scream ripples enveloped him, only a muffled sound was heard. Dozens of giant python heads that were still roaring wildly snapped. The next moment, it exploded like a watermelon. Chapter 26 Extra Rewards. Chaotic Hydra Factor. Top Divine Domain opening card. Bang bang. The huge body that lost control of its head just shook for a moment before falling heavily to the ground. For a moment, the whole place suddenly fell into silence. Everyone opened their mouths in disbelief. Is this solved, teacher? Ningyan was stunned for a long time when she saw this scene, and then she suddenly came to her senses. He shouted towards the principal, who was still BG on the cabin door, frantically. Principal, stop it. Yuan has solved it. No, not yet. Huh? What did you say, Han? King had just finished speaking when he raised his head in confusion. Suddenly, the fallen corpse of the deformed multi-headed python made his pupils shrink, and then he exclaimed in an extremely rude manner, how can it be, Tip? Your believer race successfully annihilated the opponent with a huge advantage. Hint, you won. Tip, your believers have been tempered in this war, and their faith has deepened. Tip, you have gained 70,000 faith points after seeing the prompt. Yuan moved his mind towards the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. 70,000 faith points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Chaotic Hydra Factor. Ding. The host triggers the lucky reward, and the Chaotic Hydra Factor is purified. Yuan looked happy. He didn't expect the system's functions to be so comprehensive. Hydra is a powerful creature from hell, commonly known as Hydra. Of course, there are also legends that Hydra has hundreds of heads. But no one has ever seen the real Hydra, which existed in ancient times when the gods ruled everything. Now Ragnarok has arrived, and everything has been suppressed by the power of the main world. The originally powerful god died, escaped, and sealed. Naturally there is no news, and Hydra is an extremely powerful creature in hell. Even just a trace of its own blood factor is enough to cause a huge transformation. Just like the original Desert Snake Man, he was able to become this strong under the influence of the complex and chaotic Hydra factor. How powerful would it be if it were truly fused with Hydra factor? Certainly, Yuan understands that the system has eliminated the chaos. It is also equivalent to eliminating the possibility of Hydra's second stage distortion. Although the reinforcement after such fusion is reduced a lot, it is safer after understanding the reward information. Yuan directly exited the divine space point. When he walked out of the login machine, he suddenly saw the staff of the school medical room paying a price and leaving in a hurry. I happened to see Ning Yun's figure. Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, Ning, what's going on?" Ning Yun was relieved to see that Yuan was fine. "It's not that Luo's aiming. He was sent to the medical room for emergency treatment because his brain was damaged due to forcibly stimulating the second stage factor." "I see." Yuan nodded. He knew that this kind of thing must not be used casually. If it didn't even have side effects, it wouldn't be everywhere. The appearance of Yuan immediately drew everyone's attention back from Luo's aiming. Different from before, all the freshmen looked at Yuan now, no longer as angry as before. After all, Yuan's Zerg army still made many students feel extremely unbalanced. But now, Yuan was actually able to deal with even the second stage aberrant race in one go. This huge gap in strength has already opened up with all the freshmen in the entire one middle school. So everyone's eyes naturally changed from anger to envy and admiration. In fact, some female classmates looked at Yuan with even more brilliant eyes. Even all the teachers and staff looked at Yuan with admiration. It's been so many years since number 1 middle school has produced such a talent. Indeed, the name of Kayan City's number 1 middle school has disappeared for too long. If this child can grow up, maybe he can really make number 1 middle school rise. That's right, a good seedling worth cultivating. Under the admiring gazes of many, not far away, Principal Honking also walked over. "Yuan, what race did you use to kill the 4th level multi-headed python just now?" Han King couldn't help but ask. "This race doesn't seem to appear in historical data, Principal. That is a new species that has mutated from my Zerg. It is a Zerg that specifically targets the spirit. I call it a mental aberrant." Yuan answered truthfully. "This kind of thing itself has nothing to hide. Psychopath." "No wonder, Principal." Honking nodded. "Fortunately, I'm a believer who specializes in spirituality. It has good potential and is worth cultivating. Thank you, Principal, for your advice." "Thanks to Yuan. Don't be polite to me. This time you were able to get the first place in the basic exam, which can be considered a twist and turn." Han King frowned and said, "Luo's aiming actually used the chaotic Hydra factor. We failed to detect and stop it in time, which was a bit derelict in our duties." He looked at Yuan. "Originally, the school took out a high-level God's Domain opening card as a reward. This time, in view of your current situation, I will upgrade you to a top-level God's Realm opening card. How do you feel? A top-level Divine Domain opening card?" Yuan's eyes lit up. The value of this kind of Divine Realm opening card was more than 10 times higher than the high-level Divine Realm opening card. He didn't expect such extra gains. "Thank you, Principal." Yuan bowed slightly. Next, the test results are announced, and the principal hands out the awards. After some encouragement, the entire examination finally came to an end. Lu Yuan returned to his dormitory with a box containing the top level God's Domain development card. Just take it apart. The top level Divine Domain opening card carried by a special alloy looks like a palm-sized playing card. There is a faint light flowing on it, and there are extremely complex seal patterns with the development of the main world. All aspects of technology have completely surpassed those of the ancient gods. Various resource cards and development cards are the crystallization of this technology. Lu Yuan subconsciously picked up the card, and suddenly a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. The host picked up a top-level Divine Domain opening card. Ding. The top-level Divine Domain opening card has been strengthened, and you will get double the effect after using it. Chapter 27 The Crisis in the Divine Space. The larvae actually starved to death. Is this okay? Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but marvel. The system is simply awesome. With such an enhancement, 1 is equivalent to the effect of 2. Just this operation is equivalent to saving him a small target point, because today is the preliminary exam. All freshmen in the school can have a day off. Lu Yuan simply ordered a takeaway, and took a bite, then couldn't wait to enter the login cabin with his top Divine Domain opening card. There is a special card slot in the login cabin, and you only need to insert your own card into it. After connecting to the Divine Space, the power in it will naturally be transmitted into the Divine Space. However, the number of card slots in the login bay is limited. If you place multiple cards at once, you need to exit the God's Domain space and perform manual operations. This is indeed a bit troublesome. But there is no way. Before the divine fire is ignited, Lu Yuan can only do it this way honestly. Once the divine fire is lit, through divine fire, you can directly connect to your own divine space. At that time, cards or other supplies can be sent directly into it. Putting the card away, Lu Yuan lay directly in the login cabin. Suddenly, the login cabin prompt appeared in my mind. Tip, the subspace domain has been linked. Tip, the user is about to enter his own exclusive divine space. But the familiar feeling reappeared, and when Lu Yuan appeared again, he had already arrived in his own divine space. However, this time, when he first appeared, messages popped up one after another on the God's Domain interface. Record, your believer race has increased. Record, your believer race is feeling hungry. Record, 32 nest larvae died. Record, 835 nest larvae died. Lu Yuan couldn't help but be stunned when he saw these records. His spiritual thoughts subconsciously scanned the entire divine space. Suddenly saw many insect nest larvae are dying of hunger. Not even the tearing springtails moved. This time, Lu Yuan suddenly reacted. The 200,000 troops in the entire God's Domain space have been deployed since the last time the intermediate resource cards and newly added God's Domain resources were released. He was never given anything to eat again. Zerg also need to eat. Not eating for nearly half a day is equivalent to not eating for half a year. The mutated springtails and infected bugs can still hold on for a while, but the larvae can no longer hold on. This is a bit troublesome. Lu Yuan frowned and said to himself. The food consumed by the more than 200,000 troops now is a huge expense, and as time goes by, the Zerg army will definitely grow in number. The consumption will definitely increase by then. Where can Lu Yuan get so many resources? Certainly, it's not like Lu Yuan has never thought about buying some agricultural and industrial races here, specializing in growing food or raising animals, not to mention whether the entire God's Domain is big enough. Even if it is feasible, how many animals must be raised or how much food must be grown for these Zerg races to eat? Lu Yuan suddenly lowered his head and looked at the top Divine Domain opening card in his hand. If you replace it with a top level Divine Resource card, it should be able to last for a while. Just when he was thinking about whether to replace it, a prompt message popped up on the God's Domain interface, which made his eyes light up. Tip, your religious race is mutating. The moment he saw the message, Lu Yuan looked directly towards the Zerg mother nest in the divine space. I saw the Zerg nest, which was originally 10 meters in diameter and covered with ferocious barbs, had now expanded to a radius of 20 meters. Bang, bang, there was a loud noise, and huge horns as sharp as ivory began to rise from around the nest, turning into huge bone spurs that filled the surrounding area. At the same time, a powerful wave emerged from above. Ouch. All the nearby Zerg could not help roaring. As if celebrating the evolution of the brood. Tip, your Believe race, Zerg Brood, has completed evolution. Open the race panel. Yuan raised his hand and swiped, and information about the Zerg mother nest suddenly appeared in front of him. Name, Zerg Brood. Intermediate. Category, Zerg. Stage, Level 4. Left square bracket ability, Larvae breeding. Carpet land. Worker bee mutation. Main. Telepathy. Main. Insect network. Main. Insect nest alter life. 50. A huge body must have a lot of physical strength. Strength. 0. Unable to move. Agility. 0. Unable to move. Intelligence. 30. The terrifying value makes it enough to learn mental spells. Evaluation. The evolved Zerg mother nest has the powerful ability to lay a carpet of bacteria, and its powerful telepathy is not inferior to a bather. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28, The Land of Fungus Carpet, Opening Up the Divine Realm. Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the changes in the Zerg nest. He didn't expect that the opponent's evolution, after devouring countless resources, would be so powerful. Not only did the original place of corrosion evolve into a place of fungi. There are 4 more active abilities. Place of creep, where the mother nest is located, a thick carpet carrying countless bacteria and mucus will automatically be generated around it. Its main function is to provide necessary nutrients for the survival and evolution of the Zerg units, as well as the necessary items for constructing the Zerg way. Worker bee mutation. The mother nest mutates into worker bee insects through larvae. As an exclusive type of resource collection work, their efficiency and speed are stronger than the larvae. Telepathy. The powerful intelligence attribute allows a brood to have the ability to communicate with people, allowing it to rule the surrounding Zerg more quickly. Insect network. Use enough resources to lay insect tunnels under the carpet, allowing the Zerg to shuttle through them. Open bracket. PS. The insect tunnel allows the Zerg to travel. If you want to leave the insect tunnel, you will have to spend more resources to mutate the tunnel worms. Insect nest altar. A unique altar form is born in the evolved mother nest, which can be used to make sacrifices to the gods. Yuan almost laughed out loud. After seeing several introductions of abilities one after another, he may not care about anything else, but this place of creep is a big surprise. When I really doze off, someone gives me a pillow. He was worried about how he could solve the problem of feeding so many Zerg. Unexpectedly, the Zerg mother nest evolved directly. Among them, this place of fungi is simply an artifact custom made for the Zerg who don't want to eat. Certainly, although the carpet land here is powerful, it can only provide the Zerg with necessary nutrients. In other words, the Zerg can use the carpet land to hibernate in it and ensure their immortality. But if you want more evolution and improvement, you still need to continue eating. But for Yuan, this is already a very good result. At least it solved his urgent need, but the range of the carpet land is limited. Based on the current level of the Zerg mother nest, it can only spread within a radius of 10 kilometers at most. Moreover, although the creep is automatically generated and has the ability to spread, it also consumes the resources of the mother nest. It would be nice if we could build more brood nests. Yuan couldn't help but think. But as soon as this thought came to his mind, the system's voice sounded directly pointing to detect the host's willingness. Please note, the evolved Zerg mother nest has the ability to command the secondary brood. A single evolved brood can control 5 primary broods, and the primary brood can share all the abilities of the intermediate brood. Very good. Yuan shook his fist fiercely. The addition of 5 additional Zerg mother nests will not only greatly increase the area of the carpet, but also increase the reproductive output of the larvae. This will be of great help to his plan to increase the number of races. But this number is not unlimited. First of all, the size of the entire divine domain space is limited, and it is impossible to increase the number of Zerg without limit. Secondly, if there are too many Zergs without the help of creep, the resources they consume will not be replenished. System, what if I need more Zerg nests? Yuan couldn't help but ask. The The host can upgrade any elementary brood to an intermediate brood, or upgrade an intermediate brood to a high level brood, to increase the number of new brood nests. Understood. Yuan nodded. After knowing the entire method, he no longer had to worry about the number of nests and the scope of the carpet point. After he accumulates enough, even the entire space of God's domain can be covered with germ carpet point by that time. Even if an outsider invades the God's domain, they will probably be shocked point. After solving this big problem, Yuan finally got the idea to start opening up the divine realm point with a thought in his mind. He directly released his top divine domain opening card point. Suddenly, a mysterious, and extremely powerful wave began to emerge at the edge of the divine realm point in the chaotic and misty void. Yuan's exclusive divine space began to expand. Tip: you use the top level divine domain opening card. Tip: your divine space is expanding. Tip: your believer race feels the greatness of the miracle, and the believer's faith deepens. Tip: you have gained 150,000 faith points. It lasted for several days before Yuan saw that the development of the entire divine realm had stopped point at this time. He subconsciously called up the God's domain interface point luck directly towards the area above point I saw. The original area of 500 hectares suddenly increased 100 times, reaching a terrifying 50,000 hectares. Hiss. Yuan couldn't help but gasp. What is the concept of 50,000 hectares? It is a square land with a length and width of more than 50 kilometers, equivalent to the entire size of a small city, making the entire divine domain space instantly spacious. All the Zerg were originally so crowded, but now they relaxed instantly. Chapter 29 Zen Giant's Request, Invading the Cousin's Divine Domain. It seems that the system's rewards have taken effect. Yuan knew that a general top-level divine domain opening card could only expand to an area of 10,000 hectares at most point. However, with the system's bonus, this range has been increased 5 times. System, give me 5 mother nests scattered around the entire God's domain space. Seeing the expansion of the divine domain, Yuan immediately asked the system to release the mother nest point, then let the bacteria blanket continue to spread point. During this period, he must stop the mother nest's function of hatching larvae point. Only when the carpet spread is completed can these larvae not starve to death. Boom, boom, boom. In the entire divine domain space, the ground in 5 directions trembled. Next moment, Zerg mother nests grew out of it. The growth was completed in less than 10 minutes without Yuan opening his mouth. The intermediate brood had already begun to control the 5 broods spreading the carpet according to his will. This process is not fast and takes some time. Yuan took a look, and now his faith value has recovered a little again. Lottery is out of the question, and the Hydra factor obtained from Eluoziming was not used. Yuan also decided to wait. After clearing out all consumables in the system space that can be used as food for the mother nest. He broke the link to the divine space. You still need resource cards. Yuan rubbed his eyebrows. The evolution of the brood requires nutrition. Although it is much smaller than the needs of all Zerg species, it cannot be underestimated. I took a look at my universal point balance. Yuan sighed, and when preparing to go to class tomorrow, he asked the class teacher Yuan if there was any way to find a part-time job to earn some general points. A night of silence. Early the next morning, Yuan came to the classroom to prepare for class. But when he was sitting in his seat, a figure suddenly appeared next to him. Hello, big devil, we meet again. Yuan looked up and saw a fat man standing in front of him. He is 1.7 meters tall and weighs 200 kilograms. Who is it, if it's not Zen Gang? Huh? Why are you in our class? Yuan looked at Zenjing Dao in surprise. Got your class is ours too. Okay, Zen. Giant smiled and said, in order to be closer to you, the Great Master, I specially applied for a class change, so it was passed so easily? Yuan was a little surprised. This kind of already divided classes cannot be changed casually in number 1 middle school. It must be approved by the original class teacher and the new class teacher, and finally the principal's consent. But the other party actually applied yesterday and changed it today. This shows the depth of his background. Haha, don't worry about those details, Zen. Giant sat next to Yuan, reached out and took out a card full of patterns, and handed it to Yuan. plan to ask the great god for advice on how to gather the faith of believers. Zen Giant smiled and said, "This card can be regarded as a tuition fee for me to ask God to help me." Lu Yuan turned his head and glanced, suddenly said, "Advanced resource card. I want to ask a question and need a high level resource card. When did premium resource cards become so worthless?" Lu Yuan thought for a moment and understood point asking for advice is just a pretense. In fact, the other party wants to show kindness to you. Zen Han, are you from the Zhencheng Chamber of Commerce? Haha, great god's wisdom. The name Zhengang doesn't sound good. That's because his father is Zhencheng, the boss of Zhencheng Chamber of Commerce point specializing in the sales of various cards. Its scale is very famous throughout Kian City Point. When Zhenjian was born, Zhencheng followed the principle of relying on his reputation to make a living, and named him Zhenjian Point. I hope he is lucky enough to become a powerful god. Master, tell the truth. My father asked me to pass this on to you. I want to ask you for a favor. Zen Giant said directly. Help? What are you doing? Lu Yuan was confused. Help. Invade other people's divine realms. Zen Jing's words were astonishing. Point in general, there are two situations for invasion of God's domain. One is the school's practical examination, which can only be carried out after being reported and approved by superiors. This is legal behavior and can only occur in schools. The other is a forced invasion of the divine domain without permission. Point Lu Yuan's previous invasion of Luo Ximing's divine domain was like this originally. This was already a very serious illegal act. Point. If it happens in society, you will be directly arrested by the law enforcement team and put on trial. Point. But in high school, because students have not yet ignited their own divine fire, no matter how strong their own divine space is, the damage and losses they can cause are very limited. Point. Therefore, it will be classified as a violation. Point. In the event of a violation, the ruling will be arbitrated by the schools agency. Point. There's a lot of maneuverability here. Point. But no matter how you operate it, it is always against the rules. After thinking about it, Lu Yuan was about to refuse. Point. But I heard Zhen Jiang say hurriedly, "Don't worry, the one who invaded is none other than my cousin's divine space." Chapter 30, Rookie King of 3 vs. Rookie of 1. Luo Ximing escaped. What? Your cousin? Lu Yuan looked at Zhen Jiang with some doubts. Is his dad crazy, actually looking for outsiders to invade the divine domain of your relatives? Aha, that's right, seemingly. Seeing the confusion in Lu Yuan's eyes, Zhengang hurriedly explained, "My cousin is in number 3 middle school. She is 1 month younger than me, and she is also the freshman king there. My uncle said that she has been a little crazy recently, and this mentality is not conducive to her development. That's why I asked my dad to help find someone to invade her divine domain, so that she can taste failure. I happened to know about it, so I recommended you immediately." Zen Giant said excitedly, "The Rookie King of the 3rd school versus the Rookie King of the 1st school. I feel so excited just thinking about it. Is he also the new king?" Lu Yuan was silent for a moment. There were more than a dozen high schools in Kian City. Point. The strongest one among them is not one of them. Point. No 3 middle school, number 6 middle school, and number 9 middle school are all in the 1st echelon, while number 1 middle school can only be considered the 2nd echelon. Point. The number 3 middle school is even better among the 1st tier schools, and it feels like it has surpassed the other 2 high schools. This cousin of the other party was actually able to stand out among the freshmen in number 3 middle school. She was definitely not a zippy. It seems that my strength may not be able to defeat her, right? Lu Yuan was modest. Don't worry, all I give you is a deposit. Regardless of whether you win or lose, there will be additional rewards when the time comes. Zen Giant explained, "Of course, if you can defeat her, the reward will be even more generous." Is that so? Lu Yuan thought in his mind that he just lacked resource cards. If you can make some extra money here, it will be much more cost effective than going out to find a part-time job. Okay, I agree. Finally, Lu Yuan nodded and said, "Did you say when? You can set the time yourself." When Zhengang heard that Lu Yuan agreed, his face suddenly lit up with joy. When The time comes, you tell me in advance that my uncle will give you encryption authorization, and you will invade her divine domain as a divine domain robber. Don't let her know it was planned. The God's Domain Bandit is a notorious existence in the God's Domain space. They include people from the main world, as well as evil gods who accidentally meet in the void of the outer world. An existence that specializes in plundering other people's divine realms. No problem, since his identity cannot be revealed. Yuan has nothing to disagree with. After the two discussed it, the bell rang for class. The first period happened to be the class teacher Yuan's class. She has long wavy hair and a dark purple tight leather jacket. Very tight. The appearance of the other party caused the entire class to fall into silence. Students, today we are going to talk about several major elements of the ignition of divine fire and the division of factions of extraterritorial races. Soon the class started. The courses in the first year of high school are mainly theory based, and practical classes are not too frequent. Yuan has not traveled through time very long, so he lacks most of this knowledge. From beginning to end, he listened very carefully. After 2 hours, the class ended. Yuan closed the textbook in her hand and said goodbye to many classmates, but before leaving, she suddenly said, Yuan, come here. Oh. Yuan followed him out of the classroom and soon arrived at Teacher Yuan's office. Teacher Ning, what do you want from me? Yuan asked subconsciously. No big deal, Ning. Yuan glanced at Yuan. I just want to tell you that Luo Ziming escaped. Luo Ziming escaped? What do you mean? Yuan's heart moved, and he became a little confused. Luo Ziming suffered damage to his brain yesterday because he forcibly fused the second stage distortion factor. Ning. Yuan said. The situation was stabilized in the school medical room. Unexpectedly, last night, he suddenly went crazy. Not only did he seriously injure the nurse on duty in the medical room, but he also escaped from the school directly. I called you here to tell you that you should be mentally prepared. There are no special circumstances in the recent period, so it is best not to leave the school. Escaped. Yuan didn't expect that Luo Ziming was really capable of doing such crazy things, but this kind of thing doesn't matter much to him. The security in the main world is pretty good. Nodding, Yuan said, okay, teacher, I understand. Ning. Yuan nodded, reached out and handed 3 resource cards to Yuan. This is a resource allocated to you by the school. The principal has included your name on the list for this Kian City High School exchange competition. The time is just 2 months away. You must seize the time to improve. Yuan's eyes lit up. This kind of opportunity was rare, so he couldn't miss it. Don't worry, teacher. I will try my best. I know you are a promising student. The look on Ning Yuan's face turned solemn. But if you participate in the high school exchange competition, you will face opponents at the level of senior high school students, and they are also the elites of the entire Kian City high school students. Those students are much stronger than the freshmen. Not to mention tier 2 races, tier 3 or even tier 4 races may exist. Remember not to be careless, understand? Thank you, teacher, for reminding me. I will pay attention. Yuan nodded. In 2 months, his believer race should have grown greatly. Chapter 31. Newly discovered magical functions of the insect nest altar. Fusion factors, all advanced. Less than 1,000 kilometers away from Kian City, it is a huge city. Its scale is several times larger than Kian City. Even in the entire Emerald Alliance, it ranks high. Blood River City, a huge city guarding the rift in hell, is bound to give birth to an extremely powerful family of gods. The Luo family is one of the most powerful families. Now, in a quiet villa of the Luo family, a red-haired young man was sitting on the sofa, admiring the beautiful scenery of the lake in the distance. While looking at the illustrated book of hellish creatures in his hand. Master, I just received news that Luo Ziming inspired the second level of distortion and was defeated by Yuan. He was affected by the distortion last night and escaped. A middle-aged man wearing black clothes and without a smile suddenly appeared beside the young man and bowed and said, oh, the young man who heard this raised his eyebrows and seemed to show a hint of interest. That Lord's descendant is really amazing. It seems that my random actions have paid off quite a bit. Snapped. The young man closed the book casually and said, continue to collect Yuan's information for me. The current natural disaster growth is still too weak, and it is not worthy for me to devour him. Yes, master. After saying that, the middle-aged man turned and left point at the same time. Of course Yuan didn't know that he had been targeted point at this time. He was on his way back to his dormitory point. Since he agreed to invade someone else's divine domain, he had to be fully prepared point. Go back to dorms after a simple dinner. Yuan entered the login cabin. Tip: the subspace domain has been linked. Tip: the user has entered his own exclusive divine space point. A familiar feeling emerged, and Yuan entered the divine space again point, but this time, as soon as he entered it, he saw countless records on the God's domain interface flashing across the screen. Record: your believer race has increased. Record: the land of creep has spread on a large scale, and your believer race feels comfortable. Record: you gained 20,000 faith points. The front was normal, but as he went to the back, Yuan suddenly discovered that records he had never seen before appeared. Record: your followers sacrificed red-tailed deer. Record: you gained 35 points of faith. Record: your followers sacrificed whitefish. Record: you gained 26 faith points. Sacrifice: his own believers actually started to offer sacrifices. Yuan originally thought that things like sacrifice could only exist among other races. My Zerg race only knows how to eat and attack by nature point. If it weren't for the help of the system, I probably wouldn't have such a fanatical belief in myself point, but now I actually know how to sacrifice point. All these changes are due to the evolved Zerg mother nest point. The brood alter ability that Yuan ignored actually took effect so quickly point. Just as Yuan was looking at these sacrifice lists, suddenly, the system prompt sounded in my mind again point. Ding. Your believers sacrificed the red-tailed deer, and you gained an additional 35 points of faith. Ding. Your believers sacrificed the whitefish, and you gained an additional 26 points of faith. Ding. Your followers sacrificed the wasteland grey wolf, and you gained an additional 0.1 point of strength. Is this okay too? When Yuan heard the system prompt, he couldn't help but be stunned at first, and then he couldn't help but become ecstatic point, because the extra reward from the sacrifice can actually directly enhance his own strength point. The normal level of a strong demigod is equivalent to around level 15 point. Its own attributes are not significantly different in the main world point. Once in the outer realm, the average level is around 75 points point, but now, Yuan was able to improve his attributes by making sacrifices. This discovery surprised him point. The improvement of basic attributes will be of great help in igniting the divine fire in the future point. Certainly, what makes Yuan even more happy is that, since the sacrifice can obtain attributes under the bonus of the system, he may also be able to obtain more benefits. This is equivalent to giving yourself another way to become stronger. There are not many valuable things in the entire divine space, so even with systematic blessings, Yuan did not gain much point. He appeared this time to place resource cards. The second one is to strengthen the Hydra factor obtained last time. System, let me fuse the Hydra factor into all the Zerg. Ding. Start merging. In midair, familiar dust fell point. This time, all Zerg have awakened from hibernation. Subsequently, what greets them is an unprecedented transformation. Ouch. Pain and roars resounded throughout the entire divine space point. The Zerg Legion, which has grown to more than 200,000 troops, has begun a new round of transformation point. The body of the Springtail, which was originally more than 1 meter, grew again point. It reached over 1.5 meters. Not only that, their two front paws became raised high, and the front half of their originally prostrate body began to tilt up, making them look like centaurs on all fours. Their armor becomes more powerful point. The appearance is also more fierce. Tip: your believer race is undergoing mutation. Tip: your believer race has advanced. Tip: you have gained 200,000 faith points. Chapter 32, Level 3 Abatha, breeding like crazy, forming an army of millions of Zerg. Purified Hydra Factor. It is composed of broken genetic fragments from Hydra, contains extremely weak Hydra blood, and is forcibly removed from the negative effects of hell by mysterious power, so it can be used with confidence. Yuan looked away from the item introduction. It was worthy of the bloodline of a powerful creature from Hell point. Just this little bit of bloodline power can allow all of his Zerg races to advance point. In addition to being larger in size, the transformed Tear Springtail is longer and more flexible than before. Not only the tearing springtails, but also the infected insects and the original poisonous bannerlings have undergone huge transformations. Of course, the one that has changed the most is Abatha as a mentally deformed person. It has a weakness in terms of physical strength. This time, the Hydra factor was incorporated, which just made up for his shortcomings. Not only has his body become taller again, but the blade in front of him is also longer and sharper. Tip: your religious race is undergoing changes. Tip: your religious race has advanced. Tip: your believers have witnessed the grace of the gods, and their faith has deepened. Tip: you have gained 100,000 faith points. Finally, after nearly an hour, the entire transformation was completely completed. Yuan hurriedly opened his race interface, and the two most obvious changes were: name, Hydra Tear Springtail, category, Zerg, stage, level 2, left square bracket ability, devouring collection, enhanced tearing, charge, main, claw slashing, fire resistance, bacterial infection, armored stab, main, underwater breathing, swimming proficiency, Hydra heavy armor scales, enhanced regeneration life. 12. Total blood volume of 2 adults, strength. 14. Can compete with human warriors, agility. 12. Ordinary people can no longer catch up, intelligence. 9. Can become a magic apprentice, evaluation. The defense added with the Hydra factor is amazing. The flexibility is also greatly improved, and more importantly, the brain is more flexible. Yuan was very pleased with the advancement of the tearing springtail. Especially seeing that its own combat power has grown, surpassing most tier 2 units. This shows the huge effect of the Hydra factor. As the tearing springtails advance, the poisonous bannerlings transformed from them also advance. Its most intuitive changes, that its body size has become larger, the explosion is more corrosive, and the damage is higher. As for the infected bug, because it is a second level race, although it has been greatly improved, it has not continued to advance. However, during this period of time, Abatha, who worked diligently and uncomplainingly to contribute to the evolution of the brood, ushered in the first advancement in his life. Name, Psychopath Abatha, category, Zerg, stage, level 3, left square bracket ability, enhanced tear, charge, main, claw slash, fire resistance, bacterial infection, underwater breathing, swimming proficiency, armored thrust, main, brood pulse, main, psychic wave, main, mental scream, main, Hydra heavy armor scales, enhanced regeneration life. 15. Average level 4 third level units, strength. 19. Can also play a great role in melee combat, agility. 15. No longer a shortcoming, intelligence. 30. It is difficult for 4th level creatures to resist its spiritual effects, evaluation. Bloodline makes up for Abatha's shortcomings, and his mental strength makes him no less powerful when facing 4th level creatures. In particular, his mental attacks make it difficult for opponents to guard against. The ferocious Abatha let out an excited growl. Now he wanted to charge into battle like a warrior. In addition to these obvious changes, both hive larvae and mutated worker bees have also been improved. Even the defense of the insect nest is stronger than before. At this time, Yuan looked towards the divine space again. Within the 50,000 hectare divine domain, 80% of the area is covered by fungus carpet. I can finally let go and breed. Yuan waved his hand and put the high-level resource card into the divine realm. The resources inside are enough for the Zerg mother nest to obtain enough nutrients to give birth to more larvae. After taking care of all this, Yuan temporarily chose to leave the divine space. He was not in a hurry to complete the task assigned by Zhenjian. After the insect nest completes a new round of reproduction, it is not too late to go there with all preparations next. Everything calmed down for the time being. Lu Yuan goes to and from school every day at 2 o'clock and one line at a time. However, what gave him a headache was since the past few days, no less than 300 love letters have been received in the classroom seats. Yes, most of the freshman female classmates chose to confess their feelings to Lu Yuan. There is no way. The devil's charm is too great. In addition, Lu Yuan himself is relatively handsome, making it easier to attract the admiration of others in this regard. Lu Yuan could only put away these love letters temporarily with a headache. It's more important to concentrate on your studies in the blink of an eye. 7 days passed. When Lu Yuan entered the divine space again, there were already more than 1.2 million larvae in the entire divine space. This is because the creep range is limited, otherwise it could exceed 1.5 million. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan knew that the day had come for him to complete his mission. Chapter 33, Tongyan Na Chenlingshan, an army of millions invades. The system mutated 300,000 Hydra tearing springtails, 200,000 poisonous bannerlings, and 200,000 infected worms, while the remaining larvae remain unchanged. Lu Yuan thought for a while and directly ordered such a plan. After a series of mutations, Lu Yuan now has an army of 500,000 tearing springtails, 200,000 poisonous bannerlings, and 200,000 infected worms. The faith value generated through mutation is as high as 1.1 million. Including the faith points accumulated previously, the total must have reached around 1.5 million. With this amount of faith value, you can already try to light the divine fire. The process of lighting the divine fire is to understand the rules of one's priesthood. By burning faith values, once you understand part of the power of the rules, you can keep the divine fire burning. In this way, it will be considered a success. However, 1 million faith points is only a preliminary standard. If you want to make your divine fire stronger and more stable, the more the better. Send a call request to Zhenjian. Lu Yuan was almost done and contacted Zhenjian directly in the divine space. Soon, Zhengang directly answered the call request. Hey, master, are you planning to do a mission? Zhenjian answered the phone and naturally guessed Lu Yuan's plan. Send me the coordinates of her divine domain. Lu Yuan got straight to the point. Okay, Zhenjian nodded repeatedly. It has been prepared for a long time. I will send it to you right away. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yuan quickly received Zhenjian's coordinates, and the other party told him that his invasion of the divine domain had been encrypted. This way the other party won't discover your true identity. Search for the coordinates of the divine domain and prepare for invasion. Lu Yuan took a look and started searching directly in the divine space. At the same time, in a luxurious flat floor building not far from the number 3 middle school, a childlike beauty with a suspender belt and hot pants was lying in the lodge-in cabin. Chenlingshan had just received the Rookie King reward from her father and couldn't wait to enter the divine space. In the divine space of more than 1,000 hectares, deep in a grassland, a voluptuous self with pointed ears and clothes woven from grass was kneeling respectfully on the ground. A Achora with fluctuations in the earth element erupted around her. After a moment, she opened her eyes with big watery eyes. He knelt on the ground with great excitement and began to pray towards the altar in front of him. Thank you to the great god of mire and war. It is your gift that allowed Nutgal to advance successfully. High in the sky, Chenlingshan transformed into a hazy shadow of a god. When she heard the prayer, she couldn't help but clapped her hands excitedly. The divine fragments given by Dad are really powerful. My level 3 earth elf has been upgraded in no time. I really want to fight someone right now. As the god of war, despite her coy childlike appearance, she is actually a fanatical militant inside. Perhaps someone seemed to have heard her wish. Just when she thought about it, a message appeared on the god's domain interface. Alert! An external force is invading the divine domain. Alert! God's domain will be invaded in 10 minutes. Alert! Players, please be prepared. The countdown begins. Who will invade my divine domain? Chenlingshan was stunned for a moment, then a look of fanaticism appeared on her face. Come on, let me show you how terrifying my aunt's realm is. She waved her little hand, and the oracle sounded throughout the space. Immediately, the figures of the believer races began to gather and gather. Alert! The divine space has been invaded. Laugh. A Tearing sound spread across the entire divine realm. Point due east. A dark crack suddenly appeared. Point. As soon as the cracks appeared, they continued to spread towards both sides immediately afterwards. It was as if a pair of giant hands had grasped the crack and tore it open. Point tsk. A space crack nearly 100 meters long emerged. Point at this time, Chen Lingshan also looked towards the crack. Point. A desolate, dry, and terrifying divine realm filled with thick fungus appeared. Who are you? Dare to invade my divine domain? Chen Lingshan was stunned when she saw this divine realm. She thought it was her teacher or classmate, or worse, her father came here to test her unexpectedly. The environment of this divine realm was nothing like that. Point. That's why I asked. Point. However, as she finished speaking, she saw a huge face emerging from the cracks in the opponent's divine domain. Point. Not only did he not answer her question. Point. Instead, he spit out 2 words directly. Attack. As soon as the words fell, a mighty army of tearing springtails surged from the crack. No, it's a robber from the divine realm. Chen Lingshan exclaimed when she saw the ugly Zerg army. Point. He suddenly shouted loudly, "My followers, start fighting back." Chapter 34. The goddess of quagmire and war was crushed by the tactics of a sea of people. In Chen Lingshan's divine space, Notga, who had received the oracle, raised the staff in his hand and spoke in a high-pitched and passionate voice. Believers, the great god of Maya and war has descended from the divine domain, and the evil forces of the future are invading our homeland. I, the Earth Elf Notga, call here to fight for the glory of my god. Drive all evil forces out of our homes, and let the glory of God shine upon every inch of the land. Ouch. The Kobold clan is ready to show up for my god at any time. The Kobold leader, equipped with light iron armor and holding a bone hammer, shouted loudly, "All tribesmen, charge with me." Oh, woof, woof, Philly. 500 kobold warriors rushed towards the crack in the distance. Point. They lined up in a row, shouting the names of the gods. Lead the charge as the vanguard. Point. At the rear, nearly 300 archers, composed of earth elves, gradually followed. Point. The longbows in his hands are already fully drawn. As long as they reached the range. Point. What greeted the opponent was a rain of arrows from the sky. Armored level 1 kobold plus level 2 earth elf archer Yuan transformed into a ball of sand and dust floating in his own divine space. Point. Seeing the opponent's fighting combination made him slightly surprised. Point. The rookie king in 3 actually only has this little strength. If this is really the case, then to be honest, he is really a little disappointed. 10,000 tear springtails should be enough to tear them apart, right? In the midst of murmuring, Abatha, the mentally deformed person in charge of command below, suddenly looked up to the sky and howled. 10,000 Hydra tear springtails swarmed out of the cracks and rushed towards the kobolds. Come on, tribesmen, and tear them apart for me. Abatha's spiritual fluctuations echoed among all the Zerg. Remember, to leave one alive, we have to sacrifice it to the great god of natural disasters. Hiss, kill. For the great god of natural disasters. Kill, kill, kill. The distance of several thousand meters began to shrink rapidly amid the turbulence on both sides at this time. In the distance, Chen Lingshan, who was wearing armor and had a childlike appearance, had a look of disgust on her face. What's the wrong choice? Why choose a bug as a believer? The land of quagmire. Following her soft drink, Yuan felt an inexplicable fluctuation in the opponent's divine realm. Point. Subsequently, the soil under the feet of the speeding tearing springtail suddenly became soft. Point. Before the tearing springtail could react, it turned into a muddy swamp. Point. Suddenly their speed was greatly reduced. Point. At this time, the kobolds who had rushed into the distance suddenly stopped, and the earth elf archers behind them started the first round of volley. Boo-hoo. Hundreds of arrows formed a small rain curtain and fell from the sky. Point. It shot accurately towards the Hydra tearing springtails in the Maya. Point. Earth elves are a branch of nature elves. Although they are not as good at bows and arrows as forest elves, they are still very good. Point. However, just when they thought their wave of attacks would be successful. Point. Only the sound of ping, ping 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 was heard, which did not cause much damage to the Hydra tearing springtails at all. Point. Even the thick scales on the skin were not damaged. How is it possible? These lowly insects have such terrifying defenses. The Earth Elf Priest Notuga behind him couldn't help but exclaimed. She originally thought that this kind of insect believers only had a numerical advantage, and their real defense and combat effectiveness were not that exaggerated. However, in their first encounter, the Tearer Tearling Springtail gave them a big surprise. Does it belong to your priesthood? Yuan couldn't help but whisper to himself when he saw the vast swamp. His own priesthood had always been a shortcoming. He knows it very well. But, although the quagmire in front of us has reduced our speed, it does not mean that there is no way to solve it. Since the one below can't get through, then let the one above get through. As the words fell, thousands of tearing springtails that had fallen into the mire suddenly became motionless, and their entire bodies actually built a hard road, allowing the tearing springtails behind them to step on their bodies anyway. They have an overwhelming advantage in numbers, so just crush them. Hiss, kill, kill, kill. In less than a minute, thousands of Tearer Tearling Springtails had rushed through the opponent's swamp area. I saw it jump suddenly, its sharp mouth pits and its own blade as sharp as a sickle. The sword light turned into a cold one and fell towards the kobold in the front row. Puff. When a level 2 Hydra Ripper faced a level 1 kobold warrior, even the light armor on the opponent's body could only block it for a moment. The sound of countless hands raising and falling knives could be heard. The kobold in front of him was instantly torn apart. Level 2 Zerg? How is that possible? This time, even Chen Lingshan was a little surprised. She glanced around and saw at least tens of thousands of second order tearing springtails with such a quantity. The kobolds simply cannot resist it. Earth Elf retreat and fight at the same time. The Oracle came, and the 300 shooters gave up the 500 kobolds and began to retreat. At the same time, the scope of the swamp on the ground expanded again, trying to stop the attack speed of the tearing crawlers. But there are too many springtails. Even if Chen Lingshan continued to exert her clerical role, she could not stop the endless Zerg army. Chen Lingshan saw the situation clearly, anger rising in her eyes. You must force me to use my trump card. Then, as you wish, come out, Centaur Legion. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35. Professional Heavy Armor Warrior, Sacred Object Plugin, Gravity Halo. Within the vibrant divine space, thousands of ripworms began to charge towards the opposing army. But at this moment, a loud roar sounded from a distance. Next moment, from the other end of the plane, groups of centaur warriors wearing heavy armor and horse-hooved bodies charged in neat steps. 1,000 fully armed. No, centaur warriors armed to the teeth turned into a torrent of steel and came towards them. And in the rear, there were actually 500 centaur shooters. The centaurs are the only race that can rival the forest elves in their talent for bow and arrow. What they hold in their hands are longbows that are several times harder than those of the earth elves. High Priest Nothga, the Centaur Ironhoof Commander, are here to support us. The Centaur warrior leader shouted towards the High Priest with a giant axe in his hand. Very good. Nothga was overjoyed when he heard this. The Earth Elves retreat on both sides. Wow. The Earth Elves spread out to both sides. Suddenly, the Centaur warriors in the front row rushed towards the torrent of tearing springtails rushing in front of them. Bang, bang, bang. In a series of muffled sounds, the two sides finally collided. What surprised Yuan was that these centaur warriors actually resisted the attack of the front row tearing springtails. Check out the race panel. Yuan subconsciously ordered the system. Name, Centaur Warrior / Heavy Armor Warrior. Category, Demi-Humans. Stage, Level 2. Left square bracket ability, Horsehoof Trampling. Fighting Spirit increased. Powerful Swing Life. 11/20. The blood volume increases greatly after changing jobs. Strength. 12/24. Hercules is the right description. Agility. 10/16. Quick as the wind. Intelligence. 8/8. Can only learn some superficial spells. Evaluation. The centaur with good basic attributes has amazing combat power. After becoming a heavily armored warrior, he's Actually a transferred warrior, Yuan couldn't help, but said suddenly, after seeing the message point when the believer race is strong enough, spending a lot of resources to purchase job transfer cards can help the opponent develop in the direction of specialization point. Not only that, once the job transfer is successful, you can also have a larger increase point. But, although the role of job transfer is powerful, its cost is naturally not comparable to ordinary expenses. The cost of 1,000 heavily armored warriors in front of him is definitely not something Yuan can afford now. Crack. With a crisp sound, the giant axe in the centaur leader's hand cut through the Springtail's defense for the first time. Point at the rear, the centaur archer accurately hit his arrow from the wound, immediately causing huge damage to the tearing Springtail point. And looking at the other side, the blade that tore apart the Springtails could only leave some half-inch deep scratches on the opponent's heavy armor. It's still a little difficult to break through the defense point at this time. Even if you use armored thrust, it may not be of any use. HMPH, you despicable and shameless god's domain robber. You will pay the price for what you have done. Seeing Chen Lingshan blocking the first wave of attacks, she let out a cold drink. Point next moment, a pale red light emerged from the void and enveloped all believers. Point for a moment, on Chen Lingshan's side, all the believers' races let out a loud shout. Point the overall combat power actually began to soar. The aura of war also belongs to the priesthood of the god of war. Once cast, it directly increases the attack power of friendly units by 20%. This time, the centaur warrior became even more powerful. Point not only that, while the halo emerged. Point Chen Lingshan raised her hand again. Suddenly, under the feet of the tearing Springtail, the ground began to shake, and there was a sudden feeling of instability. Point earth tremor also belongs to Chen Lingshan's priesthood. Point, but her strength is limited. If she is strong enough, she can upgrade to earthquake. Point, when an earthquake occurs, it can cause huge damage before the fight begins. A combination of quagmire plus ground tremor made tens of thousands of tearing Springtails seem to be stuck in a quagmire. It was difficult to stabilize their bodies, let alone attack. Point seeing this scene, Chen Lingshan grabbed the necklace on her gooseneck. Point suddenly, an earthy yellow halo enveloped all the tearing Springtails again. Point but, the moment the light fell, all the tearing Springtails suddenly sank, as if they were pressed down by a huge boulder, sinking deeply into the mire. Point even his movements became sluggish. Sacred object plugin, gravity halo. Yuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that this little girl even had such good things. The sacred object plugin is a sacred object made by the gods with mysterious materials, and powerful magic can be sealed inside. Point it just takes divine power to activate it. Point and Chen Lingshan, a demigod, can release this kind of magic, which means that she has at least one sacred object that stores divine power. Isn't this too FG cool? Yuan was speechless. Class changing warrior, holy relic plugin, divine relic. Point this kind of opponent can fight even ordinary high school students now. He was actually asked to teach the other party a lesson as a freshman in high school. Point looking at the high-spirited Chen Lingshan, Yuan suddenly sighed in his heart. Oh, what a great equipment. I'm sorry, I have to win. Chapter 36, summoning a quagmire puppet. In an instant, it beats the child to tears. Come on, just drown them all. Yuan's voice turned into an oracle and sounded throughout the divine space. Point in an instant, 500,000 tearing Springtails that were already ready to attack rushed out from the crack. Point there are no tactics or arrangements. It's just about quantity. Just crush them unreasonably. Point, if 10,000 can't suppress you, then 20,000. Point, if 20,000 cannot defeat you, then 100,000 will be enough. Point there are only 1,500 warriors. Even if they are put in front of you and cut down by you, they will still die from exhaustion, right? As for those priesthoods, can you cover the range of an army of 500,000? Even if it could, it's not something a little demigod can do. So, Chen Lingshan, who was originally a little proud of how quickly she blocked the opponent's attack, was about to show off. Point but suddenly, her expression changed. Boom. The ground shook. Point Chen Lingshan suddenly discovered that her 1,000 hectares of divine space was actually filled with countless tearing Springtails. How much does this have to be? 50,000, 100,000, even more. How can it be? She Couldn't imagine that the other party could actually have such a terrifying number of believers. Is the other party really just a demigod? If he wasn't a demigod, he wouldn't be able to resist the few magical spells just now. Crash. A surging tide of insects surrounded Chenlingshan's race of believers from all directions. The earth elves trembled, feeling that they had no way to escape. Sure. Poof. The sharp bone blade cut through the void, and an earth elf was killed. Then it was swarmed by more than a dozen tearing springtails and completely devoured. No. High Priest Notgle's eyes were red. They finally found a place to stay and regained their faith. However, such days did not last long before they were completely destroyed by these terrifying Zerg. No, damn it, you damn bugs, I'm going to kill you. But the staff in her hand was suddenly raised high, and at the same time, a wave of 4th level magic power in her body burst out. Boom. The ground around her began to collapse, turning into a rolling quagmire that instantly swallowed up the tearing worms around her. This isn't over yet. The quagmire keeps rolling, as if it is constantly brewing. The chanting in Notga's mouth became more and more intense, and finally, he waved violently. Come out, quagmire puppet. Ouch. Just hearing a low roar, the swamp with a radius of tens of meters suddenly turned over, and 2 huge puppets that were 5 meters high and completely made of rock emerged. As soon as he appeared, he roared to the sky and hit a tearing springtail hard with his fist as big as a millstone. Poof. In just one blow, the tearing springtail was dented and spit out green blood. Level 4 quagmire puppet? Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw these 2 quagmire puppets. This big guy not only has amazing defense, but also has no brains. Even if it is infected with insects, it will be useless, and if you want to deal with them, you can only deal with the high priest who casts spells. So, ouch. Abatha's figure rushed out from nowhere and screamed mentally at Notgle. Just once, caught off guard, Notgad screamed and fell to the ground holding his head. Even though her mental power was not weak, she had to interrupt her spell casting under the attack of level 3 mental scream. Wow. The quagmire puppet, who was so fierce just now, only existed for a few seconds before completely collapsing. Massacre. All round massacre. There were only 200,000 tearing springtails that had completely slaughtered all the other races. Even the heavily armored centaur warriors fell to the ground under the siege of dozens or hundreds of times. This, wow. Woohoo. Chenlingshan looked at the entire divine domain that had been invaded by the Zerg and finally couldn't control it, so she burst into tears. Yuan's eyes flashed when he saw this scene, knowing that the heat was almost over. Okay, let's move out. He waved his hand and his figure instantly disappeared into the divine space. Long live the great god of natural disasters. Believers, bring back our trophies and sacrifice them to the great god of natural disasters. Abatha shouted. Suddenly, all the Zerg armies began to retreat in an orderly manner. However, what Yuan didn't expect was that the earth elf who had just been advanced by Chenlingshan would be captured by the Zerg army. After completing the task, Yuan left the divine space without paying too much attention to the situation in his divine realm. Killing half of the believers and leaving half of the believers should be enough, right? Yuan is still very satisfied with his decision. After all, Zhenjian told himself that he would do whatever he wanted. The harder it hits, the better, but Yuan is not a fool. Those believer races cost a lot of money. If they were all wiped out, it would be a big loss at that time. If this affects your income, it will be more than worth the loss. Just when he was communicating with Zhenjian in the study room of Chenlingshan's villa, a middle-aged man in his 40s couldn't help but look in his eyes and came to his senses. This kid is a bit fierce. The man suddenly laughed. This girl was beaten to tears. She should know how to keep a low profile, right? Chapter 37 Endurance Muscles, Iron Hoofs of Attack, Priesthood Rewards. Just as the middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa recalling the scene of the battle between Yuan and Chenlingshan. Sudden, the door to his study room was pushed open. Immediately, Chenlingshan burst into tears and rushed in. Dad. Woohoo, my divine space has been invaded. Ahem. What? Who is so bold? Seeing his daughter coming to complain, the middle-aged man immediately coughed and suppressed the gloating on his face. Pretending to be angry, he slapped the table. A robber from God's domain. I just wanted to check his user identity, but it was directly encrypted, Chen Lingshan said while crying. This is a common trick used by bandits in the divine realm. Ahem. Yes, this robber from the god's domain has been encrypted, so it is indeed a bit troublesome to track him down. The middle-aged man nodded, changed the subject, and became more serious in his words. Daughter, you encountered a robber from the divine realm. It is unfortunate, but also lucky. Chen Lingshan looked at her father in surprise, wondering what it meant. Unfortunately, your believer race will suffer huge losses, but fortunately, you can see your own shortcomings, and know that there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. But, Dad, he actually took away my 4th level high priest. I just fused the fragments of earth divinity you gave me to let her break through. Chen Lingshan's heart was filled with rage. He was snatched away by someone just after he advanced. No one could bear it. Ahem. It doesn't matter. The fragment of divinity is just a trace, not expensive. I'll just get it for you when the time comes. After coaxing her for a long time, Chen Lingshan's mood improved a lot, and she returned to her room alone. Only, as soon as she returned, she couldn't help but become confused. Isn't that right? I haven't told you the result yet? How did Dad know? The ghostly Chen Lingshan was stunned for a moment, then a light flashed in her eyes. Okay, Dad must be behind it. Why are you talking about a robber from the divine realm? She hurriedly rushed to the computer and began to search the internet for strong men who used Zerg as followers. She felt that the Zerg believers used by this person were very rare, and maybe she could find clues. Really, after her search, she actually found a piece of news among the results. This is a post posted online by a high school student. The #1 middle school in Kayan City suddenly discovered a peerless genius, and a massive swarm of Zerg swept through all the freshmen to win the new Coma King. Not only is the title related to Zerg, but there is also a short video of Lu Yuan fighting in it. Chen Lingshan opened it and immediately opened her eyes with great anger. For a long time, Chen Lingshan let out an angry roar. Lu Yuan, my precious elf high priest. You and I are at odds with each other. Sneeze. Lu Yuan, who was on the phone with Zen Jian, couldn't help but sneeze. The lodging cabin is thermostatically controlled. Why do you sneeze? Just when he was confused, Zen Jian across from him slapped his thigh in surprise. Damn it, master, did you really win? And you killed half of her followers? Others didn't know it, but he knew that his cousin's centaur tribe had 1,000 heavily armored warriors who had transferred classes. That kind of monster that was armed to the teeth was actually half wiped out by Lu Yuan. Judging from his tone, Lu Yuan was deliberately letting off steam. Otherwise, the entire army will be annihilated. Bulls. Master, are you still missing some pendants on your legs? Zen Jian looked at Lu Yuan with admiration. I can dress up as a woman, and I can also call treble 6 roll. Lu Yuan laughed and cursed. He and Zen Gang were quite familiar with each other, so it didn't matter if they made a harmless joke. You'd better tell your uncle quickly. Don't worry, I will take care of your reward. Zen firmly patted her chest to assure herself. After hanging up the call, Lu Yuan fell into deep thought. In this divine battle, it seemed that he had indeed won. And its devastating. But many problems were still exposed. Among them, the most important one was that Lu Yuan felt that the weaknesses of his priesthood were clearly exposed. Drought, desert, desolation. These 3 priesthoods basically have the effect of gradually changing the environment. Unable to cause powerful damage. This is seriously inconsistent with his name as the god of natural disasters. What is this predecessor thinking? Why would he choose such a god's name? Lu Yuan also checked the information about his god's name. The responsibilities of the god of natural disasters are actually very broad. When any powerful force reaches a certain scale, it can be called a natural disaster. In the ancient age of the gods, there was Deathlord, who was once known as the god of natural disasters. He was a terrifying existence that controlled the rules of the 4 element, earth, water, wind, and fire. But it is said that he was defeated by the strong men of the main world and eventually fell to the mysterious plane. So, according to Lu Yuan's guess, his priesthood should be further developed. How to develop it? Lu Yuan was confused. It seems that I should find an opportunity to ask Teacher Yuan tomorrow. She should be clear about it, right? Shaking his head, Yuan temporarily put aside his doubts. I looked at the time. It was only 8 o'clock in the evening. He couldn't help but walked into the login cabin again, preparing to return to God's domain to see the situation of his believer race. However, this time, when he first entered it, the recorded message from the God's domain interface completely surprised him. Record, your followers sacrificed kobold warriors. Record, you have gained 743 faith points. Record, your followers sacrificed centaur warriors. Record, you have gained 835 faith points. Record, your believers sacrificed the level 4 Earth Elf High Priest. Record, you have gained 3580 faith points. Record, you have gained Divinity, Earth Affinity. Record, you won this divine battle, allowing believers to feel your divine power. Record, you gained 100,000 faith points. Sting. You get additional rewards. Life +1, Endurance Muscle Sting. You have received additional rewards. Strength +1, Running Iron Healing. You get an additional reward. Intelligence +2 Ding. Your divine earth affinity has been strengthened into a priesthood. Earth Master Reading. You have won this divine battle, and you will receive an additional reward. 100,000 faith points. Priesthood. Earth Tremor Trigger Lucky Reward. Ground tremors are strengthened into earthquakes. Hiss. Yuan couldn't help but gasp when he heard the prompt. The priesthood actually rewards the priesthood. Is this system too powerful? Wait. Yuan feels like he has missed something. Next moment, he suddenly shrank his pupils and exclaimed, they actually captured the Earth Elf Priest. Yuan hurriedly swept his spiritual thoughts across the divine space. Surprisingly, in the nest of the intermediate mother nest, on the insect nest altar full of barbs, I saw an Earth Elf that had been pierced by barbs and turned into a hedgehog. From the other part, his somewhat shriveled head and the frightened eyes, the shadow of the high priest could be vaguely seen. Snapped. Yuan patted his forehead speechlessly. He was a 4th level race and could be regarded as an extremely important believer in his divine domain. Now not only was he captured by himself, but he was also sacrificed as a sacrifice. It's over. Now I've really become a big devil. This is already the case, and there is still no way to return it. Naturally, Yuan would not take the initiative to mention such a thing. If the other party really comes to him to accuse him, the worst he can do is not take the rest of the reward. After calming down, Yuan finally focused on the priesthood he had obtained. Chapter 38. The era of the god of natural disasters will never end. Priesthood, to put it bluntly, is the sublimation of divinity. The so-called divinity refers to the special properties possessed by the gods themselves, and is also a direct manifestation of power. For example, if you are the god of fire, then the divinity of fire is blazing heat, which can be derived into drought, fire affinity, heat, burning, etc. And if the divinity goes further, it will be strengthened and become a priesthood. However, this process is complicated and consumes a lot of money. Yuan can be sure that it is not something he can do now. But he never expected that things that were out of his reach would be handled by the system in minutes. This is simply not too thoughtful. System, how do I obtain these priesthoods? Yuan couldn't help but ask. Ding. The host only needs to integrate the clerical items in the system space into the body. Is it that simple? Yuan didn't expect it to be so easy, so he subconsciously looked towards the system space. Then, let's have the earthquake first. With or thought, a mysterious substance wrapped in light floated out of the system space. The next moment, it went directly towards Yuan's body to fuse. But Yuan felt his body tremble, but no painful feeling surfaced. Instead, there is a feeling of being enveloped by divine power, which is warm and comfortable. But just when he thought everything was over, suddenly, there was a loud noise in my mind, as if a broken scene emerged from my mind. Ah! Yuan cried out in pain and couldn't help but hold his head with both hands. For a moment, he seemed to have arrived in an inexplicable time and space. A powerful god surrounded by the power of earth, water, fire and wine fights in an endless abyss. The main world is your whimsical idea, and I will never allow it to exist. A huge, majestic voice resounded in the abyss. Desolate. The time when the gods ruled over everything has passed. No, the era of the god of natural disasters will never end. The Sound stopped abruptly here. A terrifying divine power poured out from a distance, flooding the entire abyss in the blink of an eye. Hiss. Lu Yuan suddenly came back to consciousness from the severe pain, but the feeling disappeared. Deslort? That legendary and terrifying god of natural disasters. He didn't know how he came across the clip involving Deslort. Could it be there is something wrong with my predecessor's life experience? Lu Yuan suddenly thought of a possibility. He learned from the memories received by his predecessor that he grew up in the welfare home of Kian City since he was a child. Other than that, there are no memories, but just when he integrated into the priesthood, he didn't know if some key was triggered, causing that kind of episode to appear in his mind. No matter what it is, I have to ask Teacher Yuan tomorrow. Putting these problems behind for the time being, Lu Yuan once again integrated another priesthood, Earth control. Unlike before, this time I didn't get any special fragments according to Lu Yuan's guess. Only the first fusion should have caused a reaction. The priesthood of Earth mastery is actually more powerful than earthquakes, as long as it is deep on the earth. Depending on the strength of the god itself, it can control the power of the earth within a certain range around it, thereby erupting corresponding power. For example, create cracks, create hills, basins, integrate yourself into the earth, etc. A powerful priesthood means greater consumption. Therefore, without sufficient faith support, it is impossible to maintain it. After completing the fusion of the second priesthood, Lu Yuan was just about to arrange other rewards. Endurance muscles are a kind of genetic component extracted from kobolds. The running iron hoof is an ability born from the centaur clan. The former is passive and the latter is active. Once the active running iron hoof is used, it can instantly increase one's speed, and at the same time, there is a chance to stun the opponent through the iron hoof trampling. This ability can be combined with Zerglings Charge and Armored Sting. It's a pretty good melee ability. Therefore, Lu Yuan directly installed the endurance muscles on all Zerg bodies, while the stamping iron hooves were integrated into the body of the Tearling Zerg. Ranged infectors and bannerlings are less useful. After being busy for a long time, Lu Yuan harvested another wave of faith points from these believers, and left the divine space. A speechless night. The next morning, he came to the classroom early, and Ning Yun happened to come earlier today. Lu Yuan took the initiative to walk up to the other party. Teacher Ning, I have some questions to ask you. Ask. About what? About the priesthood. Lu Yuan said directly. Priesthood. Ning Yun glanced at him in surprise. Chapter 39 Feeling Divinity? Teacher Ning Yun's invitation to the school bell at the school gate. Priesthood. Ning Yun looked at Lu Yuan in surprise. She thought he was asking about the race of believers, but she didn't expect that it was related to the priesthood. What is the problem? It's such that, Lu Yuan said, my priesthood currently only has drought, desolation, and sandstorm. It is not a powerful priesthood. I would like to ask how I can add new priesthoods, or improve my original priesthood. So, this is it. Ning Yun nodded. I'll explain it to you in layman's terms. You know that professionals such as shamans and mages can be born among some believer races, right? I know. Lu Yuan nodded. Yes, mages can cast spells. Spells are ranked according to their strength. The priesthood is actually equivalent to extremely powerful spells or skills. Ning Yun explained. The reason why the priesthood far exceeds the magic of the mages, because it possesses divinity. By consuming the power of divinity, the gods can continue to understand the rules of the priesthood. After initially mastering the rules of the priesthood, they can possess this kind of priesthood. Of course, the priesthood you possess will have its own tendencies, based on your physique, soul, and even personality. Therefore, most gods will develop related priesthoods that suit their own circumstances. This is less difficult. And if you want to improve your clerical power, you must use divinity to assist you. Divinity can only be born after igniting the divine fire. Ning Yun looked at Lu Yuan and said, you should focus on developing your own believer race now. As for the changes in the priesthood, it is best to wait until the divine fire is ignited. Lu Yuan was thoughtful after hearing this. He thought the system could handle the priesthood so easily, but he didn't expect it to be so complicated. Shaking his head, he prepared to develop followers honestly for the time being, and thanked Teacher Ning Yun. Thank you, teacher. for clarifying my doubts. After saying that, he turned around and went back to his seat point. But at this moment, Yuan seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly spoke, etc. Teacher, is there anything else? Yuan asked. Do you want a field divinity up close? She suddenly asked irrelevantly. Feeling the divine, Yuan was surprised. That's right. I happen to be going on a mission recently, and the danger level is relatively low. Since you asked, I can take you to see it. Yuan said. Of course, the risk level is relatively low, which does not mean there is no danger. You can choose to go or not go, of course. Yuan nodded without hesitation. He naturally understood the meaning of Yuan's words. This was a rare opportunity to experience divinity up close. Others did not receive such treatment. Good courage. A touching smile appeared on Yuan's face. Just wait for my notification. We should set off the day after tomorrow at the latest. Nodding, Yuan walked towards his seat point. Not long after, students came to the class one after another. Hello. Good morning. Have you eaten? Master, the attitude of almost all students towards Yuan is completely different from what it was at the beginning of school. From being a little transparent at the beginning, now he almost always greets Yuan on his own initiative. In addition to nodding friendly, Yuan was also quite helpless. He still liked it the way it was before. At least it was less troublesome. Master, here I come. Zen Gang sat next to Yuan with a smile on his face and quietly took out 2 cards from his bag and handed them to Yuan. Well, my uncle is very satisfied with your performance and asked me to transfer the reward to you. Zen Jian whispered. One is a top resource card and the other is a job change card. My uncle said you might be able to use it. What? Job transfer card? Yuan was surprised. A top resource card already far exceeded his reward for this shot. Now with the addition of a job transfer card, this is simply a great gift. He subconsciously turned over the card and couldn't help being slightly stunned. Heavy warrior job transfer card? Or an on-inclined heavy warrior? Yuan's heart moved. His Tearer Tearling Springtail itself was a melee assault type unit, and it is not equipped with any attack weapons. Their 2 sickle-like mutated arms are their only weapons. If he had made his own choice, he would have turned them into heavy warriors. The additional heavy armor added after the job change can not only increase their defense, but also allow them to unleash more terrifying attacks when charging. However, the price of this kind of heavily armored warrior's job transfer card varies depending on the quality. Although Yuan has never seen it, he still has this bit of discernment. At a glance, you can tell that the heavy warrior class change card in front of you must be a top quality card. The value of this is at least hundreds of millions. It seems like you are showing your favor to me. Yuan naturally knew that the value of his move this time was not worth so much remuneration. But it doesn't matter. He is destined to become a powerful god in the future. It helps to have some connections of my own. Thank you. Yuan took the card and said, thank you uncle for me. By the way, what does your uncle do? It's nothing. He's the principal of number 3 middle school. What? Yuan's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help being shocked. No wonder Chen Lingshan is so rich and has all kinds of equipment. It turns out that her father is Chen Zhenyu, the principal of number 3 middle school. Moment, Yuan came to his senses and realized that Chen Zhenyu was indeed a well-known strongman. But Yuan will definitely grow into a god even more powerful than him in the future. So don't be too surprised. The whole day's course ended happily like this. Seeing that school was about to be over, Yuan planned to go back later and try out how powerful this job transfer card was. Just as he was packing his things to go back, outside the gate of number 1 middle school, a stunning figure wearing a black lace dress and pink jade bracelets, like a porcelain doll, suddenly appeared. Chapter 40. I really want to invade too. Look, that girl is so beautiful, with super good looks and an exaggerated figure. He was still standing at the gate of the school just after school. It caught everyone's attention in an instant. Is this from our school? Why haven't I seen it before? You illiterate? At that time, Chen Lingshan was the beauty of number 3 middle school. What? Number 3 Lieutenant Colonel's beauty? You can't offend her. Why is she here? Looking for trouble? I Don't know. But I'm curious. More and more people gathered in front of the school point at this time. Yuan also walked out of the classroom with Zhenjian carrying his school bag. I even said no. Why do you insist on treating me? Yuan looked at Zhenjian, who was holding on to him and wouldn't let go, and said speechlessly, okay, let go. Can't you let me go? Hearing that Yuan finally agreed, Zhengang finally smiled. Master, I know there is a private restaurant opposite the school that serves delicious food. You are so awesome and you have directly killed my cousin's prestige. I must celebrate it. He wanted to say something more, but suddenly he saw the situation outside the school gate. Huh? Why are there so many people here? What happened? While talking, he and Yuan leaned over when Zhengang separated from the crowd first. He couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw the figure at the school gate. Chen Lingshan, why are you here? This cry instantly attracted Chen Lingshan's attention. He looked directly towards Zhengang. When her eyes fell on Yuan next to her, his pupils suddenly shrank and their torlaks suddenly expanded. Yuan, the voice that rose an octave made the crowd go silent for a moment. I saw Chen Lingshan walked up to Yuan and Zhenhan in a few steps with her straight white legs. Yuan couldn't help but feel a sudden change in his heart when he heard Chen Lingshan's words. After all, he had just invaded someone else's divine domain yesterday, and he didn't expect the other party to come to his door so quickly. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and pretend to be calm. Hello. After hearing this, Chen Lingshan looked Yuan up and down and then shouted at Yuan with anger on her pretty face. Listen to me, Yuan. You took away my most precious thing. Just wait. I'm not done with you. What Chen Lingshan wanted to say was, you took away my elf high priest. However, the moment she exited the door, she felt something was wrong. If she really said it, wouldn't it tell everyone that she was defeated by Yuan? So, she only temporarily changed her words to achieve this result. Click. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd around him fell silent for a moment. He didn't even notice the sound of his school bag falling to the ground. Everyone's eyes stopped on Yuan. The god of creation is above. Isn't the great demon king too fierce? TSK, you even managed to get the third lieutenant colonel's beauty? Isn't this too fast? The most precious thing. You taste it. You taste it carefully. Ugh. No wonder he didn't reply to my love letters. It turns out I'm not alive anymore. Chen Lingshan, are you talking about? Next to her, Zhenjian looked at her cousin with a dark look. Can you speak more accurately? Hearing the whispers around her, Chen Lingshan seemed to have come back to her senses after a moment of excitement. Her pretty face looked like a red apple. The two white and tender little hands grasped each other at once, and their fingers tangled together nervously. He quickly explained, no, I'm talking about the Kian City Middle School exchange competition. I will definitely beat you. After saying that, she hurriedly turned around and rushed into a luxury car and left. The luxury car drove away, but the surrounding atmosphere remained solid. After a while, a senior walked past Yuan and raised his hand to pat his shoulder. Well done. It's up to you to conquer number 3 middle school. After saying that, he turned around and walked away with a melancholy look. Alas, I'm about to graduate, and I don't even have half a girlfriend left. Look at this guy. He's already on base. Alas, the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Another senior looked at his palm with a lonely expression. During the 3 years of high school, I only had the 5-fingered girl to accompany me. How sad. The big devil is awesome. A model for us. Well done. More and more compliments sounded. But Yuan couldn't help but feel numb. He explained to the people around him very aggrievedly, if I said that I just invaded her divine domain, would you believe it? Many freshmen gave him ambiguous looks. I understand. You don't need to say it. We all understand. TSK, enter and invade someone else's divine domain. I really want to invade too. Well, Yuan let out a long sigh, and it became darker and darker this time. I'm not going to eat. I'll go back and take my time. After saying that, without waiting for Zhenjian's reaction, he turned around and ran back to school. Chapter 41 Million Faith Points Lottery. New Zerg appears. When Lu Yuan returned to the dormitory, he washed his face with cold water several times before calming down. It's over. He feels that he will definitely be hated by that Chen Lingshan this time. The other party has already announced that he will compete with him in the middle school exchange competition. Don't be careless. Lu Yuan thought for a while and decided that it was more important to improve his strength points, so he entered the login cabin directly without even eating. As soon as you enter the God's domain space, a series of recording prompts will pop up on the God's domain interface. Lu Yuan directly ignored the information. Directly opened his own God interface. User Lu Yuan. God's name. God of natural disasters. Faith value 3.32 million. Rank. Demigod. Priesthood. Drought. Sandstorm. Desolation. Earth control. Earthquake. Sacred fire. Not lit. Godhead. None. Faith race. Zerg. All included. Believer. Fanatic believer. 1.17 million. Devout believers. 30,000. Deep believers. 25,644. Pan believers. 0. God's domain interface area. 50,000 hectares. Environment. Forest/lake/grassland. Disappeared. Vegetation. Composite broadleaf forest. Disappeared. Animal. Monkey group. Disappeared. Snake group. Disappeared. Mineral deposits. None. Evaluation. With the evolution of the Zerg mother nest, a small part of the land still retains vitality, with the purpose of raising some creatures in captivity to provide sacrifices. Lu Yuan glanced at it and found that 2 priesthoods were now added, which was of great help to him. In addition, the faith value has increased to millions unknowingly. This is the benefit of large numbers of believers. Even if the faith value provided by the Zerg is limited, when the number is accumulated, it has a huge effect. Lu Yuan thought for a while and finally spoke directly to the system. The system consumes 1 million faith points to draw a lottery. The way to become stronger, besides invading the divine domain, is to draw a lottery point, and the lottery gives Lu Yuan the feeling that sometimes the rewards he gets are higher than he imagined. Ding. The faith value disappears, and the lottery begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning. 99.99 faith value. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning. Eye of Night Vision. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the complete level 1 Hydralisk gene. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the complete level 2 Hydralisk gene. Lu Yuan spent 1 million faith points this time, and suddenly there was a big explosion. Apart from some low-end rewards such as brewed nutrient solution, there were 3 things that excited him the most. Night Vision Eye, and the complete genes of 2 Hydralisks. Night Vision Eye, a special genetic item made from the eyeballs of a night wanderer. Once installed, you will gain the ability to see in the dark. Complete Hydralisk gene. In ancient times, it was a ferocious creature, based on herbivorous sloths, and transformed through mutation. It is good at long-range attacks. Lu Yuan suddenly became excited when he saw the introduction of the Hydralisk gene. All along, the types of troops he had were 2 single point. Although melee combat can be filled with tearing worms, long-range attacks lack powerful means. The infector can indeed be considered a ranged unit. But they move relatively slowly and must use their long parasitic mouthparts to control places, and it cannot be moved when it is cast. Its own long-range attack capability is not strong. Now, Hydralisks appear. Lu Yuan believes that when they are manufactured, there will definitely be great improvements. System. Select 300,000 larvae to fuse with Hydralisk genes. Lu Yuan can't wait to see the emergence of his new unit. Immediately command the system to start merging. Ding. Fusion begins. But, in the divine space, the familiar giant face reappeared. As soon as it appeared, the intermediate brood felt the miracle of Lu Yuan. At the same time, a powerful spiritual wave emerged that enveloped all Zerg races. My children, the great god of Scourge has sent a miracle. This is your only way to become more powerful. Pray. Thank the great Lord for giving us life. Thank you to the great god of natural disasters for allowing us to continue to evolve and spread God's glory. Just as he was talking, 300,000 larvae were automatically divided. They are eagerly awaiting the coming of new life. Hiss. The Moment when all the light merges, all the genetic sequences in the body were instantly distorted and reorganized. Immediately, the insect nest larvae, nearly half a meter long, neighed and plunged into the fungus carpet below. Gudang, gudang, countless secreted mucus and membranes wrap their bodies, forming vesicles, and it is rising and changing rapidly. It seems that after the insect hive evolved, even the way of mutation changed. Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw this scene point, but it doesn't matter. The final result is to obtain the brand new Zerg, Puff. A few minutes later, the first soft sound came. Immediately, a 2-meter long, ferocious creature with a snake-like tail erupted from the vesicle. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42, Armed Hydralisk, Increased Combat Power, Unable to Integrate Hydra Factor. Ouch. Sharp roars sounded one after another above the lower limbs, twisted like a snake's tail. There is half a thick upper body point to sharp claws as sharp as sickles were arranged on both sides. The top of the back is covered by a long and narrow bulge of hard carapace. It is vaguely visible that countless ferocious thorns are stored in the carapace. In front of the carapace is a head with a jagged jaw and a pair of eyeballs the size of light bulbs flashing with a ferocious light. It's as if he was born to kill. Tip, your believer race is mutating. Tip, your believer race has successfully evolved into a new race, Hydralisk. Tip, your believer race has witnessed the greatness of divine grace, and their faith has deepened. Tip, you have gained 1.13 million faith points. Yuan's face lit up when he heard the prompt, and he quickly opened the race panel. Name, Hydralisk. Category, Zerg. Stage, Level 2. Left square bracket. Ability, Crushing Jaw, Sickle Claw, Spine Spray. Main, Life 14. The amount of health is amazing for level 2. Strength 13. Not weaker than human warriors. Agility 11. Fair. Intelligence 10. Can become a magic apprentice. Evaluation. The good basic attributes allow the Hydralisk to compete in melee combat, but compared to its spine spray, melee combat is insignificant. Also, Hydralisks are not snakes. Yuan, who saw the review, took a special look at the ability of Spinal Jet. Spine Jet. Under the hard and long carapace, there are countless armor-piercing spines, which can be fired at enemies from the air or on the ground. Under the combined action of 4,000 muscles, even a 2 cm thick special alloy can be used to penetrate at once. Strong, too strong. Yuan couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. He finally understood why this active ability was so highly praised in the reviews. Dual combat methods of air and ground, coupled with terrifying jet power, it simply beats any ranged unit of the same level. Even facing level 3 archers, he is not inferior. Overjoyed, Yuan said directly to the system, install everything you can. Ding. Start merging. After a series of painful roars and roars, the army of 300,000 Hydralisks almost installed most of the ability to rip apart Springtails. Its own combat power has been greatly improved. But when Yuan checked the information, he couldn't help but become confused. System, why is the Hydra factor not installed? As a powerful bloodline of Hydra, even if it is weak, it will definitely be a big improvement for Hydralisk. At that time, maybe we can directly advance them. As a result, it was not installed. Ding. The detected Hydralisk gene structure cannot be fused with the Hydra factor. Once the fusion is forced, bad results may occur. Can't fuse? Yuan raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had heard of a situation where fusion was impossible. Think for a moment. Yuan nodded and had no intention of forcing the test. After all, each species has its own unique genetic structure, and not all species are versatile. Regarding this point, Yuan did not continue to insist. Instead, let the system install the night vision eyes obtained through previous draws on all races. Tip, your believer race is mutating. Tip, you have gained 500,000 faith points. Tip, your believer race has gained a new ability, Dark Visioning. The host triggers a lucky reward and gains a new ability, Dark Vision. After hearing the prompt, Lu Yuan felt a cool feeling coming over his eyes. After a moment, his vision seemed to strengthen, and even the smallest detail in the dark night could be seen. After the Hydralis completed its mutation, Lu Yuan looked at the job transfer card in his hand again. The method of using the job transfer card is not direct use. Instead, the power of the altar is used to allow the Zerg who want to change jobs to receive the light of job transfer. This is an application of divine power rules that is very mysterious and cannot be described. Lu Yuan directly transferred the power of the job transfer card to the brood altar. The next job transfer was left to the Zerg brood to be carried out slowly. Lu Yuan felt that it would take at least 2 months or even more to complete all the job changes for the 500,000 Hydra Rip Springtail point, but it doesn't matter as long as you finish most of it before the middle school exchange competition. Basically everything was arranged, and Lu Yuan left the divine space directly. Early the next morning, when Lu Yuan went to school, it was surprising to find that the topic of yesterday's invasion was not over yet. He was a little speechless. Everyone is demigod after all, so why are they so willing to gossip about these things? Just when he was thinking about whether to go out to avoid the limelight, Teacher Yuan suddenly found him alone. The opportunity to feel divinity has come. Chapter 43, The Sealed High God, the Flame Tyrant of the Abyss. Teacher, are you leaving so soon? Lu Yuan originally thought that he would have to wait for 2 days, but calling him away now was like giving timely help. Well, the seal over there has been a little loose in the past 2 days. Let us people hurry up and get there. Yuan nodded. Seal. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat after hearing this. The word seal itself often appears in various divine cards, but now it obviously has nothing to do with the sealed divine card. Let's go. You'll know when we get there, teacher. Yuan didn't say much about Lu Yuan's doubts. The two people left the class directly and walked towards the school parking lot. When Lu Yuan arrived at the parking lot, he found that besides Teacher Yuan, there were several other teachers on the staff. But they all seemed to be headed by Yuan. Seeing Lu Yuan appear, there was no surprise on everyone's faces. Instead, he greeted Lu Yuan with a smile on his face. Student Lu Yuan, Teacher Ning has specially secured a spot for you this time. Don't waste it. Yes, in addition to feeling the divinity, if you are lucky, if you get 1 or 2 pieces of divinity crystals, it will be considered a big gain. This opportunity is rare. A genius like you, Lu Yuan, really deserves such preferential treatment. Listening to the discussions around him, Lu Yuan suddenly looked towards Teacher Yuan. He felt that this so-called opportunity to experience divinity was not easy to obtain. Don't be stunned. Get in the car quickly. We have to rush to the plane transfer station. Yuan waved her hand, and everyone got in the car soon. Lu Yuan felt the car drive away from the school and drove towards the outskirts of the city. Plane transfer stations are buildings specially built for major cities to travel to other planes outside the main world. To put it simply, it is equivalent to an airport. Through here, you can be transported to any plane whose coordinates have been obtained. After hearing the words plane teleportation station, Lu Yuan guessed that they might be heading to an extraterrestrial plane this time. More than an hour later, Lu Yuan saw a building that was more than 1,000 meters high and composed of a huge ring suspended in midair. This is the plane transfer station. Lu Yuan, follow the team and don't fall behind. Yuan got out of the car, and the amiable expression on her face suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a serious look from a superior. Okay, teacher. Lu Yuan naturally obeyed at this time. Everyone took the elevator and entered the plane transfer station and soon saw huge metal doors. From time to time, a metal door opens and people can be seen coming in and out of it. There are even some gods with very powerful fluctuations in divine power. It's strange. Aren't gods with divine power free to travel to outer planes? Are they going to go from here? Lu Yuan said to himself with some doubts. The coordinates and passages of the plane transfer station have been completely established. If you go from here, you will save a lot of trouble with divine power. Moreover, if the god's power is insufficient, if he gets lost in the outer realm, things will be delayed. Next to him, a short middle-aged teacher took the initiative to explain Lu Yuan's doubts. Oh, I understand. Thank you, teacher. Just As they were talking, everyone came to a metal gate point. Ning Yuan took the first step to communicate with the staff responsible for guarding point. Moment. Lu Yuan only saw the staff operating the instrument in his hand. Point. Suddenly, the entire heavy metal door suddenly opened. Point. Inside is a deep corridor. Other teachers seemed to be used to this, just walked inside. Lu Yuan followed. Point. Just a roar was heard, and the door closed. Point. Immediately, a powerful wave of divine power with regular power emerged from the surroundings. Immediately afterwards, a huge vortex of divine power emerged from the end of the corridor. The portal has appeared. Let's go. Follow us. Ning Yuan said something and walked towards the portal first, but when Lu Yuan stepped into it, his eyes blurred, as if he felt dizzy. Point. He subconsciously wanted to reach out to hold something, but felt that his arm had been grabbed by someone else. Point. He subconsciously opened his eyes and found that he had appeared outside another portal. Point. Next to him was Teacher Ning Yuan, who helped him. Demigods without condensed godhead are not resistant enough to this kind of space teleportation. Dizziness is a normal reaction, Ning Yuan explained, pulled Lu Yuan and walked out. This time our team of teachers was ordered to use divine power to strengthen the seal of the artificial plane. Ning Yuan explained to Lu Yuan as she walked. What is sealed here is a high-level divine god captured outside the outer realm, the Flame Tyrant, with the attribute of the Abyss. What? High god, Flame Tyrant of the Abyss? Lu Yuan couldn't help being surprised when he heard this. Chapter 44. Found flame concentrate residue. Should I collect it? The Flame Tyrant of the Abyss, a powerful god once mentioned in textbooks. It was accompanied by the god's flame with the aura of the Abyss. In order to capture him, he lost an unknown number of powerful men from the main world. Lu Yuan never expected that the place with a low danger level, that Ning Yuan said, would actually allow him to come and see the Flame Tyrant of the Abyss. Seeing Lu Yuan's expression, Ning Yuan next to her suddenly burst into laughter. It's just a joke. Don't be nervous. What is sealed here is indeed the Flame Tyrant of the Abyss, but it is only a part of his body. Point. Its own divine power has been suppressed to an extremely low level. Point. We just use him to extract a large amount of energy products needed by the main world. This has been going on for over 700 years and it's very mature. Use the Flame Tyrant of HUO Abyss to generate electricity? Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. There was really nothing he couldn't do, only things he couldn't imagine. Point. Just as he was talking, Ning Yuan and everyone had already stepped out of the teleportation station. Point. Suddenly, a hot breath came out. Lu Yuan saw a powerful wave of divine power appear around all the teachers next to him, and then they all flew up. Point. Ning Yuan's divine power fluctuations were significantly stronger. She stood in the air and looked at Lu Yuan, who was still in a daze. Let's go. This is already the outer world. The rules of the main world have been weakened. You can use your demigod power. Hearing this, Lu Yuan subconsciously concentrated and felt that an inexplicable shackle seemed to be broken in his body. Point. An extremely powerful force burst out from the body. Point. There was no need to prepare at all. His body naturally flew up with the help of this force. Is this the power of a demigod? Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little happy, feeling the release of this power for the first time since time travel. Very good, very powerful. Remember, although your demigod power can be released here, don't be dazzled by the sudden surge in power. Seeing the excitement on Lu Yuan's face, Ning Yuan suddenly reminded her seriously. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel excited when he heard this. Yes, what he has to do is to control the power, not to be controlled by the power. Thank you, teacher, for reminding me. I understand. The boy is teachable. Ning Yuan praised and then led everyone to fly away into the distance. This is a suspended continent separated from the broken plane. It is not large in area. In the Abyss Canyon at the core, part of the body of the Flame Tyrant is sealed. Ning Yuan explained to Lu Yuan. This time you will not be able to experience divinity at close range for nothing. You will be required to be a cleaner who specializes in cleaning up the flame impurities escaping around the seal. Fire impurities? Lu Yuan looked at Ning Yuan a little doubtfully. It doesn't matter, you'll figure it out when you get there. The speed with divine power is naturally extraordinary. Lu Yuan felt that he had flown for tens of thousands of kilometers and finally saw a huge crack suddenly appearing on an endless plain. This crack is the so-called abyssal canyon. On both sides of the canyon, various strange buildings were built, specially prepared to extract the divine energy of the fire tyrant. This had to make Lu Yuan once again lament the power of the main world. Everyone stopped at the edge of the canyon. And soon staff came to take over. Not long after, Lu Yuan was separated from Ning Yun and the others. He was carrying a work card as a canyon cleaner and was led by someone to fly towards the canyon. The deeper he entered, Lu Yuan could feel a powerful flame emerging around him. There was even a burning sensation all over his body. Lu Yuan couldn't help but be surprised that it was able to escape to such an extent even under multiple seals. Just when Lu Yuan was about to use his divine power to resist the hot breath. Suddenly, the system beep sounded in my mind. Ding. Found flame concentrate residue. Do you want to collect it? Huh. Fire concentrate? Lu Yuan's heart moved, and he didn't expect that the system could actually react at this time. He responded subconsciously. Collect. Ding. Collect flame concentrate +1. And there is still 99% left to fuse the flame concentrate. What? Can it be fused? Lu Yuan couldn't help but his eyes lit up when he heard this. If he could collect more flame concentrate, will his team be able to be further improved by then? Lu Yuan's face was filled with joy. This trip really came at the right time, Captain Zhao. I'll leave this newcomer to you. Not long after, Lu Yuan was brought to a huge platform. As the staff member spoke, a tall, middle-aged man with stubble came out. Thanks, Captain Zhao waved his hand, and the staff member turned and left. Captain Zhao walked up to Lu Yuan with a smile and patted him on the shoulder. Hello, I'm the captain of cleaning team 97, Zhao Qinggang. Brother, what do you call me? Chapter 45. It's such a big one, and it's swinging around. It's normal to see it wrong, right? Lu Yuan said. Haha, looking at you so young, you must be a genius, Captain. Zhao smiled heartily. Captain Zhao is too flattering. I just entered high school. Lu Yuan said modestly. What? He just entered high school, so he is undoubtedly a genius, Captain. Zhao looked at Lu Yuan in surprise. Generally, there are two types of young people who come here to feel the divine fluctuations. One is the rich second generation with a background. I want to feel it up close before lighting the sacred fire. You can come here just after you entered high school. You must be a genius. The teacher wants to give you some tips. Lu Yuan looked at Captain Zhao with some surprise, but he didn't expect that the other party would guess his identity right away. Come on, follow me, Captain. Zhao kindly took Lu Yuan's arm and walked inside. Lu Yuan followed the other party into an empty room where there were several older figures. Seeing Lu Yuan appear, they couldn't help but smile kindly. They are not fools. The people who come are either rich or noble, or they are geniuses. If you have a better attitude, even if you can't make friends, you won't offend the other party. This is the impurity storage area. The flame impurities that we all clean up are sent back to the ground through here for unified processing, Captain Zhao said as he walked to a metal door, and after some operations, it seemed like a cabinet was opened. He took out a bracelet from it and handed it to Lu Yuan. This is the login bracelet for our Jade Alliance. For demigods like us who have not ignited the divine fire, it is a bit difficult to communicate with our own divine domain here. It would be much easier with its help. It is convenient for you to deal with some unexpected situations. Of course, this situation will rarely happen, but it's just in case. Lu Yuan took the bracelet and couldn't help but wonder, Captain Zhao, the textbook says that as long as you go to the outer realm, even demigods who have not ignited the divine fire can freely connect to their own divine space. Regarding Lu Yuan's question, Captain Zhao patiently explained, our Abyss Canyon is actually not completely considered an outland plain. It should be considered an outland plain close to the main world. Therefore, it is also suppressed by the rules of the main world here. The reason for doing this is to use the rules of the main world to suppress the flame tyrant sealed inside. After hearing Captain Zao's explanation, Lu Yuan finally understood point. If the main world is compared to the former blue star, then this is the moon point. Although it is far away from the blue star, it is still affected by the gravity of the blue star, therefore, the help of a bracelet is needed. Lu Yuan understood this, and subconsciously put on the bracelet. Immediately, the prompts found only in the login cabin appeared in my mind. Tip: the user is linking to the God's Domain bracelet. Tip: the Divine Domain bracelet link is completed and bound. Tip: users can connect to their own divine space at any time. After hearing the prompt, a look of surprise appeared on Lu Yuan's face. This bracelet is really convenient to connect. Seeing Lu Yuan finish, Captain Zao smiled directly. Let's go. I'll show you your work area. You have to stay here for at least 7 days. Don't go wrong. Lu Yuan followed Captain Zao and left the storage area. It was discovered that Captain Zao actually took him flying deeper into the canyon. Finally, after a few minutes, Lu Yuan saw a huge building composed of countless seals like a cylindrical skyscraper hundreds of meters high. Countless pieces of hollowed out bricks and stones engraved with divine power seals formed the wall. Lu Yuan's eyes followed the wall. Suddenly, he saw a pillar that was tens of meters tall, as thick as a house, and burning with blazing fire, sealed within it. What surprised Lu Yuan even more was that the column actually swayed back and forth inside the skyscraper. It looks like a long brother. This moment made Lu Yuan confused. He had previously thought that Ning Yun had sealed a part of the Flame Tyrant. Which part should it be? But I never expected that it would be there. The key point is that this is too big. Just when he was a little dazed, Captain Zao's heartless laughter suddenly came to mind next to him. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Ha ha, Captain. Zao held his stomach and laughed. Every time a newcomer sees this thing, there will be ambiguity. Haha, it makes me laugh to death. Actually, those are just the fingers of the Flame Tyrant. Ha ha ha, no, my stomach hurts from laughing. Lu Yuan looked at Captain Zao next to him, who was rolling with laughter, with a speechless expression. Is this joke really that funny? Besides, you're such a big thing, and it's swinging around, so it's normal to think wrong, right? Chapter 46, Seal Area number 365, Collecting Flame Concentrate. The seal exploded. After laughing for a long time, Captain Zao finally came back to his senses. Hey, I've been here for 3 years. Every time new people come, this place is the most interesting. Captain Zao pointed to the finger of the Flame Tyrant in the distance and said, the Fire Tyrant is very powerful, and he also has the Abyss attribute. If he was completely sealed here, this guy might have found a way to escape. The smile on Captain Zao's face gradually faded as he spoke. Your next job responsibility is the 365th seal area. As long as the flamestone impurities are ejected from anywhere, you have to collect them, then send them to the storage area, and transport them to a centralized place for processing. Lu Yuan looked in the direction Captain Zao pointed, and saw an area that was 1 story high. There is a platform above for people to stay, and the flamestone impurities are sprayed out from the gap where the seal flows. Lu Yuan nodded and said directly, I see. As long as you know, Captain. Zao nodded and handed another metal box to Lu Yuan. Here, this is a space storage box, a storage container specially used to hold impurities. However, it is time sensitive. If it exceeds 1 day, the contents inside will be damaged by the power of space and must be cleaned in time. Lu Yuan took the metal box and found that it was cold, and there seemed to be spatial power flowing inside. The technology of the main world has developed to such an extent that even similar space storage tools have become a daily standard. Okay, you can get familiar with yourself here. When night comes, someone will change your shift. After the explanation, Captain Zao was about to turn around and leave. But after taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. By the way, although it doesn't feel necessary, I still have to remind you that the flame impurities contain a certain abyssal atmosphere, which is of little help to us, so don't keep these impurities to yourself. If the breath of the abyss invades, it will actually cause damage to your body. Understood? Thank you, Captain Zao. Lu Yuan nodded in thanks. Aha. Captain Zao stood up and shot upward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It's really novel for a demigod to be a cleaner. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If in other planes, a demigod, even if it is not a powerful god, is definitely a high-end combat power, it's not like the situation in the main world, where even demigods have to work as cleaners. Actually, it is precisely because of this system in the main world that the rights of the gods were divided, resulting in a relatively stable and equal situation. Only then did the current prosperous main world exist. Putting aside the distracting thoughts in his head, Lu Yuan approached the sealed area number 365 in the distance. Wait for him to fall. Sure enough, I saw some grey black rocks with strange fluctuations on the ground. It looks like burnt charcoal. Ding. Collect flame concentrate +1. Ding. Collect flame concentrate +1. Lu Yuan only felt the temperature around him drop slightly, and a systematic notification sound appeared in his mind. And this time, the frequency is obviously higher than before. There's something going on. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. If he stayed for 7 days, he might actually be able to collect enough flame concentrate for fusion. By then, I don't know what kind of mutations it can bring to my own race. Time flies by like a fleeting moment. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. After these 5 days, Lu Yuan also roughly understood the situation of the entire Abyss Canyon. The further down the building that sealed the flame tyrant goes, the stronger the sealing force becomes. The middle finger of the flame tyrant seemed unwilling to be sealed like this. Occasionally there will be some collisions against the seals. Over time, the seal will loosen. Teacher Ning Yun's mission is to use divine power to strengthen these seals. This is something only a true god can do. In the further it extends to the bottom, the stronger the power of the flame tyrant's abyss flames becomes. Even Lu Yuan also secretly visited the sealed place below. At the bottom of the abyss, where the flame tyrant's fingers are rooted, there is a vague abyssal fire demon evolved from it that is constantly attacking the seal. Certainly, it's just futile. The seal that has been maintained for 700 years is still impregnable under the reinforcement of countless gods. It's almost done. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little anxious when he looked at the flame concentrate that was only 2% short of completion in his system space. The seal area he is currently in belongs to the middle and upper floors of the entire seal building and has relatively little firepower. Think for a moment. Lu Yuan decided that if he couldn't complete the progress in one day, tomorrow, he must get close to the bottom the day after. Tomorrow to complete the final collection. Progress. A speechless night. On the 6th day, Lu Yuan stayed around the sealed area early in the morning, hoping that his progress would be completed quickly. However, as the afternoon approached, his collection progress had not changed at all. Shaking his head with some regret, Lu Yuan has decided to take a look at the sealed area below tomorrow. There's no danger anyway. But just when his thoughts disappeared, suddenly, in the deepest part of the sealed building, there was a shocking loud noise. It seems that the underlying seal exploded. Chapter 47. The escaped flame tyrant rushes into the abyss, seeking wealth in danger. But, alarm, alarm, the seal of Area 1048 is broken. The flame tyrant is trying to break through the seal. Please protect the gods for quick support. Alarm, alarm. The seal of Area 1048 is broken. The flame tyrant is trying to break through the seal. Please support all the gods quickly and repair the seal. Several rapid sirens sounded throughout the Abyss Canyon. Lu Yuan suddenly raised his head. Strange. Wasn't this seal placed by the Lord God himself? How could it be broken by someone I saw in midair? Several gods with powerful auras quickly flew towards the abyss below. Lu Yuan even heard the roar from the flame tyrant. Even a finger, as a body part of a powerful god, has an almost independent will. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed, and he was thinking about whether to try his luck below to see if he could collect progress. A hot figure wearing leather clothes suddenly appeared in front of him. Teacher Ning, why are you here? Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask. You heard the alarm too? I'm going down to provide support. Ning Yun's face was full of solemnity. You don't need to move in your sealed area. It is protected by the power of the Lord God's seal, which makes it safer. After saying that, Ning Yun didn't wait for Lu Yuan to answer. Then she moved and shot downwards. This. Lu Yuan opened his mouth. He couldn't go down. How could he improve his progress? But before his thoughts could dissipate, suddenly the system prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding. Collect flame concentrate plus 1 ding. Collect flame concentrate plus 1 ding. The collection progress has reached 100%, and the flame concentrate has been synthesized. Is this it? Doubts arose in Lu Yuan's mind. Originally, he didn't make any progress, even after staying here for a whole day. What's going on now? The doubts in his mind were just churning, and he seemed to suddenly think of something. His complexion suddenly changed. No, it's the flame tyrant. At the same time as he screamed, a terrifying firepower suddenly shot out from below. Immediately, he hit the 378 seal area hard. Boom. A shocking loud noise mixed with an explosion appeared. The originally intact ceiling power was suddenly smashed by the flame tyrant and shattered. The next moment, this finger, which was dozens of meters long, broke open the seal and rushed out. Ha ha ha, when my body is reorganized, the abyss will surely fall. Lu Yuan watched helplessly as the finger burning with abyssal flames flew through the air above his head. Swish, swish, swish. Several gods with extremely terrifying auras rushed away the moment the flame tyrant rushed out. Fire tyrant, you want to escape? Dreaming. Many figures chased the escaping flame tyrant. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment and suddenly looked at the broken seal not far away from him. Unknowingly, an idea suddenly emerged from my head. Flame concentrate can be collected here. If you enter it, will there be greater gains? As soon as this idea appeared, it grew like wild grass blown by the spring breeze. Reason told Lu Yuan that the sealed building where the fire tyrant was sealed was definitely not a good place to be. But another voice told him that wealth can only be found in danger. Maida, the flame tyrant has escaped. If we don't take action, it will be too late. Lu Yuan cursed himself fiercely, then looked left and right, and rushed towards the huge seal crack with a movement of his body. Aha! As soon as Lu Yuan's figure rushed into it, he felt a strong breath of flames coming towards his face. He subconsciously used his divine power to surround himself. Fortunately, among his priesthoods are drought and desolation, which are considered hot priesthoods. I'm more adaptable here. Lu Yuan was suspended in mid-air, looking toward the bottomless abyss below. Hiss. He took a deep breath and shot downwards without hesitation. For some reason, the fingers of the flame tyrant that Lu Yuan saw outside the seal were only tens of meters long. But the abyss underground seems endless. Finally, when Lu Yuan descended several thousand meters, he suddenly saw a blazing fire emerging. Bright. Lu Yuan's eyes moved, and his body moved forward quickly in the deep abyss. But when he was flying all the way, he caught up with the light of fire. Lu Yuan suddenly discovered that he was actually deep in a vast underground abyss, and around him, flame creatures that were as tall as one person and had half human body lengths all looked at him. For a moment, Lu Yuan looked at the countless flaming creatures and couldn't help but said to himself in surprise, the Balrog? So many? Chapter 48, an army of millions of flame demons. New ability, fire element immunity. In the vast underground abyss, the magma flowing from time to time exudes a fiery atmosphere. Lu Yuan glanced around and roughly estimated that there were at least 1 million Balrogs present. The Balrog is a powerful creature born in the abyss according to the textbook records. Balrog is a level 2 monster as soon as it is born. As long as you reach adulthood, you can reach level 3. And some outstanding ones can even reach level 4 or even level 5. Ouch. Seeing Lu Yuan appear, countless Balrogs roared like beasts. Next moment, the mighty fire demon army rushed towards Lu Yuan. Puff. The nearest Balrog opened his mouth and spurted out a stream of blazing flames towards Lu Yuan. Monsters like the Balrog are really capable of long-range attacks. But Lu Yuan directly mobilized his demigod power at this moment, raised his hand and punched out. Boom. A terrifying wave of divine power spurted out from his fist, and in just one blow, it tore apart a large area of Balrog. However, before Lu Yuan could relax, he saw more flame demons coming. Earth control. Lu Yuan shouted softly when he saw this, and raised his hand to wave. A moment of time, the rock, which was completely composed of underground lava, began to crack and turned into a wave of earth with a radius of tens of meters, rushing towards the charging Balrog. In just one move, a powerful defense was built in front of Lu Yuan. Tip, you consumed 1000 faith points and used earth control. Tip, you consumed 1000 faith points and used earth control. Listening to a series of reminder messages, Yuan frowned tightly. He is only a demigod now, and he must rely on a steady stream of faith points to perform his duties. Moreover, in the underground world composed of hard volcanic lava, the faith points he would consume to perform his priestly duties would only be more. In just a moment, nearly 10,000 faith points had been consumed. Of course, it can be done if it is forced. But this kind of consumption is not what Yuan wants to see. It would be a bit unwilling to just give up. Just now he had a startling glance and seemed to see something deep in the flame demon group. Humph, in that case, let's use you for training. As he spoke, Yuan's faith burned crazily. Boom. The rocks within 100 meters radius began to collapse and turned into raging waves, submerging the Balrog one by one. And at the same time, Yuan's mind moved, and his consciousness directly descended into the divine space system. Give me all the fused flame concentrate. He did not intend to directly confront the opponent with his own army. Instead, first fuse the flame concentrate you obtained. It doesn't take too complicated thinking to figure out that this flame concentrate must have its own effect on the Balrog that mainly attacks flame sting. Start merging. Follow the system prompts. The mutation in the entire divine space reappeared. Yuan paid attention to the situation of the Balrog attacking him on the one hand, and the transformation of all the Zerg on the other under the influence of the power of flame concentrate. Red lines began to appear on the surface of all Zerg skins. The lines spread, and soon spread all over the body. At this time, the prompts on the God's domain interface also appeared. Tip, your believer race is mutating. Tip, your believer race's original ability, fire resistance, has been successfully upgraded to a new ability, fire elemental immunity. Tip, believers who have witnessed miracles have deepened their faith. Tip, you have gained 1.13 million faith points. Sting. Congratulations to the host for getting an additional reward, fire element immunity. Haha, Yuan couldn't help laughing when he heard the prompt. It's like someone gives me a pillow when I feel sleepy. I originally guessed that I might have the ability to have a fire-like effect when attacking, but it would not be of much use in dealing with the Balrog. After all, we are all playing with fire, and we will still hurt each other. And now this fire element immunity is equivalent to completely neutralizing the opponent's biggest reliance. In an instant. What made him even more delighted was that Yuan himself also gained this ability. It's simply not too fun. Kakaka. The earth waves solidified into rocks, made a clear cracking sound under the impact of countless Balrogs. Cracks like spider web spread rapidly around. Finally, just a loud noise was heard, and all the earth waves collapsed. Come on. Trespassing into the territory of the great flame tyrant, you must pay the price with your life. Fire demon leader let out a fierce roar. For the tyrant. However, at the moment when the earth wave collapsed, all the Balrogs who were ready to attack suddenly saw it. Just behind the waves of earth, a huge portal emerged. Among them, armored Hydra tearing springtails were looking at them with ferocious expressions. Ouch. The moment the roar sounded, all the springtails turned into a terrifying torrent of steel and rushed over. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49, The Terror of Hydra's Heavily Armored Warriors, and the Launching of the Iron Hoof Attack. Name, Tearer Tearling Springtail / Heavy Armored Warrior. Category, Zerg. Stage, Level 2. Left square bracket ability, Enhanced Tier. Charge, Main, Claw / Fire Element Immunity. Bacterial Infection. Armored Stab. Main, Underwater Breathing. Swimming Proficiency. Hydra Heavy Armor Scales. Enhanced Regeneration. Endurance Muscles. Assault on the Iron Hoof. Main, Dark Night Vision Life. 12/16. Third level non-professionals are nothing more than this. Strength. 14/29. Can compete with the 4th order centaur. Agility. 12/15. Ordinary people can no longer catch up. Intelligence. 9/9. Can become a magic apprentice. Evaluation. The already powerful Hydra Tearling Springtail has become even more terrifying after changing jobs. This was the first time for Liu Yuan to see the information about the tearing springtails after his job change point in a few days. There were nearly 20,000 Hydra tearing springtails that had successfully transferred to the entire Divine Space Point. The main reason why they are so rare is because they are not humans or subhumans. There are some limitations on the success rate of job transfer for this profession point through the records. Liu Yuan also discovered that the same tearing springtails even failed to change jobs. The evolution of all things is itself a very mysterious and magical thing point, so even he couldn't understand the reason point. But as soon as the job transfer was successful, Hydra tore apart the springtails. It still gave him a surprise point. The nearly doubled increase in attributes allows Hydra's tearing springtails to rely on their level 2 strength to defeat level 4 non-professionals without falling behind point if used well. Even 5th level non-professionals can fight point at this moment. More than 20,000 Hydra tore apart springtails and formed a defense line of about 500 meters behind Liu Yuan point at the moment. When the earth wave broke, it rushed out with a bang. Ouch. Rush for the great god of natural disasters. Ouch. Amidst the screams and roars, the first wave of heavily armored warriors Hydra tore apart springtails collided with the Balrogs in the front row. Boom. Just hearing a muffled sound, the Balrog army approaching the third level in the front row was forcefully knocked away by the tearing springtails' claws as sharp as scythes tore apart their bodies. Before they could react, puff, blood, and heads flew high into the sky, mixed with burning flames. In just a few seconds, a gap was torn open in the Balrog army. Your Majesty, the great Balrog tyrant, what kind of monsters are these? Damn, their defenses are too strong. The chaotic and evil fire demon also screamed in terror at this moment. Point behind them, a tall flame demon elder holding a staff shouted even louder, attack, attack, never let them touch the sacred objects. What are you still doing? Fire attack. Burn through their armor. Roaring, hundreds of Balrog elders appeared from behind the Balrog army point with a wave of the staff in their hands. A stream of crimson light suddenly enveloped the Balrog in the front row. Liu Yuan's eyes narrowed, and the system immediately called up the other party's information. Name, Flame Demon Elder. Category, Abyss Monster. Stage, Level 5. Left square bracket ability, Fireball, Rain of Fire, Rocket, Light of Flame, Wall of Fire, Explosive Blast. Life 20. Those who are proficient in magic have always been physically weak. Strength 18. Can compete with human warriors. Agility 14. Ordinary people can no longer catch up. Intelligence 26. Equivalent to a human great magician. Evaluation. Born to be proficient in all kinds of fire spells and group gains. Wherever there is fire is their home court. Boo-hoo. Before Liu Yuan could finish reading, countless flame demons in the sky raised their hands in unison. Point suddenly, terrifying flames condensed above the head, and the next moment they turned into fireballs, rockets, and rain of fire that crazily smashed down on the body of the springtail point. However, what they didn't expect was that when faced with the attack of flames all over the sky, all the heavily armored Zergling warriors did not dodge at all. Point instead, he crashed into those spells. Bang, bang, bang. Countless muffled sounds were heard, and then they rushed over unscathed amid the stunned gazes of countless Balrogs. How is it possible? They are not afraid of fire. The Flame Demon Elder almost stared out his eyes and let out an incredible roar. Even the flame attack that the Fire Demon tribe was proud of was of no use at all. Point what do they use to fight? Iron hoof attack. Start. Abatha, who was standing at the back, waved his sickle-like arms and commanded. Point I saw the heavily armored Zergling warriors in the front row accelerate suddenly and rush into the enemy camp. Point then the two sharp claws hit the ground hard. Point boom. The huge power not only caused the Balrog to stagger around, but even his head became dizzy. Point before they could wake up from their dizziness, the double knives tearing apart the springtails had already passed through their bodies. Chapter 50. Discovery of Divine Objects. Part of the Hair of the Flame Tyrant. Fire Element Immunity. All immunity against all non-holy and irregular fire attacks. Note: Legend level and above attack methods cannot be completely exempted. Lu Yuan looked away from the ability introduction interface. 99% of the Balrogs in front of us are level 3, with a small amount of level 4 or even level 5 mixed in points so far. No Balrog above the 6th level has been seen. After a brief period of panic, the Balrog army had realized the fact that they were immune to fire. So they began to use hand-to-hand tactics to put it simply, the attack of 20,000 tearing springtails was overwhelmed by numbers. However, is it possible? A contemptuous smile appeared on the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. I have never been afraid of anyone when comparing numbers. He pointed with one hand, and the oracle came. All Zerg, the whole army attacks. Hiss, ouch. A large number of springtails poured out from the summoning door, and behind them. The second level Hydralisk finally appeared. At this time they lined up neatly in teams, forming a square formation at the rear. As soon as it appeared, the spines in the carapace on its head suddenly sprayed out. In an instant, all the spikes with powerful penetrating power turned into a dense rain of arrows and enveloped the Balrog army. Puff, puff, just like when the spring rain in the south of the Yangtze River first comes, the soft sound emerges. The Balrog, who was not good at defense, was instantly penetrated by countless arrow rains. In order to strengthen the spine, it was able to penetrate 2 cm thick special alloy before, but now it can penetrate even 5 cm thick spines without any problem. What's more, these Balrogs, pieces of Balrogs, were falling down like wheat. Abatha, who had been instructed by Lu Yuan, began to command the tearing worms to break open the Balrog's head and dig out the crystal core. This is the source of their strength, and they can sell it for a very high price after they return. Millions of Zerg vs millions of Balrogs. Lu Yuan didn't expect it to be so easy. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Lu Yuan put his hands behind his back and walked through the Zerg army casually. He flew towards the depths of the flame demon on his own. He just heard the flame demon elder say that they wanted to protect the sacred objects the tearing springtails charge, and the Hydralisks dominate the formation. Lu Yuan walked into the depths of the Balrog just like walking in a garden. Finally, he saw a lava lake. In the center of the lake, on an altar-like position, a twisted red rope is placed. It doesn't look like a rope, it seems like an object on something. Why do you feel that this thing looks like the hairs on the fingers of the Balrog tyrant? Lu Yuan muttered to himself in confusion and floated towards the lava lake. As soon as he moved. At this moment, the magma below rolled, and a giant 5 meters tall, whose entire body was made entirely of magma, suddenly emerged. 7th level lava puppet? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at this big guy in surprise. It is guessed that it is a guardian spirit condensed with the power of fire derived from that tyrant. Ouch. As soon as the lava puppet appeared, it volleyed towards Lu Yuan with a big hand. However, before his big hand could fall, Lu Yuan's eyes flashed coldly, and he just flicked his finger towards the other party. Boom. The lava puppet's head exploded before it could take action. Joke. A 7th level creature actually dares to challenge a demigod. It's simply seeking death. The reason why Lu Yuan was unwilling to do it himself was that there were too many opponents, and it would be troublesome to kill them. On the other hand, he also thought about training troops. After solving the lava puppet, Lu Yuan came to the altar. System, can you see its information? Lu Yuan asked. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes flashed with light. A series of information emerged. Part of the hair of the fire tyrant. Powerful hair contaminated with the breath of abyss and fire can give birth to a Balrog based entirely on underground lava. A Balrog is born? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. He guessed that the flame tyrant had secretly given birth to these fire demon armies long ago. In order to one day be able to break through the seal and escape. Only, he must have been hiding this plan for 700 years before it was exposed at this time. But why did he leave so many Balrogs? Logically speaking, isn't this his tribe? Muttering to himself in confusion, Lu Yuan raised his hand and lifted up the 3-meter-long tyrant's hair. He planned to take this thing back to the divine space to see if it could be sacrificed at the insect nest. This is the body object of a powerful god. Lu Yuan feels that it may be difficult to sacrifice it. At this time, the system suddenly heard a beep. Ding. Detect host requirements and turn on the decomposition function. Ding. If a deity item is found, will it be decomposed? Lu Yuan grinned and said directly, decompose. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.